many contacts as we all have, I think it does kind of help when you realize who you're talking to or addressing. So really appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to share my screen in just a minute, but we realize that this is kind of a strange time in the last 6 months. It's the opportunity for all of us to look at a new direction, the way to get business, the way to market our business, the way to find new business. And the main thing is that everybody on this call today is a leader. You are a leader because you are out there trying to do something to get business. I know we have a lot of contacts, and I kind of mentioned this yesterday, but I'm at 4,000 or 5,000 contacts minimum. And if I don't know you're out there, and if I don't know you're trying to get business, and I don't think you're really trying, I'm not just going to look you up and just say, oh, here's a check, you know, do some business for me. So it's important that you are visible, are out there, are showing things that people are looking for. And whatever your field is, be sure that you are a leader and a lead person in handling your particular field. So right before I share my screen, let's just say March, is when it really started. So 6, 7 months. Who has made back some of the money they thought they had? Who's got some of it? Who's got some of it? Okay. Who's got all of it? Who has all the money they made back in March? I don't see a single hand. Okay. The last thing is, who still needs some help? Who will take some help? Who will take some motivation, some new ideas, a couple of things maybe that can kind of help everybody. So what I want to do today is cover a lot of material kind of quick with a lot of bullet points. But I really, again, want to kind of see your reaction to some of these. And we have about 20 or 30 minutes or so. So what I want to try to do now is let me share my screen and let's see if this works here. So we get Austin to share my screen, make sure that works. All right, here we go. Can you see that, everybody? I may not be able to see you now. Or maybe we can. Okay, here we go. All right, so is everybody there? You can kind of hear me. Austin, can you see the screen? You're on mute. Who's not on mute that can see the screen? Everybody okay?
We can see.
Cool. All right, guys. All right, cool. So let's go.
Blank.
So let's go with this. So again, this is thanks to Austin. And I'll tell you what, anybody in this business knows how difficult it is to set up events like this. I've been doing this for about 30 years. Yeah. It's just, you got a lot to do. You got to confirm the speaker, then reconfirm the speaker, then the location, then the time, then the email, then the website. All these things have to come together. So I completely understand how much work is involved. So time to rise, small business resurgence. As I mentioned before, some of us have never gone away. Mm-hmm. I haven't gone away. It's a modification on kind of what we're doing now, right? To try to get more business. So what I want to do is kind of give you the answer right up front to what the subject of my topic is. Then I'm going to go back and go over it and look for your feedback and look for your expertise and things like that. So the key thing that you need to provide, you are the leader, you are the entrepreneur, right? You're running a business, you're a senior executive or whatever you are. If you're the entrepreneur, you're the owner, you're the executive, whatever you are, you got to provide. What do you have to provide? Think about it first. What do you really have to provide? You got to provide value. Value. Mark, are you providing value?
Yeah, I believe I am.
The third thing you got to provide is value. The reason I did that, as everybody probably knows, that is the overall result of somebody doing business with you or wanting to do business. Is that person valuable? Is this information valuable? Is your company valuable to me? Because I'm getting ready to go over a few things that will explain that very quickly. So I want to give you the answer right away. So what's the overall theme today? To give what?
Value.
Value. Everybody's going to say that, and it's easy to say, but I'm going to go over what it means and how you do it, right? Let's think about that, because you can say, are you, provide value. Okay, cool. We got it. But wait a minute. How? What are you going to do? So let's think this over. Are you? Look at yourself first, because you're the one basically making the initial contact, right? We are the leaders, the entrepreneurs, the executive. We want to make contact and we want to get something as a result, right? Business. So are you providing value? So V, what is your worth? What's your worth to your company, to your prospect, to yourself? Think about it. What am I worth? What am I worth? Do I have something of value? Do I have worth? Was that worth it? How many times have you heard that? Well, that was worth it, or that wasn't worth it. Okay, think that one over. The next one would be access your network and resources. Be a source of information. Since we've already kind of said that you're a leader, you're the entrepreneur, you can't say, oh, I don't know, you know, that kind of stuff. So we know that, and I'm kind of oversimplifying a lot of this, but you should have a pretty decent network. You should have a great resource. You should be a source of information, a source of and key other word, we're talking about solution. And that's going to come up in just a minute too. So keep that one in mind. Then, absolutely on the front end, look and listen for opportunities to contribute your specialty. Look and listen. I hate when somebody just, you ever run off at the mouth or whatever, show up and throw up. How many people have had that happen to them? Wave your hand. Has that happened to you? They show up and throw up. Well, wait a minute. You don't even know what I am, who I am, what I'm doing, what I need. Did you really know what I'm trying to do here as the prospect, you know, as the client? So look and listen. Remember, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. So you should have twice the capacity to listen as to talk as much. Then a couple of quick things. Understand what is the need or the pain that you are proposing to solve, right? Okay, so whatever you do, you boil it down to what, you know, why am I here? Why am I doing my business? What am I solving for this person? What is the need or the pain? You know, you can put any word in there you want to, right? What is the pain? What's the need? What am I trying to solve, you know? And then sort of one of the last things is evaluate your value. And here's what I like to say. Is your prospect better off after you? So Catherine Sharp has a client and she interacted with the client. And at the end of it, she says, well, are they better off now with me or without me? Mark Ham goes, well, are they better off now or are they not any better off? The overall concern. So you put in your own verbiage, right? You put in your own pitch. We're going to talk about that. But these are things that you can just kind of think about the construction parts of value to show that that person, your client, your prospect should be able to recognize pretty quick if you know your stuff, okay? So let's think about this for a minute now. Who has a sales team? Kind of wave your hand or something. Any more than one person? Who's the one person? Who's the salesperson? Who's it? Who's the owner? Wave your hand. If you're the only owner, you're it. You're it. Okay. So think this over though. A lot of people have interacted with sales teams and customers and employees. So what is more important? Austin, what's more important, customers or employees?
Your customers are important because they keep you in business, but your employees are also important because they're the ones interfacing with your clients.
Absolutely huge. Anybody else not on mute? I try to give out the most. I got the most on here, but I can't really tell. Anybody else just not on mute? What's more important, customers or employees? Wave your hand if you want to say something. Okay, or think it over.
Nice.
Who else is on there? Okay. So everybody got an idea in mind? Austin was right on it, pretty close. It's pretty close. Read this one. You don't build the business, you build people. Then you build the business. The late great Zig Ziglar. Because as Austin just said, and what I firmly believe, in the short run, your employees are absolutely more critical because if you get a bunch of customers, then your employees are horrible and can't take care of them and treat them bad, you've just lost your business pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
So let's think that one over. Build your employees, yourself and your employees. Then, okay, now let's get into the nuts and bolts of building a business. So let's keep that one in mind. So are employees valuable? We're loving that word today, valuable. And you know why? Because take care of your employees, they will take care of your business. It's that simple. Richard Branson.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, who knows? Sir Richard. And again, we're just talking about the business end today. Everybody has their own opinion of people. I understand that, I don't want to go there, but just the hardcore business end of what they do. He's a multi-billionaire and something worked for him, right? And so just kind of keep that in mind. So take care of your employees, make sure they're happy, motivated, whatever, and take care of yourself. Make sure you're happy, motivated. Then you simply can probably do a better job taking care of somebody that you're going after as a customer. So keep that in mind. So who has managers within their company? Wave your hand. If you got a manager, a couple VPs and all that kind of stuff, wave your hand. Okay. Did you know that a bad manager can take a good staff and destroy it, causing the best employees to flee and the remainder to lose all motivation? Employees don't necessarily leave your company, they leave the manager. Think that one over. It's insanely unbelievable, but it is true. You may have the greatest company in the world, but if you've got a gruff, stuffy, whatever, uninformed, clueless, I'm throwing out a bunch of words, then you may say, oh, well, I'm out of here. I'm turnover. Who likes the word turnover? And not many of us really. So, loyal employees, take care of them as well. So here's one of the things that you got to do on the front end too. Trust. We talked about it before. I know Ken is shaking his head now and several other people. It can really be established how trustworthy you are because it takes years to build. You could mess it up in a few seconds. If you fail your mission or you fail and you whatever, and it can take forever to repair, right? Who agrees with that? Okay, see, just think, do I trust you to hand you a check for $10,000? Do I trust you? Here's 50,000. Yeah, good luck. Thanks for doing business. I'll see you. Call me in a couple of years. I mean, being real facetious, but trust. Do I trust somebody that I'm going to do business with? So keep all that one and keep those in mind. So price and value, got that word value again. Let's throw that back out too. So price and value, price is what you pay. Value is what you get. Who said that? About the third richest man on the planet. Maybe the fourth. I mean, he used to be the first, right? But
yeah.
And I'm going to talk about another two guys in a minute too. But just think about, okay, what's your price? But did I get valued? What did I get for it? What did I get for this? So before you price it, establish your value by being knowledgeable and credible and trustworthy and all those type of things. So let's keep those in mind. I'm kind of moving quick here, but I think you got the idea. Happy customers. So the result is to what? Is to do what? Have a happy customer. Because happy customer is going to buy more from you, right? But your most unhappy customers is the greatest way. He's second or third too, the most rich guy on the planet. You got to realize happy is great and that's your goal. However, if there's an unhappy customer, let's find out why. Because who's heard of there was some research done, this was a long time ago, but it still really holds true. 1 out of 27 people with a problem will come to you and tell you about it. Guess what the other 26 do? What do?
Complain.
They complain.
They hit the delete button. I'm saying 1 out of 27 complain. 1 out of 27 will take the time to complain to you, but quite often 26 out of 20 just next. I don't want to fool this person. Next. So the complaint, that's what we're trying to say. That's good point. when they do complain, listen, just say, oh, hey, I wasn't aware of that. Tell me what happened. See, and then kind of zip it and let them talk. And then the number one thing somebody wants, I'm sorry that happened. You know, we're okay. We're professionals. We're mature people. Just, oh, I'm sorry that happened. Tell me what happened. You know, whatever. Do it kind of smooth. Do it quick, but just kind of listen and then say, oh, wow, I didn't realize that. So let's try to work on that. So try to keep that one going. So now everybody always says the employees and the owners and the entrepreneurs say, pay me more money. Give me more money, right? I want more money. Oh, pay me, Mark, pay me more money. You going to pay me? He doesn't know. See, he doesn't know. That's cool. That's cool. And let's see, Bertley, I can't see your name. Bertley Bernard? Can you? You hear me? You say,
Yes, sir. I can
yeah.
hear you.
All right, so you pay me some more money. Just pay me.
You have to work for it.
There you go. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. That's what. So there you go. So who pays your salary? Is it your employer? Who pay? Oh, does Austin just give me money? You know who gives you the money?
No. Yeah.
The customer gives you the money.
That's
Employers don't pay you the money. They handle the money. They switch it off, but your customer, the increased sales, the increased value, the increased dollars coming into you, that's what pays your salary. Henry Ford, the Henry Ford. And again, think about this. This wasn't in 2012. This was about 2014, 10, 12, 14. He knew this over 100 years ago. So again, the business part of the deal, the customer, your client pays you more money, who pays your salary. So let's keep that in mind, see if we can get more of those. Now, hey, so what's the problem? What is the problem? I kind of touched on it, but so what's the problem with all this? How come everybody's not a millionaire? Who's a millionaire? Raise your hand. Anybody? All right, is that why we're on this call? All right, so cool. So here, what's the problem? The problem is sell what you solve, not necessarily just the product. The problem is, you remember we talked about find out what the problem is and figure out a way to solve it. Then, you solve it by means, Mark, of a better website. That's cool, completely fine. Austin, you solve this by means of a better management consulting company and what I do, things like that. So it was about listening, determining, finding out what the real issue is, showing some, quality on your end by looking, listening and looking at what the problem is. And you kind of go from there. So here's some things that are specifically critical for your business. And I want to find out if you have these things. So for your business, now you're the owner and the entrepreneur, do you have, who knows what a CO is? I just gave you the answer. Common objections. Okay. Have you ever thought about writing them down, make bullet points? Especially, and I'll say, the reason I say this a lot is because I used to be in the call center business. We had 100 people on the sales floor. Well, there's 100 people that can either make or break my business. So what we do is come up with the bullet points of common objections to whatever we're selling or whatever, and make sure they're given similar answers or the right answers, right? So you need to have a list of common objections to doing business with you. What are they? What's the common thing? Oh, well, you're too expensive, classic. You don't have enough value. You don't do this. You should have done this, whatever it is. So think those through, write them down and get them ready when you're on the call or on the email, whatever. So how about Bennies, short for benefits? What are the benefits of doing business with you? I get that call every day. What's the benefits of joining Metropolitan business? Well, I could sit there and talk an hour about it. So anyway, just think about what are the benefits? Give me the bullet points again. And if you have salespeople, make sure that you're basically sharing that information, with your salespeople so they have it there. So got about 10, 15 minutes here. Then a list of your FAQs. It's a little different than COs. What's your frequently asked questions? When can you deliver this product? Next week? Do you take Visa, MasterCard, and American Express and Discover? You know what I mean? Just whatever the frequently asked question. Get them ready. You shouldn't be searching for it when you have the time, because I'm going to give you the secret of the whole thing here in just a few minutes. So make sure you have that information. Who knows what a CRM is? Just gave you the answer again. Customer relationship management tool or system, something, because you pretty much want to know what was said on the last call, what was done on the last email, what was done on the last this, that, and the other. So there's many ways, and that's a whole nother seminar there. You can spend an hour on that. Of course, they run businesses based on that. So keep that in mind. If you don't know what it is, please contact me and I'll go over it with you and kind of tell you what you can do. Now, absolutely critical. Who knows what Google NAP is? It's okay. Who doesn't know what it is? Wave your hand. That's okay. That's okay. Who would like to know what it is? Okay. This is so critical that is absolutely essential, I think, to have a successful and profitable business. Google NAP. First of all, do you kind of agree that Google runs the internet world? It's just a fact. I'm not being disrespectful. It's just Google runs about 96% of internet searches, right? And I'm sorry, there's other people out there, and that's fine. But if Google tells you, I'll rank you higher, I'll give you better coverage if you follow Google NAP, would you do it? Would you do it, Catherine? Yep. Okay. So Google NAP. And first of all, let me show you what it is, and then I'll tell you how much it costs. You ready? Who's ready for this one? Name, address, and phone number on your email, on your website, on your Facebook, on your LinkedIn. I get 50 emails a day that goes, we're the best marketing company on the planet. We have the best, this, that, and the other. We're insane. We're incredible. Contact me at john@123@gmail. Now, when I said name, I mean first and last too. But so they're the best, right? But it's john123@gmail. Wait a minute. What did he violate? Did I trust him? Is he credible? Who? What? You are the best, but you're only john@123@gmail, right? So wait a minute. I don't even know who you are. The address, we all know we work at home, but think about some way to have an address, a P.O. box or a street address. And everybody's heard of UPS store, mailboxes are us, and things like that. I'm not necessarily advocating a specific brand by any stretch. However, and it may cost you a little bit, but is it worth it to be ranked higher on Google? So Mark, I want you to use that tool next time you have a client, and then tell them the secret and the phone number. And Austin and I talked about this. So again, john123@gmail. That's it. No, wait a minute. You don't even have a phone number? I can't even call you? I don't understand why you don't put a phone number on there. Are you hiding something from me, or you can't have a phone number? So that you can go on and on about this, but I just kind of want to make sure you had that information there too. So, and then again, very similar to benefits, but just say, why do people do business with me? Why did I get that sale? Or why did I, why are people doing business with me? Just think it over and make some points on it, and you'll have them ready and commit them to memory. Obviously, if you're the owner, you're going to know that. But if you have a salesperson, keep that one in mind. And then here's a payoff. Can anybody read that one? When you're ready to rock and roll, how do you get their money, man? Get the cash, get whatever it takes. You have an easy way to take it. Well, I can take your credit card number right now on the phone. I got paid. You get closing to the ABC, always be closing. Make it simple to get that transaction out of the way, right? Get the cash going here. So we've got about 10 minutes here, and then we'll do some questions. So I'm getting into it here. So again, what to do next? What are you going to do next? Here's what you're going to do. Value proposition. Everybody knows what that means, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get it down pat. I mean, get it down and recite it in your sleep. And your salespeople, your partners, whatever it is, the value proposition. What is it? I don't probably have to go into too much detail there, but get it down, get it ready to recite. Is it easy and efficient and simple? It's not that complicated. You should be able to have something pretty quick about what is the value of you. Why am I listening to you? Why am I looking at your email? Why am I doing your Facebook? Why am I into your, this, that, and the other? Keep that in mind. Now, are you trustworthy or credible? Sort of recap again. Credible to me again. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. We're insane. We're the best. Call Stephen, or contact Stephen124@gmail. No, wait a minute. Who? What? Stephen what? Who? What's the name of your company? What's the name of your website? Do you have a phone number? Where are you located? And I hate to say, are you in Bangladesh? Are you in China? Are you in California? Are you in Atlanta? If you don't have it, are you hiding something? I just kind of want to know. I'm sorry, maybe it's me, but I want to know. Because think of the obviously time thing. If they're in China, well, it's 12 hours difference. Whatever. If they're in whatever they are, I just want to know. I think if you're hiding something, you shouldn't be hiding something. And here's the two huge things coming up now. So information overload, right? And you see it? Everybody's got one. It is insane amount of information that we get every 100 times a day, right? You are overloaded. So the message again is, why am I going to pick you out to do business with you? Why am I going to select you out of the millions of people that contacted me? Because here's the answer. How long is the average human attention span these days? In business now, I'm not, even at 11 o'clock at night, but I'm saying, let's just say 9 to 5, 8 to 5, whatever. You're doing business, whatever it is. However, how long do you think it is, Austin? How long is the average human attention span at a time? How long is it?
It's just, what, less than 60 seconds?
Who else is over there? Who's on? I'm only seeing, I'm trying to see how many people I've got on here. Anybody else want to chime in?
Just start calling on folks.
I'm trying to.
Probably
Okay,
about 30
Belinda.
seconds.
Hey, Belinda, how long?
Probably about 30 seconds.
Okay, cool. Now I see what we're doing now. Let me find,
I'll say 8 seconds.
who said that?
Isabella.
Okay, I got you. Isabella, cool. All right, cool. So I think I'm trying to, stretch this out here to get as many people as possible here. So, all right, cool. Y'all are pretty close, pretty close. So you ready? And this is pretty close.
Wow.
12 seconds. Somebody, you're right on it, but in 12 seconds, I get 100 emails a day. Do I have 30 minutes to spend per email? I mean, I'm over 10 minutes. I have a scan. I scan it. I check it. In 12 seconds, if I don't see something there that's worth it, guess what? Delete. Next. It's unfortunate, and I'm not saying recommend it or whatever. It's just unfortunate. It's a fact, and you know it, because in the time we've even talked about this, we've already checked our email 3 times, which is okay. I mean, it's impossible, because it's just a short. Let's just say again, less than 30. So it is really, because you look at something, and then I forgot about this other call I got to make, and I forgot about this other link to, and I got another Facebook thing, and I got this other thing going on. So it's just quick. So all these things we talked about first, try to get those down. Now listening probably doesn't count. I'll say that. If you're asking questions, okay, what's your name? What's your business? What do you do? What do you need? What are you trying to do? That doesn't really count as much as, somebody tell me about your company and whatever. It's quick. So just think that way. So think about this as a summary. Are you memorable in a good way? I mean, am I going to remember you? And I hate to bring this up. Who would watch, even in the past, let's just say, America's Got Talent? And our old friend Simon, I'm just a good analogy here. One of his favorite things to say is, I'm going to remember you, or I'm not going to remember you. Does that ring a bell? Think about that one. He goes, I'm going to remember you, or, I don't care. I'm not going to remember you. So just kind of think that one over. Are you memorable? I mean, will someone remember you in a good way for what you did or what you're trying to offer? So, and again, are people better off interacting with you? Think that's an overriding thing. Hey, I think they're better off. They got a better, better information here too. Then are you a go-to person? Are you? Thompson's Austin Thompson's a go-to person. If I have a question, I can call Austin. He's going to know or something. Who is, let me just throw this out real quick. I'm not trying to promote a specific person, but let's see what you know. Who is called the LinkedIn guy?
Greg Burkhalter.
Who knew that? Okay, see, who knew that? The LinkedIn guy.
Greg
There you go.
Burkhalter.
So let's look at Catherine. Catherine, you are the what? Just think it over. I mean, you don't have to answer. You are the what person? And, Mark, you are the website guy, or, the SEO guy, whatever it is. Just kind of think of, it's nice to be known for something like that as a go-to or a resource person. So when you provide value, you will be found, including WOM. What does that stand for? Everybody should know that. If you provide value, you'll be found, including WOM. What? Think it over. O is a little word. The O shouldn't really be capitalized, but that's okay. Everybody ready? Word of mouth. And referrals. And I got to throw that in there. I know we all live on that too. But, it's surprising that how many times have you called your friend? Do you know somebody that helps me with websites? You know somebody that does management consulting? You know somebody that does benefits consulting? Do you know, they want a word of mouth from somebody they trust, which is their friend or their colleague or whatever it is. So are you that person? And can you give me a referral for such and such? Think that over. So that's kind of quick. And then what do you want people to do? So in other words, you had all this conversation, you contacted them, you did whatever you're going to do. You established a trust, you listened and all that. There's only one thing that matters. Absolutely nothing matters but this next thing. Nothing. Nothing. What's the only thing that matters? You've done all your upfront work. You got your company. You've explained what you do. You got the trust. You've listened. You got the right questions. You got all this going on. But when you get right to the very bottom line, the only thing that matters is what? What is it? CTA. What does that mean? I know Ken knows. CTA. You ready? Shake your hand if you're ready. Wave your hand if you're ready. You ready for it? Who's not ready for it? All right. I'd like to be able to see everybody. You ready? This is the only thing that matters, period. You ready? Call to action. Nothing matters. In other words, you spoke to somebody for 30 minutes. Oh, you got oh, awesome. This is cool. Okay, see ya. And they left you. Did they have a call to action, or did they do the call to action? Isn't that the whole point of ABC again? And making the sale? I mean, you can have the greatest thing in the world, but you're on the back end, make sure that your call to action is that's what it is. Did they buy from you? Did they ask for the next step? Ask for a demonstration? Ask for a quote, whatever. Okay. So keep thinking that over. Call to action. I know we even touched on that yesterday a little bit too. So, and again, sort of a quick summary here. We got a few minutes, but here's 3 things you can do to get to this point that we just got to. Are you ready for this one? Austin, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
He's always ready, man. I like that. All right. So this, again, remember, it's on you because you are the leader. You're the entrepreneur. You're the one kind of, you're making the initial call, the initial contact, the email, whatever it is, the Facebook, all that kind of stuff. So you ready? So are you cool? Hey, man. Like, hey, it's cool. This is pretty cool. This is, I kind of like dealing with Catherine over here. I kind of like dealing with Mark over here because you know what? They're cool, man. Think that over. It's kind of a simple comment to make, but think that one over. So you ready for the second one? Are you hip? Who's hip? Hey, Carol, are you hip? Can you hear me? Are you hip, Carol? All right. LaTanya, are you hip? Belinda, are you hip? Sheila, are you hip? Hey man, hey, this person's hip, man. They're kind of hip. They kind of know what's going on here. That's cool. It's cool. They're hip and everything. All right. You ready for the last one? Who's not ready for it? Who thinks they can't handle it? Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are you? Oops. Let's go back. I've got my screen in place here. Oops, hold on. Did you see it? I got this screen there where I couldn't see what I was doing there. Oh, hold on. I can't. The list of participants is in the middle of my screen. There we go. Did it come up? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the last one?
Hot.
Hot. Hey, man. So which one are you? Hey, Lawrence, which one are you? Are you cool, hip, or hot? Take it off mute. Or who not? Donna, can you hear me? Are you cool, hip, or hot? Anybody that's not on?
It depends on the day. Some days I'm
Well,
cool,
there you
some
go.
days I'm hip, and some days I'm hot.
Well, there you go. See, but can you be all three at the same time?
Never down though.
There you go. So just, hey man, it's cool. This is cool. Oh, this person's hip, man. They're hip and they're hot. What's the hot thing? When I do speakers, I talk to my contacts and say, what's the hot topic now? And I hate to use that. That's a TV show, but what's hot now? But healthcare, we know that. We know certain things, but kind of think to yourself, man, am I cool? Am I hip? Am I hot? And you'll probably get a little more business that way because, sometimes you just, I don't want a dull, boring person and, that kind of stuff too. So we'll kind of keep that in mind. So again, guys, I'm Glenn, Metro Atlanta Business Association. If you have more information about that, please go to that website too. Then we do a little bit in bindings, Business Association there. Metro Atlanta Business Network, who knows about that one? Has about 18,000 people on that one as well. You'll find me on LinkedIn, Facebook, the Bindings Group, Metro Atlanta Business, and Metro Atlanta Business Network. Got time for some questions. I really appreciate being with you guys today. Anybody have any questions? Austin.
Yeah, I just want to recap some key points, but if anyone else has questions, they can go before me.
Yeah, go ahead. Raise your hand or just ask Austin.
And don't be shy.
Yeah, man.
When are you going to run for mayor?
I don't know. I don't think politics is my thing. Business development is my thing. I enjoy seeing somebody kind of, blossom.
Anybody else? And Glenn, feel free to call on folks. That's what we're doing. That's what
Exactly.
we're doing.
Exactly. So yeah, let us know through our website too. We've already done 3 events in the last month. We had 2 webinars and a live event. We had a business and food expo, October 20th live. We had a couple hundred people there, safe
Right.
and all that. We know the safe thing. Okay, got the mask on, the distancing. So
Yeah.
if we can help you in any way, Austin and I and Mark, specialist, glad to speak to you guys today. Let us know if we can help you and any questions.
Yeah. Well, since everybody's going to be quiet, I just wanted to mention a few things, especially when it comes to value. The value you bring, the value your business bring, you meaning the individual. It goes hand in hand with the value of your business, right? That's a key takeaway from the presentation. Worth to your company and self. You as the consultant, you as the business owner, what is the worth that you bring to the business? Because that will drive the value itself of the business, right? Access your network, be a solutions person. Yesterday we had on Corey Networking More, and he told us about the value of networking and building partnerships, right? Very important to have other people within your network working with you and building the value in collaboration, right? Look and listen. I always tell people, it's good to be the key person, the key authority, but there's always someone who knows a little bit more than you. So
Right.
It's always good to listen and be able to add value to yourself, right? What is the
Correct.
problem you're solving? Always go in, like with me, when I do business plans for a client, I am not just writing a business plan, I am learning about the client, the history, why they want to start a business, what value they're bringing to the business. It's a relationship I'm developing. It's not just about writing the business plan, but I'm trying to help them solve that problem, and that is doing the research that's needed in order to bring the value to the business, right? Evaluate your value. Always do an audit of your value and your brand. It is very important. Building people. The people who work with you, the people who work alongside with you, always have the ability to empower someone other than yourself and to add value to them. Because if you add value to those who are working alongside with you, altogether, there's value presented, right? Building your people. Do you value your employees? Your employees one day will become the employees of your competitor if you don't treat them well. So always make sure you treat your employees well. Trustworthy. Are you a trustworthy person? Are you building trust in the industry? Why is it that the marketplace would do business with you, right? You got to be credible and you got to be trustworthy, right? Sell the problem you solve. Name, address, and phone. I can't tell you, if you look at my signature, it may be a little lengthy, but if you look at my signature, you'll see everything that's associated with me. How many times I've communicated with business owners and all I get is, thanks, Austin, Pam. Or, hey, thanks, Austin, Steve.
Right.
You know, like, okay, who's Steve? I mean, you know, who are you with? I mean, what business are you with? You know, always add to your signature, your name, phone address, website, email address, Facebook, Instagram. Always, that's part of your brand. That's part of your image. So always expand on that. Why do people do business with me? It's because, hey, it's because you're cool, you're hip, and you're hot. All right. That's why they do business with you. In addition to the good work you do, I mean, this is the competitive advantage, and what sometimes may differentiate you from a competitor is that you're cool, you're hip, you're hot. People enjoy doing business with you. They enjoy engaging you and interacting with you. And sometimes that could be the deciding factor because you are a desirable individual. You're a pleasant individual to be around, right? So, you know, that sometimes could be the deciding factor. Let me see now. I got a couple more. Human attention span, 7 to 12 seconds. You know, they always say about the elevator speech, you got about what? You know, about 30 seconds or less than 20 to 30 seconds to impress someone. If you had 20 to 30 seconds of an individual's attention while taking an elevator ride up, you know, what can you tell them? How can you make an impact on that individual, right? And sell yourself, right? Word of mouth. If you do great work, you don't have to put the effort into marketing. Somebody else is marketing you. Someone else is talking about you. Someone else is basically bringing your value to life. So always make sure that they always say it costs less. It costs less to for word of mouth marketing than it does if you have to market yourself, right? So always remember those things. And Glenn, I want to thank you, man. I tell you, this has been a very well informed keynote this morning. I want to thank you for taking the time out to being with us this morning. But I also want to see if anybody else has any last questions for Glenn before I bring back on Mark Ham.
Good morning, Glenn. This is Belinda Ellaby. I just want to say thank you so much for this information. And I tell you, breaking down the acronyms of value really helps to appreciate the principles and building a successful business, because it doesn't matter what type of business that you're in, but the bottom line is when you evaluate it, are the people better after me? So that's a great takeaway for me, and I really appreciate you sharing that.
Well, thanks. That's a proprietary. I made that up, but you know, it does help, I think, a little bit, just kind of know what you're after. And again, I think what you said, Leonard, your goal. What is the goal of, you know, my business or me marketing to somebody? Is that call to action? The goal is to get them to buy or sign up or whatever, and then back it up. Did I provide the value and the things that go along with it? And again, nobody's perfect and everybody has their own ways of doing things, but in a nutshell, maybe some of these points would help today, and I hope that helped you a little bit.
Well, if no one else has anything else to add, definitely want to keep in the interest of time. I want to thank you, Glenn, again, so much for adding value to the ESBS 2020 and just bringing your energy to the entrepreneurs that we have here today. Thank you
Great.
So much, and
Thanks.
I'll definitely follow up with you.
And I have a value call in about 15 minutes, so I'll stay on for a few more.
Okay, sure. Sure. And as I introduced earlier this morning, before we move on to Mr. Ken Fenner and our next presentation, I want to bring back up Mark Ham, who will tell you a little bit about, take about 3 minutes to tell you a little bit about Pro Web Service and procurement websites. He is our sponsor today, as well as yesterday. So I definitely want to give a little spotlight to our sponsor. All right, so Mark.
Good morning, all. Mark Ham with Pro Web Firm. Just letting you guys know, really just, I'm touched today. I was listening to Glenn Christian's presentation, and he really just broke it down for you. You know, to be a successful entrepreneur, there's steps and things you need to follow and be on top of things. I always say this expression, there's too many people in business doing business. You know, just a little key factor about your signature, your name, your telephone number, your web address, email. I mean, isn't that like a no-brainer? But people do it all the time. They just respond back via name. One key factor for me, I'm gonna do a ton of networking all the time. I'm always networking. I'm at the grocery store networking. You know, it's just in me. I'm just networking. But you ever meet somebody in a networking event and they go to contact you, say on LinkedIn or something, or even email, they start right away just talking about what they can do for you or what services they have to sell. And I'm thinking to myself, man, didn't you even want to take 2 minutes to get to know me or what I'm about? You know, it's just simple things go a long way in business. And I could sit here and tell you all the different services we do, but I'm going to tell you the one main thing, and then I'm going to tell you a story. And I only got 60 seconds, so I'm going to be quick. The one main thing is good customer service comes from getting to know your customer and allowing them to get to know you. People are not going to do business with you if they don't trust you or if they don't know you. That's why Glenn was saying a warm referral. When somebody asks, hey man, you know anybody who does web design? You know, they're looking for a warm referral. You know, who do you nominate? Who are you sending to me? Have you known them before? Have you worked with them before? That's a lot better than going to the yellow pages and looking up and just finding somebody. Anyway, I'm Mark Ham with Pro Web Firm, and I just applaud all of y'all. Y'all need to give yourselves a round of applause for investing in your business today. Investing in your business by educating yourself. That is the main thing you can just continue doing. I'm 15 years in business, and I never stop learning. I'm in coaching right now, listening to some of the professionals that have come before me and done 10 times better than me. And I just humble myself to listen to them. And just grow yourself, and then you'll grow your business. And I just thank everybody for allowing Pro Web Firm to be here and help sponsor this event and be involved. We thank you. Custom web design, but we'll also custom get to know you. All right, back to you, Austin.
All right, thank you again. Thank you again, Mark. Thank you, Glenn. Always adding value. That's Mark Ham of Pro Web Firm. If you've gone to b2bconference.net to register for this event, that's the website that Mark designed for me. That's the website that he manages for me. If you've gone to my business website, tmconsultingllc.com, That's another website that Mark built for me, and that's a website that he manages for me. That's among thousands of websites that Mark has designed and manages. So that's a little bit of his work, you know. So thank you again, Mark, for adding value as our sponsor today. Glenn is our keynote speaker, adding value and you know, taking the time out to speak to our entrepreneurs. Next, I'd like to now transition into our first presenter for today. And you know, I always, when you know, Glenn talks about value, when I first started the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit, it was about adding value to the attendees. It was about adding value to the attendees who are entrepreneurs, small business owners, thought leaders, decision makers, aspiring entrepreneurs, you know, stakeholders in the entrepreneurial ecosystem in this space. And I wanted to make sure that everyone that I recruited for the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit is a valued presenter, a valued speaker, a valued consultant. So I met Mr. Ken Fenner a few years ago as a recommendation from another consultant I worked with prior. And ever since then, I've always had him on the back of my mind. And, you know, we talk about that footprint. When someone leaves that footprint or that impression on your mind, you always have that person at a ready to call. Corey Network King Moore spoke about that yesterday. And that's something I always talk about as part of your brand, right? Always leaving that impression so that at a time later, when someone wants to do business with you, they always have you at a ready to call moment, right? So I'm going to introduce Mr. Fenner. He's our digital marketing authority, and he's with the Social Glue. Ken Fenner is founder and owner of the Social Glue, a social media and email marketing company. Ken has over 30 years of experience with traditional marketing channels. The Social Glue is an email marketing, social media marketing company. He works with local businesses, startups, national and international companies supporting their small and social media needs. The scope of work includes email marketing, social media sites, including Facebook management and design, Twitter management and design, LinkedIn management, YouTube video creation, and more. Email social media strategy. He avoids a cookie cutter approach to email and social media. Whether your needs are B2C, business to consumer, or B2B, business to business, he uses proven best practices to get results for his clients. Ken monitors social media engagement so that he can constantly improve social media interaction. As a speaker, Ken also speaks on a variety of topics, including how to grow your business with social media and email, as he will do this morning. He has presented dozens of email social media seminars, including the very popular Be a Facebook Rockstar, which was an all-day hands-on class where students learn social media best practices for Facebook. Previous businesses, IN marketing, with almost 10 million in ad revenue generated between 1994 and 2009. Coordinate ad placement and ad creation in 20 key markets for 50 plus retail stores. As owner of Indie Store Radio, Ken featured new music and music that was exclusive to independent retail stores. Ken holds a Bachelor of Business Administration in Marketing from Georgia Southern University. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Ken Fenner.
Well, thank you very much, Austin. I appreciate that. I didn't know you were going to go in such detail.
Oh man, I got to bring you out, man. I got to bring you out.
Man, I appreciate that. So I want to, before I jump into my presentation, Austin brought up something of my past life. I was in the music industry for way longer than I could have ever imagined. I had my very first company about 25 years ago. I started was strictly helping the music industry, and I helped mom and pop stores all over the country with their marketing and advertising. And the trick was I got the record labels to pay for it. So the mom and pops didn't have to put a dime towards it. I was able to get the record labels to pay for everything. And I did that for 15 years, and I had a great time doing it. I love music. I still love music. And that company did extremely well for probably 13 to 14 of those 15 years. And then a little business popped up that people said, it's nothing. It's a flash in the pan. Who cares about it? Who wants to buy one song? You know, we're here to sell albums and CDs and stuff. And iTunes was born. And iTunes decimated the mom and pop business. They just weren't prepared for it. And as they started going out of business, that meant I had less clients to work with the record labels. So the record labels started giving, in turn, more ad dollars to iTunes. It was a very vicious cycle. But I had some mom and pop stores that were still hanging in there. They were still doing extremely well. They had artists coming by their stores. They were selling out of their music when they got it in. They were doing extremely well. A couple were actually expanding and even opening up new stores. And I said, how are you guys doing this? So many stores are closing because of iTunes just running them out of business. And they said, we stay in touch with our customers. And I said, okay, how are you doing that? I mean, they come to you, they come to your store. Oh no, we're sending out emails every single week telling people what's new and what we think about those new releases, because those people over the years had trusted them. They were like Amazon before Amazon, existed. Someone would come in and they would buy a record and they'd say, oh, you like this? You're going to like this and this, which is what Amazon does, right? And that's how Amazon makes extra money. But that's what record stores, mom and pop record stores did. If you went to a chain store or something like that, you couldn't pay them enough money to do stuff like that. But mom and pops love the music they're selling, and that's what they would do. They would know their customer. I'll tell you another story. This is kind of totally unrelated to marketing, but it has something to do with what Mark was talking about, communication, getting to know your customer. I worked with a store in Denver, and there, people came in all the time selling their used records. And this lady comes in and she's selling a large quantity, thousands of used albums. And the guy's flipping through it. And he's like looking at the collection. And he says, what is your name? And she gives him his name. And he goes, oh, are these your husband's records? He knew all those records he had sold that person over the years. She said, yes, he passed away. That's what getting to know your customer is all about. I just wanted to share that because I started thinking about it when Mark was talking, and I had no idea that was even going to pop into my mind. But you really need to know your customers and get to know them. And that's kind of what I'm going to talk about today, is how you do that. And the way they were doing it was with email marketing and sending them not their playlist, but their upcoming new release list for each week. And most people don't know this about record stores, but record stores or the record industry releases about 150 new releases a week. Now, you're only interested in jazz, or you're only interested in a particular genre of music, and they might only have 1 or 2 releases that week. But there's tons of genres of releases. There's different formats that they come out on. And so these stores were doing a great job. And because they communicated and had that kind of two-way conversation with their customers, they stayed in business. And I said, I need to learn more about this business. And I started doing some ads and other things, online banner ads and stuff like that. And I was getting great results with it. But the industry itself, the music industry, was kind of dinosaurs. They weren't adapting fast enough for me to continue to make a living. So I shut down that end of my business. I opened the Social Glue almost 9 years ago, because it's that same type of marketing. It's called opt-in marketing. You opt in for Facebook. You opt in for Twitter. You say that you're willing to receive those messages from those companies that are on Facebook and Twitter. LinkedIn, you opt in to be a member on LinkedIn. People don't think about it, but email marketing is the oldest form of opt-in marketing there is. When you get someone's email address, you should tell them, hey, I'm going to send you my newsletter each month. They're opting in to receive that. People have it on their website, receive our newsletter, and people click on it and receive their newsletter. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into my presentation here. And so this is a little bit about what we're going to be talking about today, and I'm going to try to relate it to that, having that conversation with your customer and really getting to know your customer and what they want. We're going to talk about branding today, and how that brand can do what I'm talking about. Because of COVID and things, and even what I was experiencing when I was changing from one form of marketing, helping the mom and pop record stores and the record labels sell product, over to now broadening my horizon as to what type of businesses I work with. And when I work with a business, that cookie cutter thing is totally true. I have to become that business. So I can't have a cookie cutter mentality to do that. I have to really become the individual, so that people don't know that isn't them tweeting, that isn't them making a Facebook post. I'm doing all that for them. I'm even responding back in the majority of the cases because I know the answers, because I've been working with my clients for so long. So we want to first talk about setting up your brand for success. And we're going to talk about different things like logo creation, colors of the logos, and things like that. And then we're going to go on a little bit beyond that. We're going to talk about how to get found online, and then taking that and managing your brand awareness online. Because ever since COVID, people have had to find new ways to market and to get new customers. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Kevin O'Leary. If you know his name or not, you might know him as Mr. Wonderful on the Shark Tank. He's the guy that tells it like it is to people, even though they don't want to hear what he's saying. He doesn't mince any words. He just tells it like it is. If he doesn't like their product, he tells them. If he loves their product, he tells them. But he's involved with over 80 customers. And those 80 customers, not customers, but retailers, are all over the country. And when COVID hit, he went from making great money to making zero money. And he said, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? All these stores were doing great. All these businesses that we had started and were in their infancy were doing phenomenal. And now they're bringing in nothing. And he found out, some of them were selling some products online, a product here or two that online. He didn't own the rights to that because they were selling it through an Amazon store. They weren't selling it through a store on their website because they were just selling a few items. Now he needed to sell everything. He didn't know how to tell people how to sell everything. He had to start looking at doing Facebook ads. He had to start looking at doing Google ads for 80 different stores. Well, within 2 months, they were up to about 80% of what they were doing prior to COVID, because they turned things around. They got active. And we're going to be talking about some of the things you can do as a business to get your information out there and to get noticed online and to continue doing business, even if, they say a second wave could be coming or whatever. Flu season's coming. Who knows what the next couple of months is going to bring. So I want you guys to be prepared and know that you have a plan to do this. And then getting into building relationships and driving relationships, we're gonna touch on that also. So let me just jump into this. I'm Ken Fainer. Austin said everything you need to know about me, so I'm not going to stay on this slide very long. But let's get into talking about the basics and setting up your brand. So what is your brand? You've got visual elements, you've got language and tone. When I'm working with a client, I will try to capture their tone. And sometimes it takes a little while, but I try through getting to really know my clients to develop that tone so that when I type something into a comment section or something like that, they feel like they're talking with the individual they think they're talking with. I joke that I I'm not an audiologist. That's someone who tests your hearing and stuff, but I play one online. They don't know that they're not talking to the doctor, when they ask a question. Because I've been doing this for 9 years with audiological doctors. I can answer most questions, and if I can't, I can get an answer back to them. They still never know that they're not talking to me. I try to use their language and their tone for their patients. You've got customers and prospects. All of this is all well and good, and you might consider that part of your brand. But if you can read what's down below, and you've probably already read it, it has nothing to do with what you think your brand is, or what you feel you're trying to do in your brand. Your brand is the perception that other people have of you. And you need to make sure you're on the same page as them. If you're trying to present yourself one way, but people are perceiving you another way, you need to realize that, find it out quick, and get them to understand who you really are. That's probably one of the most important things about branding you can ever do. Visual and all of that, you can be stunning, but if people have a different concept of you, you need to make sure that they have the concept of you that you're really trying to put forward. So speaking of the visual aspect, logos are probably the most common thing you think of when you think about a brand. It's something that you recognize. You hand somebody your business card, and if they're familiar with your logo, they're going to say, maybe you work with a larger corporation and they see your logo, they immediately recognize that logo. Maybe you're a small business though, and you hand it to them and they've seen it, because maybe they've seen it on a chamber, being in a chamber or something like that, where they have logos posted and stuff. Maybe they've driven by your store and they've seen your logo. So they make that connection with you. And your logo can let people know what you're all about. And we're going to get into that. So it can influence people. Here are 5 tips when creating your logo. You want to look at incorporating your brand story. And the logo over on the right, you can see they're a cycling company, so they have a visual image of a bicycle. That's great, but they tell a little bit more information. They say we've been in business for over 18 years, is what they're saying. We were established in 2002. So they're telling a little bit of their story with their logo. When you think about logos like the other one with the bicycle, you also have to think about the symbols that you're using. Do they portray your business properly? And then you have to talk about color. What color is right for you? And this is going to be just an overall arching, generalization in a way. But I think when you see this, you're going to kind of identify with a lot of these different colors. Red being energy, orange, cheerful, green, well-being, nature, peace, optimism, blue, dependability, which is what I use. I use 2 different shades of blue in my logo because I want people to feel like I'm dependable, and that I know what's going on, that they're comfortable with me. And then black, I'm currently working on a website for a gentleman. I do very little small websites. I don't do anything like what Mark is probably used to doing. I call my little sites call to action sites. He just needs a site. He's a photographer for real estate, and he just needs something where people can land and see what he's doing. And we're wanting to give that feeling of sophistication and luxury that he's going to give his clients. So we're actually going with a black and white theme. But if you look at the bottom, you're going to see like what types of businesses, and you can probably think about it. Restaurants and apparel. Yep, you've thought of it. You can think of restaurants that use red and apparel that uses red. Arts and crafts, health and fitness have a tendency to use orange, green for outdoors. Once again, I chose blue because I'm in the kind of technology business when it comes to online marketing. So blue fits there perfectly for me. And then consulting and business services tend to be black and white. So when you're designing your logos, something to think about is, is really, where is it going to be seen? If it's going to be in print, you can maybe use these serif fonts that you see here. They've got the little tails on the end of the letters, and that makes it a serif font. But if it's going to be online, you want to go with something more that's readable. Now, if it's a headline, bold headline, the serif font works online. But if it's just text that you're reading, you really want to go with something more along the lines of the sans serif, which is more blocked and closed, because online there's less eye strain when you use those types of fonts. And this goes to if you're building a website or whatever. Then you want to make sure that you don't get too many fonts going on in your logo, 2 max. And I'm just going to ask you real quick, and you can do a raise of hands or whatever that I can see. Which of these look more sophisticated for a fine dining restaurant? The first one, raise your hand if you think the first one looks, I see hands going up, or the second one. Yeah, I feel like the first one is more fine dining. The second one could maybe say family style or something like that restaurant. It's not quite as fine, but they kept it to the 2 font rule. Now I know you're probably saying, Ken, I'm not an artist. I can't design a logo. Well, I'm going to give you guys later on, I'm going to talk about this, but I'm going to just pre-mention it now, a link, and I actually already put it in the notes. It's for a 60-day trial on Constant Contact, because they have a logo designer on there, and you can go in there, you can add in your name, your tagline, and it's going to spit out 10 different logos for you almost automatically. And then you can go in and tweak them, you can change the shape, you can do whatever. It's very addictive to play with this thing. It's totally free. Go in there. It's under websites, but click on it and it'll help you get started playing with your logo. You might need to come up with a new tagline. Maybe your tagline is something, and now you want to say in person and online. You need to be thinking about that online business now and where it's going to come from. So let's jump in now to how to get found and manage your brand awareness. When I say get found, I'm talking about online. I'm going to try to get to where I see more people on my screen. How many of you guys are using Google My Business? Raise your hand if you're using Google My Business. I can't see everybody because some people are hidden. One more time. Anybody using Google My Business? All right, Mark, I know you would be, be using it. You need to be on Google My Business. If someone types in your name just for your website to come up, that's all well and good, but they should find out a whole lot more about you. They should be seeing reviews. They should be seeing a lot of other stuff. Google makes that available. You need to go in and claim your Google My Business. They probably already have some of your information up there. You need to search in Google and find that Google My Business. And you'll know whether or not you have a Google My Business, because when you type it in over on the right-hand side of the search, there's going to be a whole little section about you going down the right-hand side. So one of the things you want to do is your website right now, and Mark can help you with these types of things, mobile friendly? It really needs to be. Someone just contacted me the other day, and I went to look at their website, and I'm like going, oh my gosh, what year was this thing made? It needed updating bad. You're looking at the one on this screen here. Most people do a lot of their searching for stuff on the phone, whether it's reading emails or whatever. They're searching on their phone. And so you come up to a site like this, you're not going to stay there very long, because you're going to have to scroll left, you have to scroll right, you have to scroll up and down, you're going to have to pinch and zoom. Who wants to do that? So you need to make sure that your website is mobile responsive. You can see here here's a great example of one. You can kind of see it shapes itself differently. The menu becomes this little what they call a hamburger over on the right-hand side. The 3 dashes is what they call a hamburger. And so you can see that things kind of adapt when it goes to your phone. If your website isn't adapting when people go to your phone, not only is it bad for the customer experience, the person you're building that relationship with, it's bad for Google. Google doesn't like that your site isn't mobile responsive or mobile friendly. So you want to make sure that your site is mobile responsive. Something you want to do is the 3 pages you really need to nail as a business. You need to nail your home page. It is your front door to your website. I like to say it's your welcome mat, really. It's the thing that is going to keep somebody on your page if they land there. If you don't have anything there, or it doesn't look good, or once again, it's not mobile friendly, people are going to move on to that next search item on Google, the next business on Google. You need to also nail your about section. And, we talked about tone and language. That about section should have that tone and language that you have. When someone reads it, they should be like, if you've ever heard your favorite author write, or not heard them write, but you've heard them interviewed, and then you're reading their book later, you can kind of hear their voice. And that's kind of the way it should be. If they've been in your location or they've had a consultation with you, they should be able to hear your voice on your website. So try to capture that. Don't try to make it all flowery and not your own words. Try to use your own words, your own language to make it feel real to people when they land on your site. And then the last thing you want to do is you want people to be able to contact you. So have a great contact page on there. And that includes having a Google map on there. It's easy to get Google Maps and put them on your website. If you don't, we have Mark here. He's going to help you do that. He'll do it for you, but help you design that site so that you have, of course, your information, where you're located, how they can call you, an email address. And a lot of times I put on there also a contact us form so that people can just shoot you a quick message and say, hey, how many people do you allow in your store at a time? Or how are you social distancing? These are concerns people have today. Make it easy for them to jot you a note. You capture their email, which is great because you have to respond back to them, but it's also great for building your email list. So you want to make sure that you have all that information. You want a way for them to find you on Google Maps. The great thing about it is you put that Google map in there. If they're on their mobile phone, all they have to do is hit directions, and now they can get right to your location. You want to answer people's questions on your website. You want to have your business hours, your phone number. All that information should be on your website. Wherever you want to put that is fine. You can have a business hours page. Some people put it on the contact us page. Wherever you want to put it, that's fine with you, but you need to include that information on your website. Nothing worse than having somebody drive all the way to your location only to find out you're closed on Mondays. And then ask them to join your list. My website, and some people find this, offensive or whatever, but my website, after you've been on my website for 15 seconds, I have a little thing come up that asks people to stay connected with me and to join my email list. And to get, I don't say join my email list. I basically put it, would you like to receive monthly tips on social media and email marketing? If so, share your email address with me. And that's the way I put it. I give them a reason. I'm going to be giving them good tips and value every single month. And I have people that have joined my list, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, and they're still getting my newsletter. And how do I know that? Well, they haven't opted out, so I know that if I went through the list, but occasionally one of them will call me and they'll say, yeah, I saw you and I'm still getting your email and I see that you're now providing this service now. I would like to talk to you about getting that service. So email marketing is one of the best ways to stay in touch with your customers. I'm offering, if in the talk today, if you type 60, just message me 60. I will send you a free 60-page guide. I will make sure you get that 60-page guide. I'll either give it to Austin and he can email it out to you, or if I get your email addresses, if you want to put your email address in there with 60, that's fine. I will save it and I will send you a free 60-page guide, because I can't cover everything about online marketing today in this presentation, but I have a 60-page guide that I will send you that will fill in the blanks. What I'm trying to encourage you today is to just really think seriously about what you're doing online. So go ahead and just write 60, and if you would, your email address, and I will make sure that I get you this free 60-page guide. So another thing you want to do when you're online, besides the My Business pages on Google, you want to look at different directories that are online. There's a Yelp directory. There's a lot of different directories out there that you can be in and be on. And they're great places for people to leave reviews. The more of these places that you're on, the more Google learns about you. And you want Google to learn about you. But the catch is, when you're filling these things out, you have to claim the site as your own. You might get there and find out your business is already in there, but nobody's claimed it. That Yelp already knew about you, but you need to claim that location as your business. So make sure you do that on Google. If you get there and you see that your business is already in Google, you're going to have to claim it. So make sure you do that. And Google will tell you the process to do that. But one of the keys for being on these different directories is you need to be consistent. You need to have the same name, of course, the same address. And when I say that, I don't mean, it's real easy, and you're going to think some of this is very trivial, but it's very, very important to be consistent all the way down to if it's street or road or lane, and you can't, if you abbreviate it one place, you need to abbreviate it everywhere. You really need to have it, if you say street and you write it out, everywhere you do this, you need to make sure it is the same, because Google is smart, but it's easy to confuse Google. If in one place you put a suite number and in another place you don't, Google may not see you as the same business. So when somebody gives you a review over on one site and someone else gives you a review on another site, Google may not connect those two dots that it's the same business. But the more that you get Google to understand your footprint online, the more Google's going to pull in information about you and help you with ranking and other things like that. But you really have to be consistent. Make sure your phone numbers are the same. Don't put down a mobile number one place and a landline another place. Make sure you're consistent with all of this. And then most of these have different categories of what type of business you are. Be consistent there also. The catch is, sometimes it's not always easy. When I started doing some of this stuff, Google's didn't have near the amount of categories. They've increased the amount of categories that they have now. It used to be hard sometimes to find the category you fit in, but most of them over the years have gotten to where they have very similar categories, if not the same category. So let me go here, and then encourage people to write reviews. And this gets back to email. If you can say to people when they've had their first experience with you or whatever, if you can say, hey, I would love if you would give me a review on Google, or I would love if you'd give me a review on Yelp. I'm going to send you my link, send you links to both of those, and you just choose whichever one you would like to make the review on, or wherever you want them to make a review. It could be on Facebook. You could send them all 3 links. They can go on. You might get 3 reviews. You might just get 1 review. But if you don't ask, you're going to get 0 reviews. And the more reviews you get, the more serious Google's also going to take you. And I was talking to a person the other day, and I said, yeah, I was on your LinkedIn page. Now, this has nothing to do with reviews, but I said, you have 27, you know, recommendations here. And he had no idea. People have been coming there, they'd done business with him, and they were writing him recommendations. He wasn't even paying attention to it. And I'm saying, people are saying great things about you. You should be proud of that. You should be using some of these on your website, you know, that type of thing. You know, I was trying to give him some help because he wasn't even aware that he had had these great reviews. So go ahead, get involved with Google, Yelp, and claim those sites, and then encourage people to make reviews, and hold on to those email addresses because they're valuable. Hold on to them. Stay in touch with them and start using them for your marketing. So we're gonna switch a little bit over. This is still online and how to reach out to people. You've got social media, right? You know, Twitter is a great place to do customer service. A lot of big businesses use Twitter mainly for customer services. And what they do is they look for the hashtag with their name in it. They've got that. Anytime someone uses the hashtag of that business, it comes up and they read it. And if it's something negative, they reach out to the people right away to make sure that situation gets rectified. They don't want bad stuff out there about their business, you know, something sliding through the crack. So even if you're not using something like Twitter for customer service, you should still monitor it to make sure people aren't saying something negative about you out there that you need to know about. You know, when it comes to social media, you don't have to write all the content yourself. You can share other people's content. You know, if they're in the same industry, do that. It saves you a lot of time and effort when you share someone else's information. Plus, it might be a fellow, you know, someone in the same industry that you've been wanting to get together with. You share their information, and next thing you know, they're contacting you and say, "Hey, thanks for sharing that for me. I really appreciate that." And you develop that relationship there also. So it's not always just business to consumer; it can be business to business also. You can help out a fellow business partner. And don't post the same thing on every channel. Now that can be a little, you know, difficult. If you don't know, Twitter is very limited in size. They have doubled the size of what you can post, but they still talk about it as characters, not words, but characters. You're limited, I think, to 280 characters now. So it is doubled from the 140, but it's still, you know, very, very small, very, very short statements. So Facebook, you can be a little bit wordier. LinkedIn, you can be even wordier. Instagram, you might want to be really witty and clever. Description, very short. So each social media has its own flavor. And it's kind of a pain to pop on Twitter, write one thing, go over to Facebook and write another thing. I'm going to throw Constant Contact into the mix again. They have a tool. It's totally free. Once again, if you're a Constant Contact user, you can go on and post through Constant Contact to Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And the great thing is you can post one post and send it all out to all those at the same time, or you can go in and actually tweak each different one and then schedule it to go out at the time you want it to go out at. So I'm in my final stretch here. I hope you guys are getting some good information out of this. I'm getting to the thing I really would like to talk about, and that's building the relationships. I've told you about how to get out there and make yourself more visible by having a good logo, you know, the right colors to use, those types of things, so that people recognize you when you're online. Also, now I've told you a little bit about how to get found and how to manage that brand through these different directories and even your own social media. Let's talk about really now starting to drive business and building those relationships with your customers now that people start to find you online. I've already talked about this a little bit, being mobile responsive, right? But you would be surprised, and you've probably, maybe in the past week, you got an email from a business and you had to pinch and zoom or whatever. It wasn't easy to read. if you're doing email marketing, you need to make sure that you're using an email marketing company that makes everything mobile responsive. And I don't really know of one right now that doesn't. Of course, I'm a fan of Constant Contact, and I think they do the best job, but it needs to be mobile responsive. You've worked hard on getting people to give you their email address to you. You've built your list, and now you send them something that they can't read on their phone. You could lose them. 85% of people who get an email they can't read will throw that email in the trash right away, but 35% of those people will also unsubscribe. They won't give you a second chance. So maybe someone gives you a second chance or a third chance. Eventually, your chances have run out with them. So please make sure email marketing that goes out is mobile responsive. You should not have to pinch and zoom to read it or any of those things. Something that I do for clients, I build a branded master template for them. So when they start, they're starting with a template where all they have to do is maybe drop in a picture, a couple of lines of text, and put a link to their call to action or whatever. You know, very, very simple type of thing. And then I show them how to really use the template, because there's different ways to build the templates and different ways to use the templates. You might have different types of campaigns. Over on the left here is an old style newsletter. As you can see, it's a ton of text. While I'm not really pleased with this newsletter, it's the one in my example here. I'm not really pleased with the one on the right either. I think it could be a whole lot better, but it does meet some of the best practices. You shouldn't have more than 25 lines of text in your email marketing. And how do you get around that if you have 3 or 4 stories in there? My gosh, that could be 100 lines of text. Well, or even more, what you do is you put a couple of lines of text and a click to read more. Now, when you do that click to read more, what it does is it really cleans up your newsletter. All of a sudden, your newsletter becomes short, concise. People don't dread. How many people love to open a Chamber of Commerce newsletter? Have you ever looked at a Chamber of Commerce newsletter? You usually read what's happening in the next week. And maybe if there's an event coming up a few months down, you might scroll down to it real quick. But they go on forever, you know. But they usually at least do use click to learn more links in there also. But way too much information. But that's a chamber. A chamber is kind of a different beast. But for you, you want to keep it less than 25 lines. So by using that read more button, you make your email look really manageable. People don't, when they comes in their inbox, they think, oh, I can read that email. My emails that I send out, people can read in less than a minute. They're not going to have to invest a lot of time. So the next thing I want to say about the click to read more, you learn what people are interested in, because you can look at which links get clicked on the more. So for example, say you're in the health field or something, and you are talking about spinal adjustments in one article, and you're talking about nutrition in another article, and the nutrition gets a whole lot more clicks than the spinal adjustments. Well, maybe next month your lead story should be on nutrition. You know, people have told you that's what they're really interested in. So so you want to pay attention to that. You can send out both promo style emails and more news related emails or non-promo style emails. I suggest that if you are sending out a promo email, that you do it just once in a blue moon. You can add a small promo at the bottom of your email anyway, so that's fine. But the reason people open your email is not for the sale item. And I can tell you another story on that sometime, but a customer who was losing open rates because all they did was send out promos all the time. If you actually give them something of value, some great information like this, 4 tips to make your flowers last longer, they're going to appreciate that a lot more than a 10% off or a 15% off offer that you make every single month. They just know, hey, if I'm going to their store, I'll look up that old email and I'll pull it up and I'll print out that offer and I'll take it in. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to open it. They're not going to read it because there's nothing in there for them. They're just going to, only open it when they need it. But if you're always giving them good, valuable information in your email, then people are going to always open your email. So you'll see your open rates go up. And you want to be targeted. And I'm going to wrap this up in a second. I'll probably skip through a few slides because I want to get to a little Q&A. Stay targeted. For example, if you are a pet store and you've got dogs and cats and bird products, and you send an email out, and that email you include either an article or an offer on birds, dogs, and cats. And when people click on the bird, I doubt the cat people are clicking on the bird just because they want to see what's going on with that particular story. You now know that that's a bird person. When someone clicks on the dog, you now know that person is a dog person. And if someone clicks on the cat, you know that person's a cat person. Okay, I drove that home, hopefully. Well, the neat thing is Constant Contact gives you the ability to every single link put people into a segmentation. So you can have a dog folder, a cat folder, a bird folder. And now each person who clicked on that, they're now in this other list. So if you have a sale on dog products, instead of sending it to everybody on your list and ticking off the cat and bird people who are going like, I don't care about dogs. And why aren't you having a sale on bird products? You can now send it just to the dog people. I hope this makes sense for you guys. So segmentation of your email list is great. Now, it's not something you can do right away. You kind of have to build that list, and then you have to start over time slowly segmenting it so that you can do these things. Constant Contact goes to a whole nother segmentation tool where you can segment it by offers. You can segment it by locations. If you have two different businesses, one on one side of town, maybe you have a new location on another side of town, and the new location, you're really trying to build the business. So you want to run a sale there, but you're sending your newsletter out to everybody, but you don't want everybody to know about the sale at the other store because the other location's doing great. It doesn't need a sale to get people to come in. So you only want the people to know about the sale. So you tell Constant Contact when it's going out, only include the sale coupon in my newsletter when it's going to the people on the east side of town or whatever. So if you have them segmented by location, then it'll send out the same newsletter to everybody, but it will only include the coupon to the people on the east side of town where the other location is. I hope that makes sense too. I'd love to get into it more, but we're kind of short on time. Last thing I want to touch on is digital advertising. I used to be able to tell people that you could be on Facebook for $1 a day and just grow your audience like crazy. I wish I could still say that, but I can't. But one of the trickiest things about doing digital advertising is learning the platform, learning the Facebook platform, learning the Google AdWords platform. I'm throwing Constant Contact at you one more time, my final time, I think, today here. But Constant Contact actually has a tool where right from Constant Contact, you can place your Google AdWords. You can also place Facebook ads and Facebook lead ads from Constant Contact. And they use wording when they're telling you what to do and what to fill in that makes sense. So it's not like, I don't know who words stuff for Google, but they don't think like I think. I sit there and I go, this is so ambiguous. I don't know what I'm doing. It gets really confusing after a while if you've ever tried doing some of the Google stuff. For example, you can put in your own keywords and stuff like that into Constant Contact. All that stuff is taken care of. They ask you all the questions you need to do to run a successful campaign. Here they recommend that you plan to run about $100 in a week. I used to say $30 for the month and you're good, but now it's more like $100 a week. And consider a good, strong call to action. You want to have a great product. I had a client one time that they gave me all their stuff they couldn't sell and they wanted me to sell it for them. And I'm going like, give me something sellable. The reason you have all this stuff left over is because nobody wanted to buy it in the first place. How is running a Google AdWord or running a Facebook campaign going to help with that? It's not. These are things you couldn't sell in the first place. You're just kind of throwing good money after bad. So make sure you have a really good product, because the idea is you want people to learn about you, that you want people to try your products, and then you want people to, you want to be able to reach back out to them and get them to be an ongoing customer. So, consider your strong call to action and plan to run your first campaign for about a week. You want to spend anywhere from 10 on Facebook anyway, $10 to $15, a day on Facebook, and probably spending that same amount, $10 to $15 a day on Google will work. Google will kind of either spread it out over the day, or it could be gone very, very quickly. It depends on your industry and what's going on. So Google can be a little bit trickier when it comes to that. But let's just look at this ad. This first ad here is what they call a lead ad from Facebook. And so you're asking someone to sign up, and in order to get them to sign up, you're offering to send them something for 15% off. Send them a 15% off coupon or whatever it is, and that will be sent to them once they sign up through Facebook. And here's a regular Facebook ad where you can click and go right to their shopping cart on their website. And then here's an example of a Google AdWords ad. So let me just go over this real quick, and then I might have a minute or two left for questions, hopefully. Keep your logo simple, keep it clean, keep your text very simple. Make sure your website is mobile responsive. It's very, very key. Also, you want your social media to be most mobile responsive, your email marketing. Encourage reviews, and then when someone gives you a review, respond to them. Say thank you. Do that conversation back and forth. Keep your email consistent, simple and consistent. Like I said, I will help you with a master template. If anyone becomes one of my clients, I'm happy to do that. I'm just going to zip through all this. This is everything that Constant Contact does. They used to only do email. Now they do all of this stuff. What I'm willing to offer you guys is a 60-day free trial. Like I said, the information is in the chat already, so go and get it and click. It's this long link, so don't easier to click on it in the chat and get it and go and get a 60-day account. I will also spend 30 to 45 minutes with you on a Zoom call to help familiarize you with Constant Contact and all the things that you can do. And if you become a client, I will, of course, set up a free template for you and help you get all your data and everything uploaded. So that was a little overwhelming, I know, for 55 minutes or so here. And wow, I'm right at 55. Austin, do I have time for just one or two questions?
Oh, sure, please. I want them to ask questions. I also want them to follow up with you after this 3-day event. Please ask questions. And Ken, feel free to pick a few names and call out people.
Okay.
We exhausted Maxine yesterday, so you can.
I was going to say, Maxine's, that was the name I was going to jump at right there. I never know if these other hidden people are really there. Let's try Ray and ask Ray if he has any questions and if he's really there.
Ken, you have Jeff and Donna have had their hands raised as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff and Donna. Jeff, you want to go ahead? And then I'll go to Donna real quick. You're on mute.
Yep, got it. I guess I never took my raised hand down from one of the questions you asked people to raise their hand on, but but I will say I love that that segmentation piece that I guess Constant Contact makes available. It'd be so nice to know who's going into what areas, what their interests are.
Yeah. Anytime you put a link on Constant Contact, if you want to use it for segmentation or put them in another bucket, it just helps you to learn more about that individual. So if you ever click on their contact information, it will actually tell you what buckets they're in from the things they've clicked on. So that can also help you also.
Nice. Thank you.
Did you say Donna?
Yes, Donna.
Donna?
Landon.
Oh, actually, I did the same thing. I didn't take my hand down from the other question, but no, great presentation. And also, you know, a lot of things that you was talking about, I was like so proud because I've actually done a lot of things. You know, with
Good deal.
with the video, as far as my website being very mobile friendly. Because matter of fact, I reached out to my website developer a couple of weeks ago. When I noticed I was on my website on my phone, I was like, wait a minute, it's cutting off my letters. What's going on? I said, this is what people are looking at. You got to fix this.
Yep.
So yeah, so that great job.
Well, I'm glad you caught that.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is snail mail dead?
No. I mean, you know, I actually I did a talk with Radio X, those folks, and he sent me a thank you card. And the thank you card was even specialized, had my logo on it, picture of me on it, and said, you know, thank you for being on my program, and a nice little comment, handwritten comment from him. I liked it so much I put it on all my social media. You know, I thought it was very nice of him to do. And so I put it on my LinkedIn, I put it everywhere. And of course I linked back to my interview because I'm kind of a glory hound that way, I guess. But, you know, no, I just thought it was very nice. So no, snail mail, I wouldn't say is dead, but the great thing about email marketing is that you can, you can see what people are doing. You can see what they're clicking on. You can see who's opening it. It gives you a lot of information. You know, once you send a piece of email, a regular snail mail out, you really don't know anything until the phone rings. So, I mean, you can even set up your email depending upon what package you go with. You could have it say, if someone clicks on this, I want to send them more information about that particular product. So a day later, they could get another email from you with more information. So you can trigger it to do more things that will hopefully work them down that funnel to where they actually purchase or ask for your services.
Mm-hmm. So I'm a one-woman operation, and I find myself getting like very anxious when I hear you talk, you know, all the social media, and I know how all that works. I could spend my entire day managing Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and all that. How would you recommend prioritizing, particularly for a new business? I mean, at some point I will be expanding.
Yeah.
But
I would say first, know where the bulk of your customers are. You know, learn that. And when you're talking to them, ask them, you know, what social media are you on? And find out from them and start there. Don't jump into everything at once, because once again, you will overwhelm yourself, like you were just saying. And you want to start small and build. But then once you get that under control, there's, like I was saying earlier, there's nothing to say that you can't use a tool like a Constant Contact or a Hootsuite or something and post in one, you know, make that same post in several areas. It's just requires learning a new tool, but the tools should help you. And the other thing is, remember, you don't have to write everything yourself. Keep a list and bookmarks of articles that are perfect for your industry, and then share those. So much easier to share a link and write a little quick comment about it than to think of everything. Also, just one final thing, and this is, people have found this helpful. If you go to my website, which is thesocialglue.com, you go to my website, there is a 30-day challenge there. And for 30 days, you will get suggestions for posts you can make on your social media. Out of those 30 days worth of posts, there'll probably be anywhere from 5 to 10 posts that you really enjoyed making. You can then set up a little calendar with those 5 to 10 posts and schedule them out. So over 2 weeks, you use those 5 or 10 different styles of posts, and then rinse and repeat. Just start over again on that third week making those same style posts again. If you have it written on your calendar, you'll do it. So
Mhm.
create a calendar.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate this, Austin. This is great.
Yes, thank you, Ken. I appreciate you. I appreciate the knowledge you brought this morning, the insight that you brought forward to the entrepreneurs on this call. You know, as Glenn Christian stated earlier, it's all about value. And, you know, I value you as a consultant and the information that you have imparted on us this morning. Very
Thank
great.
you.
Very great. Just two things I just want to mention. Getting to know your customers, that is so important because it helps to grow even additional customers, your additional customer base, because as you personalize the relationships, it's not all about doing business, getting ready, and then moving on to the next project, but it's about building that personal relationship with that client. Again, that client, when that client is loyal and committed to you, they're not going to your competitor. And they're also recommending you to their friends and their colleagues. So the personalization of those relationships are so important. And just another thing, there was one other. I wrote down several, but I only got time to just mention two. Sharing other people's content on your information. It's very important because we all support one another. In my monthly newsletter, Empowered, I always invite other consultants to write. Stephanie Sokenis, who is coming up next with the Small Biz Ally, she has written articles in my newsletter. Ken, I believe, has written, Mark, you know, and other consultants. And I always invite them because as I send out to my database, my distribution list, I want their information in my newsletter. They are valued consultants. They add value to the content and to the mediums that I sent out. You know, so it's always important to, you know, share other people's content, and they'll share your content, and you're able to market to each other's group. And Ken, I definitely want to follow up with you because going into 2021, I want to actually take the Empowered newsletter to another level. So I'll follow up with you after this weekend, right?
Sounds good.
So thank you so much, Ken. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. All right. So next we have a presentation, and please feel free if you need to, you know, just step away for a second and use the restroom, get something to eat. Please do. We're going to roll right along with the presentation. So you know, you are more than welcome to, you know, just take a break if you need to. But I'm just going to keep moving along. Our next presenter is Stephanie Sokenis, and I always speak highly about Stephanie because when I first got started with the ESBS, I knew speakers, but I wanted the value and the quality in my speakers that my attendees would appreciate. And Stephanie helped me literally with like 85% of my speakers in that first year. And she has been, you know, a speaker, you know, on several events, and I really appreciate our friendship. I appreciate working along with her, and I'm glad that she is part of the ESBS again this year. Very wonderful woman. Stephanie Sokenis, her presentation is Essential Steps to Strengthening Your Soft Skills. A very important skills to add to the overall brand as independent consultants, strengthening those soft skills, like your speaking skills, engagement, communication, and so on. And Stephanie will elaborate on those, all right? As an accredited small business consultant, SCORE accredited mentor, grant writer, and small business owner for more than 15 years, Stephanie Sokenis brings a passion for small business success, as well as an empathetic perspective of the day-to-day challenges faced by an entrepreneur to her coaching, consulting, and training services. In addition to helping hundreds of entrepreneurs cost-effectively set and meet goals in the areas of planning, marketing, organizational effectiveness, and strategy, Stephanie has spent the past 15 years driving programs for regional organizations from New York to the Southeast to equip entrepreneurs with the essential business skills they need to start properly, to grow sensibly, and to ultimately succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Stephanie Sokenis of the Small Biz Ally. Oh.
Do I get to sell her a t-shirt? You're on mute.
Yeah.
I'll unmute her. You're on mute, Stephanie.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you. Ken, great presentation as always. You're a tough follow, I have to tell you, because I always walk away with nuggets from your presentation. So I'm glad I was able to jump into some of that. Austin, always fantastic to collaborate with you. It's been a great relationship I've had with you for years, and I just get stronger every time we speak. So thank you for that. Lots of friends and old friends, new friends in here today. So I love that. Mark, great to see you. Both Marks, this is an old friend, new friend situation. I'm calling Mark Ham my COVID friend. Met him through this online networking, which is fantastic. And of course, Mark Farmer and I have been friends for years working together. So, and just a ton of people in here. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to talk about soft skills today. And, really, it's almost common sense skills. And what I love about soft skills the most is that people don't really realize how many soft skills they already have just from living, just from life experience in general. I say it a lot, and I've said it over the years, that one of the best things I ever did for myself was take on a PTA presidency, because the skills I walked away with, I didn't realize till 15 years later when I was speaking at something or talking about a subject or calming someone down. I realized, wow, I got that from being a PTA president. So we're going to talk about some soft skills and how they relate to you either as a business owner or an employee or an employer or anything role that you're in, a manager. They're so important. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, Austin.
Yes, ma'am. You can go ahead and share it.
Okay, let's make sure this works. Okay. Can you see the slides, or are you on the presentation mode? Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I think we're good.
You're okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, terrific. Okay, so just from a show of hands, how many people here are business owners or aspiring business owners looking to start something up soon? Great. Okay, so we're going to talk primarily about that and the role that plays in that, but a little bit about me. I know Austin read my bio, but again, I am an accredited small business consultant. I have my own company, Small Biz Ally. Company was started really to help people start properly. I watched too many years of people starting businesses and just missing the ABCs of it and going right to DEF. And because of that, just increased their chances of failure. So I really thought it was important to jump in and kind of help people just get started properly. And sometimes those few steps that they missed are things that really made the difference between success and failure. So love what I do. No two conversations I have are alike. Every day is just unique to me. Every person I meet is unique, and there's really nothing better. So go help a small business today because it's fantastic. I'm also a certified SCORE mentor. Gives me an opportunity to give back to people who are not quite ready to jump into the consulting world or help, be helped and pay for some services. Great opportunity there as well. And I'm also a certified constant contact provider as well. And I'm certified in nonprofit management. So I've got a couple of different things that I have going on, but they all lend to helping people and helping small businesses and helping entrepreneurs. So the first thing I really wanted to talk about the most was, there's two things. There's hard skills and there's soft skills. And, what's the difference? What's the main difference between these two? And then we can talk about how it relates to you. But basically, hard skills are an ability to do a specific task. You have a certification, you have an education in something, you take a course and you have some kind of a certificate for it. These are things that are learned as far as education goes. But the soft skills are really the way you approach things and the way you do them. And we're going to dive really kind of deep into this. And my real hope for you today is that you're going to walk out of here and you're going to say to yourself, wow, I have a lot more skills than I thought I did. And having those skills are going to help me do what I do better, just knowing I have them. I call them hidden talents. And there's really no shortage of me speaking to people as a SCORE mentor and trying to pull these out of people when they're at their lowest. And when they say, you know what, I'm not sure I can do this. I don't know if I have the experience to do this. I don't know if I have the talent or the skill to do this. And I start digging into, well, are you a mom? Well, you know, have you been on a team as an athlete? All these different things you have to think about can lend to what's going to make your business much more productive. So let's talk about what the world's looking at now. Okay, and you probably have seen these things, and I just pulled this off of LinkedIn, but these are the top 10 hard skills that most companies are looking for now in an employee, okay? And these are things you've probably seen before. And then if we move over to the top 5 soft skills that people are needing most, you have creativity, persuasion, collaboration, adaptability, emotional intelligence, okay? And emotional intelligence, if you're not familiar with that term, you're hearing it more and more. Those are the things that allow you to understand and manage your emotions more. So you'll see these terms, these are coming up more and more and more about personality development, managerial styles, leadership, all of these things you've been hearing a lot about. But these are the top soft skills that employers look for now. And as we get into it, you'll understand why. We're going to really dive into these buckets. So by definition, the difference between hard skills and soft skills, very simple. Your hard skills are going to include the specific knowledge and abilities that require you to have the success you need in the job. Okay, the things you're going to list under education on your resume, things like that we talked about. And your soft skills are really going to talk about how you deal with people, you know, how are you going to manage situations, you know, are you grace under pressure, things like that. The problem with soft skills is that they're not as measurable as hard skills, obviously, right? You've seen people say, you know, if I could just get in the door with that employer, I know I can prove to them that I can do this job. And sometimes you're hired off of keywords on a resume. And it's hard to put those soft skills in a resume, in a description, and have them actually bounce off a page to somebody that's hiring, a personnel director. So they're tough. You know, hard skills are teachable abilities. Okay, these are things that you go learn how to do specifically, and you're given something to show that you have learned them. But soft skills are something that people notice. So how do you prove them? How do you show someone, hey, I've got this skill and you need it, and it's going to really benefit your company. It's going to help drive success for your company. Well, your hard skills are easy, like I said. You'll have certificates, degrees, things that pop. But soft skills, because they're related to your personal characteristics and traits, they're just more difficult to prove. So we'll talk about how you can show that to an employer and or a client. Because the most important thing being an entrepreneur is you have to have these abilities to be successful, to start a business, to grow a business, to deal with customers. So here's a great example of the different buckets. With hard skills, you're looking at computer skills, data analysis, math, foreign language, right? You can grab hold of these things, you understand them. But soft skills are more in-your-face communication, leadership, flexibility, things that people notice maybe when you're under the gun with things. So looking at one particular job description, this might be a good picture of what the difference would be. Your software developer would have specific programming knowledge, right? They would know a program specific to that industry. But that same software developer's soft skills might be looked at as being able to communicate, work well with a team, being a problem solver, things you really would only see if it came up. A lot of employers are saying now even hire for fit and train for skill. So that tells you, right, why soft skills are so important. You want someone who's going to be able to work in that setting. So thinking about you as an entrepreneur, okay, and really this applies to you as an employee as well, if you're in that role. But as an entrepreneur, as a small business owner, as a large business owner, as a manager, in any role you're in, think about the necessary characteristics that you'd have to be successful, okay? And I always put communication on top because communication is key. If you can't speak to a customer, you're not going to get very far. I've met with people even as a SCORE mentor, and I said, you know what, you know your stuff. You are so good at what you do, but you should not be the front person for your company, right? We've all met them. We've all met them at networking events and said, boy, you really know your stuff, but I can't listen to you for another minute. You might want to hire somebody to get out there and communicate for you. Self-awareness. Be able to take feedback. We need these things to better ourselves as people, as individuals, and as business owners. Problem solving. You're not going to get very far as an entrepreneur if you can't solve problems, if you can't take a step back and look at it from a different perspective. This actually should be number one for entrepreneurship, adaptability. What entrepreneur that's successful do you know of that is not qualified with the word adaptability? Okay, all I have to say is COVID. Okay, think about it. Stress management. I know many of you are business owners. I know many of your businesses. Tell me you don't have a day where you really could use some stress management. Okay, you have to be good at it. Creativity, got to think outside the box. These are all skills. And networking, I could talk about networking for an hour and a half. You have to be good at it. You have to be approachable. And what I've seen over the years is some people are good at showing up to networking, but they're not good at the act of networking. Because many people don't realize, what am I supposed to do when I get in the room? Now, I remember having classes and courses with Networking 101. You're in the room, your target market's there, but now what do you do? So these are all soft skills, and they're all necessary. So the question always comes up, okay, well, what are they, right? We talked about that. Do I have them? And if I don't have them, what can I do to get them? Can I go to school? Can I learn them? Can I call my mother and yell at her for not doing a better job? How do I learn soft skills? So if we look at things like communication skills, I'd love for you to take a look at this list and think to yourself. And normally when I run this a little bit longer in a course, we talk about grading these things and giving yourself a point value to see where you need to focus more. But just kind of look at some of these things that are popping up here. Are you a good listener? You know, are you able to write well, speak well? Do you know some tools that might be out there for you that might be able to help you improve on that? And I'm always the first one to judge me. So my written skills were never good. But when I found the tool Grammarly, boy, did I get better. So there are tools out there for you that you can take advantage of that will absolutely help you improve what you're doing. Do you have patience and understanding? Do you have good days and bad? Know your good days and bad. Are you supportive of people? If a client calls you and says they're sorry they didn't get the contract back to you and you already started work and you're angry, you know, maybe they had a death in the family, can you be supportive of that client? Are you open-minded? And these are things that seem like common sense, but not always. Respect people. Are you open to feedback? A lot of people say yes, and then you have conversations with them, and they're really not. So think about some of these things and how you can improve on what you do. What are your presentation skills? Are you able to put a slideshow together? Are you able to speak eloquently? And let me tell you, there's always room for improvement. So nobody's 100%. So always look to be getting better and better at what you're doing, even if you're really good at what you do. What is your public speaking skills? You know, maybe you can go join something like Toastmasters and learn how to speak publicly, get feedback, take feedback, get a strong back for things like that. Constructive criticism can go a long way. With communication, rule number one, if you're not ready to answer something, walk away from your computer. Don't be so quick to respond just to respond. Things get lost sometimes. No knee-jerk reactions. If you're angry, count backwards from 10 and walk away and come back. These are all ways you can develop your own soft skills. Put yourself in the situation of the person who is communicating with you before you go and judge. How would you want to be treated in that situation? Sometimes just taking that 10-second break and walking away and coming back makes all the difference in the world. And again, take a public speaking class to gain some feedback. And again, Toastmasters is one. I know there's others. So while I am on the sharing of the screen, I can't see all of you, but if you have any questions, I'd love to know if anybody feels, by a show of hands, who here feels that they're pretty strong with communication skills? And it's okay to feel that way. I know some of you are, because I know some of you personally. And who feels they might need a little bit of help in that area and they're going to work on it? Okay. So I know I need help in all of these areas I'm going to go over with you. Okay, the next bucket is conflict resolution. Okay, listen effectively. Identify specific points of disagreement. Right, we've all been in some kind of a mediation situation where there's two sides not agreeing. Think about what you can do differently. Think about how you can truly be, you know, in the middle of things, sitting on the fence and really there to fix it. If it's you that's on one side of it, be open to communication. Make sure you're understanding what the other person is saying. And I love the last one. I love view conflict as an opportunity for growth, because that's so true. Sometimes you walk away with information that you never knew before. How many times have you been in an argument with someone and you walked away and said, I never knew that. I never knew that. Had we not had this argument, that never would have come out. Focus on specific issues. Don't escalate. Just get to the point of the matter. Build from there, but work out what you're doing. There are different classes you can take, and we're going to cover that in a little bit for conflict resolution. Just things to strengthen things, just skills that you can work on. Sometimes it's just choosing the right words to get through these type of situations. And be honest about what you want the outcome to be. Think about how many arguments you've walked into where you really didn't want to walk out as friends. Don't go in fooling yourself. Be honest. But also know the red flags. So I'm sure we've all had clients where the red flags went up in the first conversation and you saw it and you said, I'm not sure this is really where I want to go. Be aware of those things. Take a step back and think about what you're about to engage in. How many times have we had that difficult client 4 months in and we said, boy, the writing was on the wall from day one, I knew better. It happens. Be honest with yourself. Sometimes the best conflict resolution is to avoid the conflict altogether. Teamwork skills, hugely important. And we all are aware of these things, right? Collaborate. Make sure you include people. Build confidence. Everyone's opinion matters. Sometimes I have to learn to take a step back and close my mouth and listen to other people. Listen, let them talk. It's not individual ideas, it's the whole collaboration that works. These are all things that you need to pay attention to when you're in a meeting or on a Zoom call, or even working with clients. You might have the greatest idea to make their business flow or make it work with them, but you have to hear what their needs are as well. Be supportive. Understand where they've been. And enthusiasm is key. You cannot walk off a call with a client without being enthusiastic about what you're going to be able to do for them. If you're not sure how to deal with different personalities, take one of the personality tests, the millions of personality tests that are out there. And I'm sure we're all familiar with those. We all wonder what our Myers-Briggs is or our DISC profile. And if you haven't taken them, take one. The beauty of these programs is they not only teach you more about yourself, but they teach you about the different other personality types that are out there, and then how your personality type best interacts with one of those personalities. You really get an inside look at, wow, I didn't understand that what really matters to them is this. So now I know how to approach them better. And where can that help you most? That can help you in sales. Leadership skills. Leadership is a word that you just hear thrown around everywhere now. So know what it means as it relates to you. Tons of things, right? Be open-minded. Be able to delegate. Stop being overwhelmed. That's going to help you with your stress management. Find the strong points of people and play to those. Use those strong points. Find out what matters to the people you're working with. And these are all intertwined. Your leadership skills will work with your teamwork, will work with your stress management, will work with your communication. People want to look to someone, they want to look to a mentor, they want to know they can come to you. Okay, build confidence with people you work with. You'll see tons of workshops out there now on understanding different generations and how they work. I'm not a millennial. I want to know how to work with a millennial. Okay, if they're going to be clients of mine, I need to know what's making them tick, what's going to resonate with them. Understand different personalities. People are just different. They want different things. They're driven by different needs. Take classes. I promise you there is no shortage of these classes out there for free right now, especially now with everything being on webinars. I know we're all probably have Zoom burnout and webinar burnout, but go take some of these while they're still being offered at reduced prices. Problem-solving skills, equally as important. Don't step back, step up. Jump up, take initiative. Use your reasoning skills. 9 times out of 10, you know how to solve a problem. You're just afraid to put yourself out there, okay? Think about what if we try this? Be okay, don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid that your solution is not going to work. Get feedback from people on what your solution idea is. You know, one big great phrase is always, you know, don't come to me with a problem, come to me with a solution. You probably have a great way to fix it. Use your main idea as a building block. Collaborate with other people. Say, you know, I think we might be able to fix this problem by doing this. And you'd be surprised when someone says, you know, well, what if we do that, but then we maybe do this with it? And before you know it, you're coming up with an incredible solution to things. This is the idea of brainstorming, teamwork, self-management. Probably one of the hardest things with people. Oop, spelling mistake. That's a soft skill. Okay, work ethic, tremendously important. Plan everything, learn new skills, identify strategies. Again, manage your emotions. We've all tried to self-manage ourselves, and we're going to talk about how this comes into play in real life as well. Try systems until they work for you. And when I say that, I mean, go onto Google and say, I need help managing my skills, self-managing myself. And you're going to get about 16 different forms and charts and Excel spreadsheets and methods that you can try that might work. They're not for everyone. There's different methods out there. So try one a week and see what works best for you. to manage your time and manage your self-confidence and being able to keep yourself up to speed. You're going to be much more productive if you can check things off your list. Know your strengths and focus on them. But more importantly, know what your weaknesses are and learn how to delegate those tasks. I have more clients right now that are spending so much time, or come to me spending so much time doing things that they can outsource and trying to figure out why their businesses aren't growing. Because they're spending time doing invoicing and administrative tasks when the bulk of their business that's making them the money is a task that only they can do. But because they're wasting so much time on things they can outsource to probably a number of people, they're not focusing on that one skill that needs to be worked on. And celebrate your small wins. Very important. Don't let those go. Understand your best working conditions. If you think replying to emails at 8 o'clock in the morning is your best bet, do it then. If it's 11 o'clock, then do it then. Don't read an article and say, well, it says I should be doing it at this time. Do what's going to work for you and going to make you the most productive. I sit down every Sunday night and plan out my entire week. That's when it works for me. This way I know that my week is productive. I'm not tripping over myself all week trying to figure out if I forgot something. Try different things. Creativity, tremendously important nowadays, especially in light of COVID. I loved sitting back and watching these soft skills come out of people with these different ideas that people came up with during COVID, what they did with their businesses to make themselves stay relevant. I have a whole presentation I did on that over for the whole chamber, actually. Incredible, some of the jobs they do. Don't ever stop being creative. Take an hour a week and Google yourself crazy and try to look at what people are doing. Think outside the box, troubleshoot things, and always be thinking that you want to be innovative. And brainstorm with people. Okay, again, think about what COVID's taught us about changing and adaptability and being creative and what can we do. I have a restaurant that I was talking about that ran a contest on their Facebook page and had parents, it was a family restaurant, and parents had their children do a coloring contest, and all the coloring contest would be put in the window of the restaurant while the restaurant was closed during COVID. And because of that, when they opened the drive-in, every family that actually submitted something came by through the drive-through and bought something from them because they wanted to see their kid's picture in the window. That's creative. Be creative. But ask people too. In the world of social media, you can go on there and ask your clients what they're looking for. Go look at your competition and see what they're doing. And negotiating and networking skills is just super tremendously important when it comes to soft skills. I have watched the worst of the worst networkers and the best of the best. I've stood in the back of the room and watched people interact with one another and said, oh boy, and said, oh wow. It's amazing the difference. So think about things you can do. And don't be afraid to be your own focus group. You know, who's approached you where you've said, I do not want to speak to this person again? And who's approached you where you've said, wow, I want to do business with them? What did they do right and what did they do wrong? Use your own experiences. Think about persuasion, gentle persuasion, reasoning when you're doing negotiation. These are all soft skills. And you're going to see that emotional intelligence pop up all the time. And the reason why is because it's you having your emotions in check. You know, politicians, and I hate to say that word this week, but politicians have that, right? They have that. Keep your emotions in check. Approachable. Be approachable. That's one of my favorite words. If someone calls me approachable, that is the most flattering thing someone can say to me. Be a conversationalist. Don't always be selling, right? Like Ken said before in his workshop, right? Don't always be selling, selling, selling. It's about educating. It's about value. What value can you bring to people? I've seen people walk up to other people and just say, what can I do for you? How can I help you? That's it. And those are the most popular people I've seen. So now is a great time to get some practice in. And I think Mark Ham and I have discussed this too during COVID, but what a great opportunity to be on virtual networking events where if it doesn't work out, you click the X and you move on to the next one. You're not getting in your car and fighting Atlanta traffic and trying to go from Hall County to Cobb County in the same day. You can now be in Hall County and Cobb County in the same day with a click of a button. What a great way to get out there and test some 30-second commercials and do things without a huge investment of time. Take advantage of those things. And I'm sure Mark could point you to a million networking events because he is Mr. Network. But get out there. That there's so many opportunities for you to try different things as far as networking with individuals to see how things work. How do you approach people? What makes you likable? What makes you recognizable? Ask your colleagues, what makes them refer someone? What qualities are they looking for in someone? So you know what boxes to check. I don't know what business everyone is in, but you have to agree that the most flattering thing in the world is somebody referring someone to you. So why would they refer you? Find out. What made you refer me? Is it my likability? Is my knowledge? Is it that you know I'm going to do the right thing? These are all skills that are soft, that people have recognized over the course of the years or getting to know you. Use them. Are you memorable? I mean, I stayed in touch with Mark because Mark was memorable to me when I first met him. So think about things like that. Ken and I have known each other for years too. Austin, same thing. They're memorable because it's always about what can I do for you? How can I help you? So think about what you can do to be memorable with people. Adaptability is huge. Be flexible. Always be positive. It's okay. We're going to get through this, right? How many people did you follow that said, oh, COVID's the end of me? Instead of people that said, oh, I'm going to twist on this. I'm really going to do well. I'm going to change what I'm doing. Accept the change. Refocus. Prioritize. These are the things that are soft skills that you might be doing. And if you're doing them, you have soft skills. And if you're not doing them, this is how you get them. The word pivot is a soft skill. How did you do with COVID? Did you change? Did you make things work? Decision-making skills. Make sure that you've got them, okay? Most important with all of these decision-making soft skills that you can have, accountability, responsibility. Make a decision and own it. Okay, understand the consequences of your decision, be confident with it, and then own it. Very important. Your time management skills. This is as old as time, right? Meet your deadlines, set goals. These are the things that are soft skills that people are looking for as clients and as employers. And as an employer, you should be looking for, right? You want people to be reliable. You want them to be able to delegate effectively, not just kick it off their plate. You want them to be able to reach objectives. Okay, if you're not sure if you can do these things, practice in your personal life. Our personal lives have all of these things, and our personal lives require all of these types of time management skills. Try different systems that are out there. Okay, I use a Pomodoro technique. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that or not, but it is a program that gives you 23 minutes on task, and then you take a break for about 5 minutes. And whether you're done or not with that task, you're done with that task. That's what I love about it. It keeps you focused on what you're doing. I tend to get into the, oh, look at that. Wow, new thing, shiny thing. This keeps me focused and on task. I get more done following the Pomodoro effect than any other way. If you want more information on that, just let me know. Prioritize. Sometimes it's easier to do the fun stuff first, and then the stuff that's not so fun next. Try to mix it up a bit, but prioritize and get the really important things out of the way. And I know that this is common sense to most of you, but it's not a bad reminder because I forget. We all forget. So think about some of the skills you have, okay? Just walking through life, regardless of what you've done, maybe in your family life. There's not one of you that has a family that hasn't already practiced stress management, right? I'm sure. The holidays are coming. Those are usually the most stressful times with family. Time management. If you have children, you certainly know what I mean. Problem solving. If you have children, you certainly know what I mean. These are things that you do every day in your personal life. If you've held a job at any point of your life, you've practiced creative thinking, strategic planning, and a work ethic. If you volunteered with an organization, you've probably practiced conflict resolution and some form of delegation. You may have been on the receiving end of it, but it's still practice. Your life experience in general definitely puts in front of you an opportunity to have positive thinking, to stay optimistic about things, adaptability, and even your hobbies. Any kind of athletic team that you've been on. That's a teamwork situation. You've learned that. And just as a hobby of fisherman, that's patience. So think about the things in your life that work with all of these different soft skills. But just because a certificate gives you a hard skill and not a soft skill does not mean that there's not opportunities out there for you to develop soft skills. Your everyday life does afford you that, but there's other opportunities out there for you. So I've listed a few of them here, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. But SCORE, you're familiar with SCORE, and it's a national organization, nonprofit organization. There's a North Metro Atlanta chapter of SCORE as well, which I'm a member of, I'm a mentor with. They offer workshops, 4 or 5 workshops a month. A lot of them, directly or indirectly, teach soft skills. Take a look at the workshop schedule. Right now, they're running them for half price at $20 for a 2-hour workshop by subject matter experts. They're phenomenal. There's a company called Coursera. There's a company called Sophia. There's LinkedIn Learning. There's courses held by local universities in the area. No shortage of those. Your local library has a ton of resources that you probably are not aware of. So go log on, look at the education, adult education, tons of soft skill training there. And my favorite way is by making mistakes. The best way to learn things, in my opinion, is to make a mistake, learn the hard way. But by living also, just by living every day, you're going to build those soft skills up to make your business better and yourself better. So I'm going to unshare this and just jump in. I want to make sure I have time here. Okay, I'm going to unshare that. Okay, so I'm curious, did anybody recognize themselves in that presentation of some of those soft skills that they never realized they actually had, but they said, you know, I can do that? Anybody jump into that and feel that way when they saw something pop up? I could pick on somebody. Ken, I'll pick on you. And you know, Ken, I'm gonna kind of plug you a bit, Ken, also. There's Constant Contact has some great webinars and workshops that indirectly, in my opinion, teach a lot of soft skills. And I know you conduct quite a few of them, Ken. You know, communication, right? Communication skill is your email marketing. And those
Exactly.
webinars, how to communicate better with your customers. So kind of see the forest through the trees, as they say.
Yes,
The light
I
at the end
think I think more people have more skills than they realize. You know, it's just and I think with your exercise of going through a lot of them, I think hopefully people took away from them, you know, that they do have these abilities. I never spoke before. Until I became a business owner and actually started working with Constant Contact, the idea of standing up in front of two people petrified me, you know, and it's something that you teach yourself, you learn, and you can do it.
Absolutely. And even a skill set like that, I have looked at, I've watched people and been just in awe of how good people can shoot from the hip to speak at something. It's amazing, but they are things that you can learn. And I still remember walking into the auditorium when I was a PTA president and the principal saying, "Are you ready to talk?" And I said, "I didn't know I was supposed to speak." And he said, "Oh yes, you have to speak about this." And I mean, I remember sweating but shooting from the hip and said, well, if I survive that, I can survive anything. So, and that starts you on a path of this self-confidence.
Right. I think when you know your topic because it's your business, it changes everything, because you should be passionate about your business and you should be wanting to talk about it. And so it really does make a difference.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I see Maxine says she does the same thing. She plans her week every Sunday evening. I read a Dear Abby article years ago that said the best way to make yourself feel accomplished is, rather than making a list and doing the things and crossing them off, is to, as you do them, write them down and cross them off. And I thought that was the funniest thing I ever read, but it was true. I mean, talk about feeling like you've accomplished something. I don't know, how about you? I'm going to pick on people. So Maxine, you do that, right? That's what you do every Sunday? You jump in and...
Absolutely, absolutely. And it makes a huge difference because I know ahead what my week looks like. But I also leave some spaces in there that are undone, that's not scheduled. So if something crops up, I can fit it in. I do
Absolutely.
that. Yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
And Samantha, you're asking for the Pomodoro technique. So I will send that to you. Actually,
Yes.
Okay.
Because I get distracted. That's why I think that would just work awesome for me. Thank you.
I am very good at, I'm not very good at taking my own advice. So I do that too. I say, wow, this is neat. Let me look at this. This is kind of, I should, and then I get off task a little easy. So I will send that to you. Austin, I don't know, maybe I send that to you and you can get that over to Samantha, or you can provide me with her information.
Sure. Because
That'd be
what I'm going to
great.
do is I'm going to collect all the presentations and have them loaded up on the event website to access.
Okay.
Okay, terrific. Anybody else want to jump in? Anybody else thinking that they might, that they have skills that the soft skills they didn't realize they had, or is interested in trying to figure out where they can go to get some different soft skills, or?
I did Toastmasters, and I found that really helpful with the presentation skills, because I'm a teacher. So standing in front of the class and being able to convey the information and so forth. But Toastmasters was really helpful for me.
Excellent. And did you find also when you took something like that, there was also some residual bonuses to it, that you learned some other things along the way?
Yes.
Like maybe how to take feedback, right? Things like that.
Yeah, how to take feedback. And it makes me more conscious of the information in between, like the ums and the ohs and how many times you say that. So it teaches you how to think about what you're going to say. And it's okay if it's a little small silence, because silence helps you to get your thoughts together before you speak, as opposed to filling in the gaps with the ums and oh and so on. So it was really helpful. Yeah.
Absolutely. I've never taken Toastmasters, but I've heard great things about it. I sat in on class once or twice, and what I love was the feedback aspect. It's honest feedback. It's not a room full of people going, "Oh my gosh, you're great, thanks so much," and then you really weren't. So This is
Feedback.
honest feedback.
Honest feedback, and you have to be open to it, and it helps you to grow. What I find is with the honest feedback, it helps you to know what you need to improve on.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now,
Anybody
Stephanie-
else?
Stephanie
Yes,
Maxine. Yes, I have never been involved in Toastmasters, but I understand what it does. So as a coach, when I meet someone who needs that kind of help, I recommend them to do that. What I have also noticed with Toastmasters is that you don't only learn how to speak and receive feedback and all that, you also build a network. It's an organization where you can build a network. So that's another benefit from being in Toastmasters.
Yeah, I've been involved in chambers of commerce for over 15 years. So to me, everything's a networking event. This is a networking event, right? There's no non-networking opportunities when you're in a room full of people. You know, so anytime I'd run a workshop or a class and people would just be sitting there, get there early and sit there, I'm like, hello, this is a networking opportunity. Talk to the guy next to you. Talk to the woman in front of you that you don't know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, so you're not using that opportunity wisely. And I jumped in on one yesterday, a class yesterday by Corey, who ran a great workshop yesterday on networking. And I was listening because I was doing something else at the same time, but I was like, wow, he's right. You know, turn your camera on, talk to people, you know, stand out and be memorable.
Yep.
Definitely. How about you, Samuel? Can I pick on you?
Yes, please do. Please. A lot of, I'm glad, great minds think alike. I unmuted at the same time.
Okay, good.
No, a lot of great information. I'm looking forward. I know Austin said he's going to put it back on the website. So I'm going to go back and re-watch this and actually take some notes. But no, thank you very much. Yeah, very, very well spoken, very enthusiastic. Your passion comes out. And, great communicator. So definitely can learn a thing or two from you. Thank you.
That's great. And I tend to take anything I do and talk more about how you can make it work for your business. And I got to keep myself from not going out in the weeds on that. But yeah, so you don't realize the soft skills involved in things, right? To me, they're more valuable than hard skills. I mean,
absolutely.
Some people would say that to you. They'll say, well, would you hire for experience or would you hire for education? And my answer is always depends, right? If they're a doctor, I want the education. But if they're working in an office for me, I want the experience. I want to know that you know how to work in an office, and I want to know that you're able to work with other people and that you can delegate and you can solve a problem and you can answer the phone and handle the person on the phone. And sometimes you don't get that from book knowledge. So I like a mix of the both, depending. But to your point, it's just it's so important to have everything.
Sure.
Yeah.
The knowledge alone is not enough. The knowledge alone is not enough.
Absolutely.
All the whole bag of soft skills. Yes.
Absolutely.
I think for me, it's patience, because I have been, over the course of my life, I've been such an impatient person. Everything has to work on that first attempt. There's no second or third attempt. It has to work on that first attempt. And what I had to realize as I was developing myself personally is that it might not work on the fourth attempt. It might work on the fifth attempt or the sixth. So persistence and staying focused, on the vision and the task at hand. I had to learn to develop that because I had to deal with the fact that I lacked patience, So I had to learn that, as when you go and you're going for the ask, right? And you get a no. You go the second time and you get a no. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to be a no, or it's going to be a no on the third or fourth attempt, but you have to remain persistent. And maybe on the third time, the sales strategy or the approach may be enhanced to the fact where on the third time, the person say, you know what, yeah, let's give it a try,
Right.
But it's not like totally collapsing on that first attempt because the person said no, or because the attempt didn't work, but is remaining persistent. That's what I had to learn.
Yeah. And there's both. I mean, I respect the person that says, well, maybe I need to change something. There's something wrong with them. It's sometimes, you have to take a step back and look at it differently, right? And just have a different perspective of it.
Yeah. Any other questions? I just want to implore everyone to ask questions. Our consultants are here, giving their time. If you have to ask them questions outside of the ESBS, it's going to cost you. Because now you're paying for their time. But as you have them here, ask the questions. You're here to learn. This is a learning experience, okay? So please unmute your mics and ask questions. The only way you're going to grow successfully is if you increase your knowledge by asking the questions.
Really, I credit everybody else. I mean, I'll whether I'm in a SCORE mentoring session or in a consulting session with a client, and I give them an idea and they say, wow, that's a great idea. It usually came from someone else that I was talking to. So I love these conversations. You have no idea the knowledge and information and value you have in your heads that you need to get from your heads to your mouths. I mean, it is unbelievable how much you are a subject matter expert in your own field and just don't realize it.
Yeah.
So think about that. Think about that when you're out there talking to people.
Right. Right.
Well, this is great. So I'll invite you to email me at info@smallbizally.com if you want me to send you that Pomodoro technique, but I will get it to Austin as well. And if I can help you at all going forward with anything, love to hear more about what you're all doing with your businesses, especially now. It all helps me do a better job with my clients. So thank you for the opportunity, Austin. This has been great. Thank you all for being here.
I am thanking you for giving us your time. Thank you so much.
Always enjoy this.
Yes,
Always a
ma'am.
treat to do this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you
right.
all.
All right. Thank you again. And, thanks to Stephanie. Stephanie has a wealth of knowledge and information, and she's a great repository of information for entrepreneurs and small business owners, regardless if you are pre-startup, you're early in the startup phase, or if you are an existing business and growing. She is a great resource with the Small Biz Ally, so definitely follow up with her, and with Ken, and with Glenn and all the consultants you will hear today. They all have something that I know you all need in order to add to your business. So definitely make sure you follow up. All right, our next speaker is here, and just take 60 seconds to just breathe in and breathe out, inhale, exhale. I know we're going in sequential order and transitioning. I just want everybody to be invigorated. If you need to run for a cup of coffee, go ahead and do that. I got mine. But we're so happy to have you all here today. You don't know how happy I am that I was able to get this together on Zoom, on a virtual platform, myself having to learn how to pivot. So just take about 60 seconds. Let me just queue up Samuel's bio, and then we'll move on with it. Sam, you have a presentation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I share that from here, or do I need to send that to you?
You could go ahead and load it up, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. And let me just queue up your bio, and we'll move along.
While we're waiting, I'll queue up the video of Austin Thompson singing I Believe I Can Fly.
No.
You're really going to enjoy this one.
If it's a video of me singing, I lose all my audience. I lose my audience.
You should have saw Samuel's face like, I didn't sign up for that. I'm just joking, y'all.
All right, can everyone see that, the entrepreneurial equation?
All right.
Yes, sir. It's up. It's up and loaded.
It's loaded. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's see if that'll. Okay. Good. Good.
Oh, funny at Eddie. Eddie wanted me to load the video up.
No.
See, I have to make sure I get paid at the end of this conference. And so I hold the video just in case Austin doesn't send a check over.
I think it would be a really great introduction. Mark, I think you're going to get more people more in tune just showing that video.
Oh, man.
All right, Austin, you let me know. Let me
Okay.
know when you're ready for me. But
All right.
I'm ready and available.
All right, I'm ready now. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Well, go ahead.
so everyone, I just want to welcome Samuel Richmond. He is an investment advisor professional with Edward Jones, and he has been more than gracious to welcome my invitation to be one of our esteemed speakers over these 3 days. As a financial advisor, I strive to serve my clients to the highest ethical standards of care. Taking the time to understand what is most important to you is paramount, while utilizing an established process to achieve your stated goals. My practice is geared towards how my clients measure peace of mind as business owners and families navigating the unique challenges we face in our world today. Being a CEO of a local business, I am experienced in the nuances of entrepreneurship. My objective is to partner with you throughout life, keeping you on track with quality investments, diversification, and a long-term strategy. For over a decade, I passionately seek out all investment personalities with confidence, expertise, and insight. As part of your team, we will partner with your CPA and an attorney to coordinate the components of your entire financial picture. My most notable accomplishments include the marriage to my beautiful wife, Melanie, of 14 years, and the birth of my boys, Samuel and Isaiah, ages 4 and 2. Our hobbies include exploring the great outdoors, as well as our appreciation for the arts, theater, and music. We also enjoy a worship experience that adds great value to our lives. Community involvement is very important to me. I am a former board member of Hope for the Inner City, an organization that focuses on economic empowerment for the inner city in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I've been involved in various nonprofit organizations throughout Atlanta and Chattanooga, such as the Urban League, Big Brothers Big Sisters, and Operation Hope. Education and learning is high on my list of priorities. In 2009, I earned a Bachelor of Science in Organizational Management from Covenant College, followed by a Master's in Financial Planning from Kansas State University in 2014. I achieved my CFP, Chartered Financial Planner, designation in 2015 and continue to feed my appetite for learning through ongoing trainings, workshops, and books. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Samuel Richmond.
Thank you, Austin. I really appreciate that introduction, and
Yes,
I
sir.
really appreciate the opportunity to serve you and your audience and just bring some information that hopefully will be timely and hopefully you all get some value out of it. I do have to warn you, after coming after Stephanie, it's a little bit intimidating. Also, I've done several speaking engagements. My father is a pastor, so you can only imagine. We kind of get up there and we just wing it. But my compliance department has given me a very strict script that I have to stick with, and so I'm just not accustomed to that. So we'll see how this goes. But anyways, I would like for this to be somewhat interactive. Normally, I'm doing this in front of an audience. And in live, and I can see hands being raised, etc. What I'm going to try to do is get through this as quickly as I can. This presentation is about 35 to 40 minutes, and then at the end, leave enough room to be able to answer any questions and kind of be more interactive in that result. But if for some reason something is just really pressing, feel free to just say, "Hey, just stop me. I'm fine with that," and I'll try to address it if I can. Does that sound fair?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So I became a financial advisor because I have a passion for really investing and helping folks meet their financial goals. This is a big reason why I came here to present today, because I love to help people become educated investors. And as business owners, we spend so much time focused on building our baby sometimes that certain things, foundational things, may sometimes slip through the cracks, not because we're not aware of it. Maybe we are, maybe we're not because we, we're oblivious to it, but sometimes because we just don't have the time. So the seminar today is really designed to help you as a business owner understand the tools that are available to you to really help build, grow, and preserve your business while enabling you to focus on what you do best, okay? And that's the key thing. Stephanie mentioned delegating. As business owners, especially if you're like a type A personality like myself, who likes to control as many of the variables as possible, or at least that's what my wife used to say before I got smart and became wiser. It's hard sometimes to let go because we want to do everything. But today, part of what I'm going to be talking about is going to ask you to delegate some of these other things so that you can really focus on what you do best, okay? And then you let those other professionals focus on some of those other areas of your business, other aspects of your business, to really help everything in totality be where it needs to be. Now, before we get started, normally this is the time where we say, hey, let's get better acquainted, let's exchange some business cards, etc., and get to know one another. But again, we're going to skip that until the end. So as business owners, although your day-to-day activities probably differ, we have many of the same things in common. For example, it's likely that most of us here are strapped for time. We all have our share of financial pressures. If we have employees, well, they come with their own set of challenges, don't they? Then there are the tax issues associated with owning a business. In addition, we'll likely face challenges that are very specific or unique to our business or industry, whether it be regulations, whether it be new laws, whether it just be dealing with the city or county or whatever the case may be, or even competitors. Or new products or technology or services or business models. I mean, there's so many things that as a business owner, so many things that we're juggling. And so what I'd like to do is really talk about what we believe here at Edward Jones is the entrepreneurial equation, okay? So we all have a vision for our business. Sometimes that vision can get clouded. Because many of the challenges that we face wearing all of these hats, being the HR person, maybe we're the manager, the marketer, the salesperson, and the general go-to person for problem solving, right? In my business, I was the guy writing the checks and sometimes also cleaning the toilet bowls when everybody left, okay? So you need to find that equation that gives you the best mix of operational, business, and personal excellence. And at Edward Jones, we call this the entrepreneurial equation. Now, an important step in developing your own equation is really to engage a team of professionals to help you deal with a wide range of daily business needs. That team should typically consist of your accountant or tax professional to deal with the tax issues that may arise, and cash flow and payroll expenditures, etc. An attorney for setting up the business structure appropriately, succession or estate planning, and a financial advisor to really help you keep your eye on your business and personal goals and investing needs, and really help you make sure that you have the appropriate amount of insurance to help protect these goals. As a financial advisor, that individual needs to be familiar with your business and your personal and financial history so that he or she can really help coordinate the efforts of the team here. And I think the number one word that I'd like to say or highlight is really this team approach, right? You're in business for yourself, but not by yourself. There's only so many balls you can juggle. You focus on what you do best, and then all these other partners around you, your CPA, your financial advisor, your attorney, and maybe a business coach, et cetera, or mentor, can really then help pick up the slack in some other areas and really help you to be focused in those areas as well. So think of your financial advisor as a quarterback on a football team. And this is how I work with my clients, where we really help to orchestrate the decisions that are not only right for your personal situation, but also for your business, both now and in the long term. So let's talk about how you and your team of professionals can really help to develop this entrepreneurial equation that can really help put you on a path towards achieving your personal and business goals. So first and foremost, we want to have a clear outlook of the future, right? Or of the future that we want for ourselves, for our family. And clearly, to know where we want to go, we have to understand where we are now. I liken this to taking a trip. My boys love Disney World. We went one time 2 years ago, two Christmases ago, and I vowed never ever to go again. At the time, the boys were much younger, but I'm just kidding. We love Disney World. But at the end of the day, if Disney World is the destination, I need to figure out where I am today so that I can best plan for being able to reach that destination in the appropriate time requirement, right? And also be able to take full advantage of what Disney World has to offer. And when I say Disney World, I equate that's typically a happy place for a lot of folks. But when you started your business, you probably started your business with the intent that at some point you're going to reach your destination, i.e. your happy place. And when you reach that happy place, this is what that's going to look like, right? So first and foremost, we want to have a clear outlook of what that desired outcome is that we have for ourselves, for our family, for our future. But we also need to spend some time really evaluating where we are today. Get a clear and begin to set clear and measurable goals for where we would like to be. Now, once those goals are determined, it's really time to evaluate. Are they realistic? Based on time horizon and investments that you're really comfortable with. We hear these things about SMART goals, so I'm not going to kind of go into that, but you can sense that as we're building goals, as we're planning for you and your family, we're making sure that these are measurable and realistic, and that there are set time frames to accomplish these goals. A trusted financial advisor, tax professional, CPA, and any other professional that you might would come alongside you can really help you to determine what tools and strategies can best help you reach your goals. The more you know about the goals and strategies available to you, the more you'll understand where your money is going and what your money is doing for you. So we want to ultimately stay on track by regularly evaluating where we are today, where we've reached, what we've attained, and what our new goals, what future goals we'll set and would like to achieve. And one of the things I would say here is that I know, and I just, from my personal experience, I've always been focused on the big goal. This is what I want to accomplish, etc. And a lot of business owners are like that as well. But I also want to encourage us to celebrate those small wins, okay? Like celebrate those small moments. Maybe it's when you got your first account. Maybe it's when you hit a certain dollar amount, right? On your way to the big, revenue goal that you have for yourself and for your business and for your family. But again, taking the time to really appreciate and celebrate what you've done. Because for many of us, you started from zero, like you started with maybe an idea or a hope. And then you put that plan on, maybe it started on a napkin and then you build it into this business plan and then you took your dollars and you invested behind it. So celebrate what you've achieved and where you've come, and appreciate the difference that you're making, not only in your family, in your own personal lives, but in the folks and then in the community's lives that you touch as well. So keep in mind that the strategies that one would help you with to reach your long-term financial goals are as individual as you are. Now, thinking through those 5 steps is a great way to really start addressing the issues and concern that you're concerned about now or will have in the future. And as business owners, you'll be prepared no matter what happens. So regardless of the type of business that you own, you likely have goals in 3 key areas. First and foremost, you want to build and develop your business. You want to create value outside of the business. And this is one area that we're going to spend some time focusing on today, because this is the one area that often gets overlooked. And then we want to preserve the business so that you can either pass it to your successors, your heirs, or a subsequent owner, right? In terms of selling. Now, when you're building your business, some simple banking services to really help manage cash flow may be beneficial, especially when they pertain to time management. For example, how do you manage payroll now? Are you doing it? Are you doing a good job at it? Okay, I often ask folks, are you doing your taxes? Or are you engaging the services of a CPA or qualified tax professional? Well, I'm doing my taxes. Okay, and sometimes for me, that's a red flag, because if you're managing a business and you're doing your taxes and you're managing a family, probably leaving some stuff on the table to, that you could take advantage of. So you may also have to consider business credit cards for key employees who entertain or travel often for business development purposes. These cards are really a great way to track spending automatically. If you need additional liquidity or immediate cash flow, you might think about securing a traditional loan or even a margin loan. Now, a lot of folks understand traditional loans, but once you start a business, it may or may not be as easy to get a traditional loan, just depending on where you are in your business. One of the things that I've seen a lot of business owners do is tap into their retirement. So sometimes folks, they get into business as a second career. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, the largest number of new entrepreneurials is that 55 age group and older. So these are typically folks that are starting a second career. And so you've probably had 20 to 30 years to really build up a sizable 401k that's for your retirement. And so one of the things that I see happen sometimes is folks use that as their own loan, like they're banking on themselves. Well, that's one way to do it. And if the business pans out, then maybe it wasn't that bad of an idea, but sometimes that's not the best idea in many cases. One of the things that you can actually do is what's called a margin loan. And what we basically do is secure those assets. We keep it invested in the market working for you, but you can get a loan out of anywhere from 50% to 80% loan to value, depending on how it's invested, that you can then tap into at a moment's notice without a credit check, with reasonable interest rates, to be able to continue to fund your business operations. Okay, so that's something else that you may want to look into, as opposed to just taking out a traditional loan and or banking on your own 401k and depleting that. Now, automated banking services are available now that may be a great help in opening more time in your busy schedule so that you can do what you do best, which is run your business. So everything that I'm going to be talking today is really about giving you more time back in your day so that you can focus on doing the things that work best for you in your business, but also getting back to, putting more time in your day to spend maybe time with your loved ones or doing what you love to do. One of the biggest aspects of building a business is attracting and retaining employees. Now, I'll tell you, amongst all my business owners that I work with and partner with, as a general consensus, the number one complaint, correct me if I'm wrong, if it's different for anyone, feel free to share, but the number one complaint tends to be retaining or attracting good people. Okay. And one of the ways that you retain and attract good people is by the benefits that you provide. As a business owner, obviously your business is your baby and you think about it in a certain way, but you're going to have to incentivize someone else that's on the outside that doesn't have your vision to think about it in a certain way and to be vested or bought into the vision that you have. And one of the ways that you can do that is by offering the right benefits package, considering a quality retirement plan for those folks that are working with you. These are the types of benefits that potential employees are looking for. And it's also an integral person in your business who can make or break you, right? So if you have a key person, if there's a person that is responsible for a large percentage of your sales, if there's a person that's responsible for a large percentage of the services that you provide, right? This is what we would call a key person. We want to make sure if that person is not us, we want to make sure that, it could be you own a restaurant and it's the chef, the head chef. If that person were to leave or something were to happen to that person, what happens to your business? So these are things we want to be thinking about a project manager, a sales manager, a person whose absence could completely change your business. So as you build a solid business, you should really ask yourself these types of questions. It's just good business to protect yourself against Murphy's Law. So let's talk about creating value outside of your business. Now, I would like to, I don't know if, well, I guess everyone have their cameras off, but how many of you consider your business to be your retirement plan, right? How many of you consider your business to be your retirement plan? In addition to running a successful business, you also need to provide for yourself and your family over the long term. So that's what we're going to be talking about right now. As I mentioned earlier, offering a retirement plan can help you build your business by helping to attract and retain quality employees. But it also helps to create value outside of your business. Look at it this way. In addition to the role as a business owner, you're also an investor. It just makes good sense to diversify your assets and retirement income so you don't put your entire retirement nest egg in your business. So I think about most of the business owners that I've worked with in the past, and you know, in those beginning years, obviously their business is their baby, and then they get to a point to where the baby is now a toddler, and now the baby can kind of begin to stand on its own and start generating, you know, some decent revenue, etc. But now I think about COVID-19 and the impact that that has had on so many businesses. And I think about how many folks are starting back over. The individual that took their 401k to put into their business and invest, and things started to go well, right? Those first 5 years are very crucial, especially the first 3. But then COVID hit, and you have multi-billion-dollar companies going out of business, right? Like shutting down nationwide, or shutting down 50% of its operations, whatever the case may be. And so you think about a small business owner and the impact COVID-19 has had on those larger companies versus the impact that it's had on small business community. And so if all of your eggs are in that business, if that's the end all be all, and something like a COVID happens again and just sideswipes us, what if that happens when you're in your 50s or 60s at the peak of pinnacle of retirement? If we haven't set aside some additional assets that's growing and generating future revenues for you, that's, you know, it could be a really, you might, you know, we may have to work till we're 80 years old, okay? And a lot of business owners, they love what they do. They're passionate about what they do, but so they're already intending to work until they're 80, or, you know, some business owners say, I'm going to work till I drop dead, right? Unfortunately, I think I've been one of those folks. But at the end of the day, you never know what can happen. And sometimes it may be a spouse who has some health issues or challenges. And so you have to reduce your time in the business, and or your own personal health, or you know, someone close to you passes away, maybe a good buddy, and you realize, hey, my time is finite. I need to start going and do some things that I you know, that maybe I put on the back burner. So saving outside of the business means that you control your own retirement, rather than depending on the sale of the business to fund your retirement needs. I'm working with a couple business owners right now that was in the process of selling their business, 2 in particular. One of the guys, he ended up selling his, he was literally just about to sign the dotted line for the price that he wanted for his business. Unfortunately, COVID hit. The deal fell through. And fortunately for this guy, because of the business that he was in, he actually was doing more business during COVID than without. So another buyer came by, the deal went through, and ended up working out well for him. But another business owner that I'm working with, these 3 partners, it didn't work out so well for them. Now they are doing well. Fortunately, they're in the technology space, so they're doing well, fortunately. And then they actually are doing, they landed their biggest account this year. But at the same time, the buyer market has kind of dried up, and they're still waiting on that exit strategy. So again, if your business is your retirement plan, have options, because things may or may not always work out the way that you intend it to be. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. That's a very tough thing to say to business owners. And sometimes it kind of, I'm going to use this word, pisses them off, because this is my baby. But at the end of the day, we just got to be smart and say, this is a baby. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we have a backup plan just in case. And it's just good business sense. Clearly, there's no crystal ball that you can that can tell you what your business may be worth when you're ready to retire. In one scenario, it could only be worth the equipment that's part of the business, the building, maybe the inventory, which may not be enough to support your lifestyle or retirement. And frequently, when a business is sold, the owner must finance part of the sale. Last, the right retirement plan may be able to help benefit you today from several tax incentives, including a tax credit for a business owner setting up a new plan, tax deductions for making contributions to the plan, pre-tax salary deferrals, tax deferred growth on the balance inside the plan, and potential tax-free retirement income if Roth IRA deferrals are made. Your financial advisor can work with you and your CPA, who can help you decide which plan is best from a tax perspective. If you think about the fact that we are at the lowest tax bracket, everybody cries about taxes, but I don't know how aware we are that we're at the lowest tax bracket in the history of this, at least over the last 100 years. We're at a very low tax bracket in comparison. And if you think about the deficits that we're in, someone's going to have to pay for that. And 9 times out of 10, it's the taxpayer that pays for that. Maybe not one generation, but a future generation. So back in the day, we used to tell our clients that put everything inside of your retirement account, because when you retire, you're going to be in a lower tax bracket. And the truth of the matter is, sometimes when they retire, if we do good planning, you might be in a higher tax bracket. So it's all about managing taxes today, but also in the future as best as we can. So when you start thinking about retirement strategies is right for you, it's really good to start by considering these 4 questions. So first and foremost, what is your retirement goal? A properly structured plan considers how much you can contribute for yourself. Second, if you have employees, they have retirement goals too. Do you plan to contribute on their behalf? Third, are you willing to give more to your employees if you can maximize your own contribution? And finally, some plans allow you to contribute more for yourself than you are required to contribute for your employees. These plans may have higher costs, but the benefits will allow you to save more to help you meet your goals, and may also enable you to save more in taxes too. So it's important to understand the costs that's associated with your plan. With those things in mind, let's look at your options. So this is going to be focused on, we're going to start with folks that have businesses that have no employees and the options that are available, and then folks that have employees and the options that are available. There are 2 main options available. If you're a sole proprietor and you have no employees, 3 main retirement plans may work for you: a simplified employee pension plan, or a SEP IRA. An owner-only 401k, it can also be called a solo 401k, and or a defined benefit plan. And the 2 prevalent ones that we often use are SEP IRAs and simple or owner-only 401ks, solo 401ks, as I like to call them. The plans differ primarily on how much you can contribute to yourself. So let's first take a look at a SEP IRA. You might consider a SEP IRA if you're looking for an easy and expensive plan with flexible employer contributions. Whether you have no employees, have some employees, or plan to hire, a SEP may still be suitable. There's no limit to the number of employees that you can have, but a SEP is primarily appropriate for business owners with no employees or fewer than 10 employees. So if you have employees, you must be willing to contribute on behalf of all employees eligible to participate in the plan at approximately the same level of contribution. Another option is an owner-only 401k. A solo 401k allows a much higher contribution limit than a SEP, including the ability to catch up on your contributions if you're age 50 or older. Now, an owner-only 401k is a simplified 401k plan for a business with no employees, other than the owner and his or her spouse. So again, if you're a sole proprietor, or if you're in business for yourself and it's just you and maybe your spouse, this is a really good option to go with. If you go with the other one, the SEP, If you have an employee, you have to go with the SEP. You can't go to a solo 401k. And you do have to contribute to every employee that's eligible to participate in the SEP. Lastly, if you'd like to contribute more for your retirement than allowed with a SEP or an owner-only 401k, a defined benefit plan may be an option. These work best if you are older than 45, earn more than $100,000 annually, and contribute for at least 3 years. These plans really allow you the highest contribution levels, often more than $100,000 a year. So typically the owner-only 401k will allow you to save roughly about $57,000 a year, whereas the DB plan will allow you to get into six-figure territory. So depending on where you are in your business, one will benefit you versus the other. We can, your financial advisor and tax professional can really sit down with you and understand what your goal is ultimately, both now and in the future, and which one of these strategies would be the best for you at this time, and also factoring in where you'd like to be in the future. Now, if you have employees, for those of you that have an employee, let's look at some options for you. So plans that use salary deferrals are most popular for businesses with employees. With a salary deferral plan, the employee contributes to his or her own behalf, or on his or her own behalf. These plans also offer the opportunity for you to make business contributions on behalf of the employee. Now, there are 3 retirement plans you should consider depending on how much you wish to contribute. A simple IRA, okay, a 401k, including a safe harbor 401k, and then custom plans. Now, again, this gets confusing because we have a SEP IRA, which is a simplified employee pension, and then we have a simple IRA. So sometimes it can get a little bit confusing, but your professional who's well-versed in these plans will be able to help you demystify the options that are available to you so that you're making the best choice for you, your business, and ultimately your family. A savings incentive match plan for employees, or simple IRA, is a good option because it allows business owners and key employees to defer contributions, even if other employees choose not to contribute to a plan. The business must make either a small contribution to employees or commit a small matching contribution to receive that benefit. A traditional 401k, on the other hand, allows employees to contribute to the plan on a pre-tax basis, which reduces their taxable income. The plan also allows for Roth deferrals, which are contributed on an after-tax basis, but have the potential for tax-free growth. Now, keep in mind with the traditional 401k, the amount that owners and highly comped employees contribute is limited by how much all other employees contribute. Low deferrals by employees mean low deferrals for business owners and highly compensated employees. So you have a traditional 401k. If you have your employees are saving at a low savings rate, that's going to impact and impede your ability for yourself and your highly comp employees, typically your key people, to save for their future on a tax-free basis or tax-deferred basis. And so one or two things can happen is we look at a different plan, or two, we do some employee education to come in there and educate your employees on why it's to their benefit to save more today, so that their tomorrow is more secure. Now, a safe harbor 401k works in much the same way as a traditional 401k, with one big difference. Owners and highly comped employees can contribute the maximum salary deferral, no matter how much the other employees defer. However, here's a caveat: contributions to employees are required. In this way, it's like a simple IRA. However, the safe harbor allows larger contributions. So again, all these little nuances, but if you want to be able to stash more away as a business owner and compensate your highly comped employees as well, these are probably the ones that's going to stick with you for a long time, right? Then this might be the option for you. Just keep in mind that you're going to have to at least contribute to all of your employees, okay? Custom plans are also specifically designed plans or combination of plans working together, like a 401k, profit sharing plan, and or defined benefit plan. These plans may allow maximum contributions for owners and select employees, often without significant increases in the contributions required for the employees. Now, the benefit of these plans to the owners and for key employees, if desired, can far outweigh any extra administration or contribution costs. Lastly, proper plan design is really driven by how much you want to contribute for yourself and how much you wish to contribute for your employees. Other considerations for proper plan design may also include the plan fees, expenses, and administrative costs, just to name a few. So again, I would suggest that you discuss all of these options with your financial advisor, your CPA. He or she knows best and can really help to provide you with the information you need to make the right decision for your situation. And what I would say is, it's really best to engage both of them, okay? There are certain disciplines that a financial advisor may excel in. Likewise, a CPA may excel in. But it's best when they complement one another, because there are many things that CPA or that financial advisor may or may not know. So I'm of the mindset 2 heads are better than 1. So the 2 of them working together can really provide the maximum benefit for you and your business. So I covered a lot of stuff and you know, different plans, this and that, SEP, simple. So before I move on, I would like to take the time to see if anyone has any questions, or at least check in to see if I put anybody to sleep.
Good afternoon. I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry, Austin.
No. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
So as a small business with 1 person, but as the business grows and you hire more people, is it easy to convert from the owner to with employees, or is that easy conversion?
Absolutely. So typically, if you are a small business owner, just you or you and a spouse, and you know for a fact that you're going to be getting employees maybe in a short time, if you're going to be hiring an employee, then we would just say, let's just go ahead and go with the SEP typically. But if maybe that's a year out, 2 years out, whatever the case may be, then let's go ahead and do the solo 401k, because at least for those 2 years, you're able to contribute the maximum amount towards your future. And then when you do have an employee, we just create a SEP. And at that point, we we just open up a traditional IRA, and we can convert transfer the money from the single 401k to the SEP IRA. In some instances, and it just depends on if the plan allows, we could transfer some of that money into the SEP IRA as well that you started. Does that make sense? So the answer is yes, and yes, either convert or start a new one.
Yes.
You don't lose those assets.
It makes sense. And I have one more.
Yeah.
I have one more question. How do you get a young individual, or I don't want to call them millennials, but the younger generation, to understand the importance of saving more now, so that they can have later, when some of them, their mindset is they may not live to be that old to retire?
Absolutely. Yes. No, that's a great question. And so that's going to boil down to, I have some very impactful slides where we get people to understand the value of $1 today versus tomorrow. It's called time value of money. Okay. $1 today is worth less tomorrow. Okay. But here's the flip side of that. All right. That's inflation. Time value of money. Now, here's the deal. $1 invested today is worth more tomorrow. So when individuals understand that every dollar invested or withheld has a positive or negative impact down the road, and it's magnified the later on you get down the road to the tunes of thousands, if not tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars, it gets them to start thinking in a different way. Is the brand new BMW fresh out of college in my best interest now? Or is it best for me to maybe go with the used Toyota Camry and take that extra dollars to be able to maximize my Roth 401k, my 401k options, my Roth IRA options, and the impacts that will be. So I think if we have an opportunity to show folks what the impacts are today versus tomorrow, that sometimes will motivate some people. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and move on. And if you have any questions, we'll discuss it here later on in the segment. So let's talk about preserving your business. So what we just talked about just now was the retirement plan, right? This is part of creating the value into your business. Now, I always joke and I say, listen, it doesn't matter if I'm Warren Buffett and I can get you turn $10,000 into $1 million in 10 years, okay? It doesn't matter how great of an investor I can be for you. If you're not properly protected and you get sued to the tune of $2 million, your entire financial empire is still at risk, right? And so as business owners, you're investing. And trust me, I come from a long line of business owners. My dad, my grandparents, almost every single sibling. We have a very large family. Our family's from South America, Guyana, South America, and so we're very entrepreneurial by nature. And so almost all of my siblings, from the youngest to the eldest, which my sister and I, we have businesses or had businesses, and we're very entrepreneurial. And I can tell you that I understand what it means to start a business and watch that baby grow. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're protecting ourselves in the event something happens and mitigating as much risk as possible. So we hope for the best, but we mitigate for worst case scenarios or the blind spots and things that may come out of nowhere. So let's shift gears a little bit and talk about how can you protect the business you've worked so hard to build while at the same time creating value, all right? One key protection strategy for your business and personal lives is insurance. If the unexpected were to happen, insurance can help protect your business and personal interests. So think about taking care of outstanding obligations or providing for a child's education or paying off an outstanding mortgage or your final expense. There's also insurance plans designed to help you save more than the limit allows for retirement, like a life insurance retirement plan. We call these LIRPs, which I'll explain in more detail here in a few minutes. I want to talk about the importance of protecting businesses with the story about Sue, because I think this may hit home for many of us. So Sue owns a very successful flower shop called Forever in Bloom. She works with a wide variety of clients and provides a number of floral services. But over the years, her niche has become weddings. Now, the company is on target to do around 300 weddings this year, which is roughly 6 weddings per weekend. Now, one of the biggest reasons so many people choose Forever in Bloom to handle their special events is that for 8 years, Jenny has been Sue's chief floral designer. With the help of a dozen or so assistants, Jenny has designed floral masterpieces for thousands of events, from extravagant weddings to small, simple affairs. Without Jenny's expertise, Sue might be in a very different situation with a very different business. So how does Sue protect the business she's worked so hard to build? Let's take a closer look at a few ways that might unfold for Sue and Jenny. So one day while working around the house, Jenny falls off a ladder and breaks her back. Though her surgery is successful, the rehab and recovery times are much longer than expected. She's off work for up to 6 months. After that, she's only able to return for just a few hours a day. So I want you to think about this. If this were you, is there a key person? Is there a part of your organization that and maybe this person is you, but if something happens to you or your key person, how does that impact your business? How does that impact your family? And how does that impact the folks that work for you and the communities that you serve? Sue will have to depend on Jenny's team of talented assistants to create a beautiful floral arrangement for the next year. Unfortunately, she can't do anything about the fact that some clients will choose other florists because of Jenny's injury. If Sue had taken out a personal disability insurance on Jenny, she would have been protected because she would have been able to maintain an income similar to what she experienced when Jenny was working. The bottom line, key person insurance would have allowed Sue the time she needed to let Jenny heal without losing thousands of dollars in the process. So this is what this means. And I'm just going to use some numbers here. So let's just hypothetically say that because of Jenny, her value, and I don't know if you look at your employees like this, but you should be able to tell what each one of your employees, like what their value is on a monetary standpoint, which obviously their value expands, numbers on a page. But at the end of the day, if I'm going to hire you and pay you XYZ, then you need to generate, ABC of revenue to justify that hire, right? And so in this instance, Jenny, let's just hypothetically say that she's generating $200,000 a year for Sue, right? Based on the business that they're able to get, let's just say $200,000 a year. What this policy will do is try to quantify what that value is that Jenny provides to the business, and then protect the business against if something happens to Jenny. So in this example, Jenny's out for 6 months to a year. There's an insurance policy that will pay Sue the equivalent of the financial benefit that she would have received if Jenny was working in the business. Now, what she can do with this money is either use it to train up some other folks, hire another Jenny, right, while Jenny's healing, or at least hold her and the business over, allow her to continue to cover her obligations, keep on employees, etc., while Jenny is healing for that year. Otherwise, and basically it's to keep the business from being disrupted. It's business disruption insurance, okay? So essentially, it allows her to at least generate the same amount of revenues or similar revenues, even though she's not doing a similar amount of business. Does that make sense to everyone? So what if Jenny had died in the fall? Then what? Again, Sue's business would likely be in big trouble, but not if she had taken out a key person life insurance on Jenny. In that case, Sue would have been protected because it can provide money to help with loss of income until that person can be replaced. Let's look at another scenario. Let's say, okay, so before I move on. So this policy, a key disability policy, protects a key employee, someone that's very critical to the success of your business, and or a partner. So let's say you're 50-50 partners, or maybe it's 3 partners, and each one of you have a very specific role that you play in the business. But if one of you get hurt, that can be crippling or debilitating to the business. So these are funds that are available to you to be able to cover the quantify the monetary value of that key individual in the business so that you can continue business as usual. Likewise, if one of those individuals passed away, there would be funds available to, again, carry the business until that person is able to be replaced or the roles are able to be divided up with other individuals or whatever the case may be, okay? Now, the next scenario when it comes to retaining key employees, right? If they don't die, if they don't get hurt, there's another risk, okay? What about another business trying to go after your employee? And it happens all the time. It's already hard enough to find an employee. I experienced this in one of my businesses where I had a key person. This guy, it was a car dealership. This guy was not only the salesperson, he prepped the cars. He even was a mechanic. He fixed the cars. And then on top of that, he cleaned up. I mean, the guy was just a freaking amazing. He was, and one of our vendors, one of the mechanics that we use to repair our car, tried to steal him away under my nose. And he came to me, he's like, hey, look, they're doing this and they're trying to offer this. So this is very real. If you have a good employee, you better compensate them well, because if you got a good employee and you value them, chances are someone else is going to be valuing your employee as well. So as Sue's business begins to grow, Year after year, a competitor across town runs into Jenny in a local coffee house and offers her a job worth more than what Sue's currently paying her. Now, we've already seen what happens to Sue's business if Jenny leaves. What can Sue do to protect herself and her business? All right. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about a golden handcuff. All right. Sue could offer Jenny a deferred compensation. Deferred compensation is an arrangement that can retain key employees by paying them a predetermined amount once a milestone is achieved. The fund pays the deferred compensation are frequently held in an insurance policy. In this situation, Sue can create a future benefit for Jenny, but only if she stays at Forever in Bloom. The amount would need to be substantial enough to make it difficult for Jenny to switch to a competitor for a higher salary. So in essence, you tie a specific compensation that gets their attention and tie it to them having to stay with the organization for X amount of years. And if they hit that milestone, they get this big, huge compensation and benefit. That also gives you time to try to find someone to maybe, you know, gain some skills such as this individual has, so that if God forbid something happens to her or him, you're not left, in a bind. And or it gives your business more time to grow and generate revenue so that you can create or provide a more complete benefits package. Now let's look at a different situation here. Joe and Rick are business partners who started A1 Trucking, a regional trucking company, about a decade ago. Since then, A1 Trucking has gone national, moving goods across the country for some of the largest corporations in America. Last week, Joe had a heart attack and died, leaving Rick with two possible new business partners, either Joe's wife or one of his kids, none of whom has ever had any part of the business. So how many of you right now, if you have a business partner, did you know that if something happens to your partner, how many of you want to work with your partner's wife or your partner's kid? Okay. Probably not many of us. Okay. But if you think about your business, this is a risk that we can mitigate against. All right. So the transition after Joe's death would have been much different if Joe and Rick had set up what's called a buy-sell agreement through their corporate attorney. A buy-sell agreement establishes a plan for the remaining partners to purchase the business at an agreed upon price from the family of the deceased partner. Frequently, these agreements are funded with life insurance. All or at least a significant part of the purchase price could come from the insurance proceeds. In this case, the value of the business would be preserved for the remaining partner. Rick's purchaser after Joe's death would also provide liquidity for Joe's spouse and family. So essentially what happens here is that today, you would value the business as of today, and there would be things put in place to essentially, let's see here. Okay. There would be things put in place to essentially value the business today, and then at a specific time in the future, should one of those business owners pass away, there's a life insurance policy. They each basically buy a life insurance policy on each other. That life insurance policy, when that person dies, would then pay the remaining surviving business owner, who would then take those proceeds and pay out to the deceased business owner's spouse. So essentially, it does it's a win-win for everyone. The remaining business owner doesn't have to partner with the wife or the child that may or may not know anything about the business, and the loved ones of the deceased has the assets to be able, and the liquidity to be able to run their life. So we're almost done here. There's also, and I'm going to skip this, but if Joe didn't die, but he just got disabled, there's also a disability policy that can replace his income and help protect the family as well. So let me tell you one more story. This will be the last one. This is about Jim, an extremely successful accountant who is about to retire. He has 3 sons, but only one works at the firm with him. Now, because of his success and his ability to invest more than his retirement plan would allow him, he chooses to invest in a LIRP, or life insurance policy. Now, life insurance policy is designed for retirement savings and is well suited to Jim because he has high enough income, which excludes him from being able to invest or contribute to a Roth IRA. So for those of you who cannot contribute to a Roth IRA because your income is too high, right? What a bad problem to have. This is another way that you can save on a tax-deferred and tax-free basis as well. LIRPs have very special tax advantages as well because it's actually a life insurance policy that Jim can take out of it income tax-free. A LIRP can also provide a long-term accumulation vehicle for supplemental retirement income, and because it's a life insurance policy, when Jim dies, it will provide for his dependents as well. Now, Jim needs to figure out what he'd like to do with his accounting firm once he's finished working, which is an estate issue. So I'm going to skip ahead and just say this. There are many times where as business owners, we have multiple children. I have 2. You might have 2 or 3 or 1 or whatever the case may be. But not every child wants to be part of the business. Yes, I'd love for both of my boys to take over my practice. But the chances are maybe one, if not none, wants to take over my practice. So what do you do when you have a succession plan where one of your children will be taking over the business and God forbid something happens to you? You can use life insurance, a combination of life insurance and the buy-sell agreement and all these different techniques to be able to compensate the one that's going to be taking over the business, but also compensate, and I say compensate, but you're really leaving an inheritance essentially to the individual that maybe, they're more artistic, right? That maybe they're not the best business owners. So with that being said, I'm going to stop here. I think this is a good time to stop. Obviously, there's not one right answer on how to build, grow, and preserve a successful business. You really need to find your own entrepreneurial equation based on your needs and goal. As your businesses change or grow, so will your needs as a business owner. Depending on the size of the business you own, the tools available to you will stay the same, but your equation may change as your business needs change. So a strong professional team, right? Your CPA, your financial advisor, your attorney will listen to your needs so that together they can help you choose the tools that best help your business operate efficiently and effective today and in the future. All right. So with that being said, we'll kind of stop it and just, see if anyone has any specific questions with the time that's allotted.
All right. We have maybe 2 questions. If we have 2 questions, go ahead and ask them, and then we can move forward. Don't be shy. Or if you don't want to.
Great information.
Oh.
Great information. I mean, it's very self-explanatory, but it's really wealth of information. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And what you can also do, if you don't wish to ask a question publicly, you can put it into the chat and privately communicate your question to Samuel. You can do that as well. And Samuel, you can just put your email address and contact information in the chat, and attendees can follow up with you afterwards as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I want to thank you, Samuel. Always a good sport. Samuel and I, we occasionally have side conversations, and like I said, always a good sport. When I asked him to, if he would be willing to do the presentation, he said absolutely. So he's great, a wealth of information, and we can learn how to manage our cash flow, how to effectively utilize digital marketing platforms, how to best, track our revenues, and how to, perform tasks that are needed to businesses successfully. But the other thing that we must not overlook is how to invest in ourselves, how to invest outside our businesses, as alluded to in this presentation. The business should never be the retirement plan. You want to retire, and then the succession plan is to hand it over to the kids or to sell the business, do the valuation of the business and sell it based on the value of the business. But I always encourage entrepreneurs to seek advisement outside of attempting to use the business as the retirement plan, so this way you protect yourselves in the right way. All right, so thank you again, Samuel, for that, a great wealth of knowledge. Can you tell he's excited about it? Can you tell he's excited about his subject matter?
Insurance, investment, so exciting.
I think you need to be a little bit more enthusiastic, Samuel.
I'm excited to make you money.
Yeah. Oh, we definitely have to bring you back at a later time, definitely. So thank you all again. We'll move on to our next speaker. And again, if you need to get up and just stretch and get some water or something, please do so. We're going to move right along. We have our second to last speaker, Mr. Paul Knowlton. And in this period of COVID, in this period of the pandemic, not only have we been constrained by reduced revenue and reduced clientele due to socially distancing practices, not only have we been, challenged with, should I close my business? Do I need to stay open? How many staff do I need to let go? There's so many different things that are driving stress and driving anxiety, because as COVID persists, the anxiety level and the stress level continues as business owners, because we invest so much time and money and effort and energy into building and growing our businesses. And sometimes as small business owners, we feel like we're alone in the decision-making process, right? But just like seeking a financial advisor or a business consultant or CPA, we need to have individuals in our company also understanding of the stress levels and the anxiety that we're enduring and experiencing as business owners. And Mr. Paul Knowlton is here to discuss that with us today. All right, so I'll introduce him and then he'll take over. Thank you so much. This presentation is managing mental health, anxiety, and stress. The son of an immigrant Hispanic mother and federally convicted father, Paul was placed in foster care, as were all his siblings. From a very early age, he lived the experience of the relentless stresses, anxieties, and fears that push so many of us to despair. Turning inwardly as a young adult to develop the skills to recover, redirect, and prosper after a brutal beginning, he speaks authentically and credibly as a friend on the journey about the needs and benefits of integrating self-care, wellness, and well-being to better navigate the challenges of our personal and professional lives. Prior to law school, Paul's corporate roles include being a construction superintendent with Ryland Homes and a forensic engineer with Georgia Pacific. During law school, he clerked for and joined an intellectual property boutique, also becoming a patent attorney that was soon acquired by Kirkland Stockton. Kilpatrick Stockton. At Kilpatrick and later at his first firm, he built a successful intellectual property prosecution and litigation track record. Paul initiated, co-founded, and was the managing member of a successful IP, intellectual property boutique, and then later the director of another, both of which actively operate. After successfully serving as the CEO of a large human services agency, he most recently received an appointment by Mercer University and launched his second firm, Uber Counsel. In addition to being licensed in Georgia and the 11th Circuit, a registered patent attorney, a Henning-trained mediator and arbitrator, Martindale Hubel Distinguished Attorney, and Georgia Trend Legal Elite, he earned his Master of Divinity with a concentration in pastoral care and counseling. An active leader of the State Bar of Georgia's Attorney Wellness and Lawyer Assistance Program committees, He offers solutions to the stresses of professional life for the benefit of as many as possible. He holds a BS from Temple University, a JD Juris Doctor from Georgia State University College of Law, and a Master of Divinity from Mercer University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Paul Knowlton.
Thank you, Austin. I am so sorry that you got the long version of the bio. You need the short version. I'm sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
Yeah, so I am pleased to be here. I have an hour's worth of time. I would like to spend as much time with questions as possible. I will just go through the information I'd like to share, and to the extent that everyone would like to think of it this way, I come to you bearing gifts is how I view this. I'm not a professor in front of you as I'm trying to teach. I think a lot of the information I have is probably available in different places if you want to spend enough time piecing it all together and then processing how does it fit in our present world. But I have a presentation I'd like to share with you, and each of these things that I have to share are tools that I hope you're able to take, integrate into your own practice. Every one of us is different. I see a small number of faces on the screen, and even those I don't see, I just know we're connected by so much that's the same, right? We are humans, we have needs, we have desires, we have struggles, we have friendships and families. So what I can do, and I hope to do, is be able to give you gifts that you can contextualize for your own situation. If there's a question, please just feel free to interrupt at some point. I will try to make breaks pretty quickly too for questions. So let's just dive right in, right? I'm going to try to hit these topics as Austin gave in the flyer, which is on managing our mental health, our anxiety, and the stress. I'm going to spend very little time identifying the problems because I think we all know what the problems are, right? Let's get to some solutions that I bring to you as time-tested solutions. Everything I bring to you, I've tried sort of academically, I've tried intellectually, and then I've integrated it into my own life, and I'm helping others do the same. So that's why I call these gifts. I hope these are successful gifts for you. If there are any missteps right now with the Zoom, you have my apologies. I'm going to try to do this the right way. Can everybody see my screen?
I can see it.
Perfect. Can you, I don't know exactly what you can see, but we'll start. Can you see the full screen? I'm so sorry to have to stop right away. Did you see a full screen?
No, not the full screen. I guess that will be good.
Okay, yeah. Can we work with this? Everybody can work with that, okay?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you very much. So here we are, obviously. We've talked about what we're going to, with a quick overview of what we have is the life as an entrepreneur. I am an entrepreneur as a lawyer. And there's a basic tension in my practice, there's a basic tension in everyone's practice. And how I frame that is what we'll discuss about how that brings out a problem. And then framing a solution is what I'd like to get to very quickly. In the law, we speak of the law as a profession, right? We've got a particularly well-known judge here, Judge Hunstein, which encourages us to speak of the law as a profession. Entrepreneurs, we are in our respective professions. At the same time, though, we have life as competition, law certainly as competition. So are we professionals? Are we in a competitive market? Are we competitors? How that tension, at least in our context, tends to create stresses, right? This is just one example of how stresses will come upon us in the practice. Right now, we have a lot of external stresses on us, our expectations, the context with COVID, et cetera. But even in the best of times, we're always in tension in our lives, depending on the kinds of work we're trying to do and the people we're trying to do it with. So the view of the profession, how does this tension, how do we internalize that tension? How do we deal with it? By way of real quick example, can everybody see the questionnaire or the survey results from 2016? Can you see that? Yes, thank you. So with attorneys, because that's who I deal with most frequently, and you know, many are small firm owners, there was a sample survey in 2016 from almost 13,000 licensed attorneys at that time, and that is at the moment of taking the questionnaire, 28% were depressed, 23% were under stress, a little bit more than 20% had problematic drinking. That's defined as at least several drinks a day. And then 19 were under anxiety. Again, this is not over the course of their career or that month. That's as they were taking the exam right now. We used to speak of lawyers, doctors as high stress professions. I think we're all high stress professions right now. Everybody is under stress. There's just no question. So for me, the question comes up is, how do we frame a response? And this is what I have to offer you right now. It's a Venn diagram. This is a result of a fair amount of my research, a fair amount of my testing. How do our solutions fit together? And this is what I would offer you as a way of thinking of our self-care. I would say 10 years ago or even 20 years ago, when I entered the practice and graduated law school and entered the practice, self-care would have been like woo-woo and you're soft, you're just, you know, you can't make it, you can't cut it, whatever you want. Everyone's heard the variations on it, right? So self-care is a real thing, right? None of us would run our car forever until the oil drained out or the tires were flat. We take care of stuff that's ours. We have to recognize, and fortunately, I think times have changed rapidly enough, particularly COVID is helping with this, that we have to take care of ourselves. But again, how do we pull these pieces together? I suggest this is a way we pull it together. This Venn diagram that I'm showing you, P stands for physical wellness. It's kind of obvious, but I'll go through it real quickly. M is mental wellness. O is organizational well-being. I differentiate between wellness and well-being. Well-being being a big category, wellness being a small subset of well-being. There is engagement. So these three things come together. Anyone who's got a issue of Harvard Business Review or has done any kind of organizational work, we're focused on engagement, right? Depending on the studies that you look at, in Gallup's 2017 State of the American Workplace, so 50% of us were not engaged, about 30% of us were engaged in our work, and about 16% were undermining the work of all the rest of us, right? So engagement's an issue. Engagement's not possible, I argue, without there being physical well-being, mental well-being, or organizational well-being. If you're physically not well, you can't do a good job. If you're mentally not well, you can't do a good job. If the organization is just out of kilter, it's just not going to work. These are the three things that come together for full engagement in our work. Once you're engaged, my premise is you can do anything. It's just, you're there, you can do it. Surrounding those three pieces of wellness is culture in context. I can make a quick analogy to our political context, our cultural context in the United States. Everybody understands it, right? But we work within some sort of context no matter where we are. So we do always have to keep that in mind. What's our context? What's the culture that we're in? I add to this, and this is a part of the contribution of my research. I had an article in Atlanta Business Chronicle about 2 years ago on the spiritually informed executive. And Austin, I see you were astute enough to have someone follow tomorrow, I believe, that will deal with some spirituality. That's an essential part. Like you have to know your math if you're going to be an accountant. I think the rest of us are understanding you've got to have a spiritual aspect to your practice. And I'll talk about that in a little bit later. Not very much, but just a little bit. In sort of the hidden dimension of our work is our spirituality. I don't speak so much of a faith tradition. If you have a faith tradition, terrific. I have a faith tradition. I did not grow up in church. I but clearly, as Austin said, I have a master in divinity. I have a particular perspective, although it's a very broad perspective about religion and faith traditions. I'm not narrow, I'm not talking so much that, I'm talking broader about how we deal with ourselves and how we deal with each other. That would be my speaking to spirituality. I'll do that a little bit more later, okay? So that's the context. I offer that up to you as to how to think about the pieces coming together and to what end, to the end of engagement in our work. I've got 3 videos I'd like to present very quickly. This is the challenge for me, is switching between these videos and this PowerPoint. I hope I can do it smoothly. This first one is on mindfulness. Can everybody see that screen? On mindfulness. Can you see that screen, Austin?
Yeah, framing a response, no, not quite.
Okay, then forgive me, please. I have a video up that I'm trying to play. Let me try to get that up for you. Okay. Mindfulness as a superpower. Can we see that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Sorry, guys. So what I'd like to talk about is about mindfulness. It's the buzz. Everyone speaks about it. Mindfulness is a ability to focus and concentrate. I will tie mindfulness in later in some work about power, how we deal with power in our business. I offer this to you. It's a very short video. Can you hear it? Let me know if I can get a thumbs up or something, as long as we can hear it.
No, can't hear.
Forgive me for the challenges of having to share. Let me try to make sure I get the, I'm gonna try one more time.
One simple, serviceable definition, which is this. Mindfulness is the ability to know what's happening in your head at any given moment without getting carried away by it. Imagine how useful this could be. Just as an example, you're driving down the road and somebody cuts you off in traffic. How do you normally react? I think most of us, we normally react by having a thought, which is, I'm pissed. And then what happens next? You immediately, habitually, reflexively inhabit that thought. You actually become pissed. There's no buffer between the stimulus and your reaction. With just a little bit of mindfulness, in that same situation, you might notice my chest is buzzing, my ears are turning red, I'm having a starburst of self-righteous thoughts, I'm getting angry. But you don't necessarily have to act on it and chase that person down the road, screaming at them with your kids in the back of the car thinking you've gone nuts. Now, you might be thinking, don't I need to get angry sometimes? Aren't I justified? I'd say yes, but probably not as much as you think. The proposition here is not that you should be rendered by mindfulness into some lifeless, non-judgmental blob. The proposition is that you should learn how to respond wisely to things that happen to you, rather than just reacting blindly. And that, my friends, is a superpower. How do you get it? The way to get it is through meditation. I believe that meditation and mindfulness are the next big public health revolution. In the 1940s, if you told somebody you were going running, they would have said, who's chasing you? But then what happened next? The scientists swooped in, they showed that physical exercise is really good for you, and now all of us do it, and if we don't, we feel guilty about it. And that's where I think we're headed with mindfulness and meditation. It's going to join the pantheon of no-brainers like brushing your teeth, eating well, and taking the meds your doctor prescribed for you. Let me just close by saying, mindfulness is not going to solve all of your problems. It's not going to render your life a nonstop parade of unicorns and rainbows. Nonetheless, this is a superpower, and one that is accessible by you immediately.
We're back. Can we see that screen now?
Yes, there's just a blank screen.
Okay. Can't see my slides. How about now?
No, not your slide.
All right. Sorry. Let me try this again.
Okay.
We're back. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
So appreciate it. I'm very fortunate because frankly, I'll often have someone navigating the slides for me while I'm giving a presentation. So sorry for the interruptions. 20 years ago, if you told me about mindfulness, I'd have been, yeah, thank you, see you later. Okay, no interest at all in this. But mindfulness is it's the initial ability to start to concentrate on the issues in front of us. I find that most of us create our own stress. We frequently create our own stress by trying to do too much at one time. If one gift I'd like to offer you right now, at least in my strong opinion, is that multitasking is a myth. You can multitask. Any of us can eat a burger and drive at the same time. Call that multitasking if you want. The brain actually is not able to do two things at one time. What we could spend the rest of this time going through the neurology of the brain. But we're not able actually to do two things at one time. The brain switches between tasks. Some can switch very quickly and some are more slowly. So some people can feel like they're multitasking, they're doing two things at once, but you're not. The mind's binary in that sense, in that it goes back and forth. Again, I'm going to limit this comment to those things that take some sort of mental capacity or mental thinking. Again, I can talk to my wife and wash dishes at the same time. It's kind of multitasking, but I cannot write a brief and have on a estate plan and talk to somebody else about their divorce at the same time. That kind of thing creates unnecessary stress for us. So one of the great gifts that we can all give to ourselves is doing one thing at a time. Mindfulness helps us to do that, okay? That would encourage anybody to consider mindfulness and consider working on that as a skill set, just like we have to practice everything else in our lives. The next screen I'd like to talk about. Is that working right now for you? Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Let me stop this. The next thing I'd like to talk about is relaxation response. Dr. Herbert Benson is one of the foremost physicians and mind-body experts. He's in Harvard University, and he has been the creator of something called the mind-body relaxation response. I have another video I'd like to play very quickly. It's about the breathing. The way the breath organizes our bodies and helps us reduce stress and reduce anxiety is a tool that we all have available to us. Again, something we all have in common, no matter where we're from, what we're doing right now, is that we breathe. We can use the breath as a tool to help us lower our anxieties and our stresses, our blood pressure. I won't spend very much time on this because this information is fairly available. So in fact, with an eye on the time, I'm going to skip over this particular video. But if I can encourage you all, if you have any interest at all, at YouTube would be an easy spot to find Dr. Herbert Benson and the relaxation response. What he'll teach is that as a let me go to biology very quickly. The vagus nerve, whom most of us may know of, is a set of neurologic veins that come down out of the brain across the face into the gut. It's what connects our gut when we say we have a gut feeling to the brain. There's this connection here. The breath can help lower the tensions between those two, and this is one way that we are able to maintain and lower our feelings of stress. Feelings of stress are what help us to decide and determine whether we are stressful. So I would recommend a breathing exercises by, and I would start with Herbert Benson. There are plenty out there for other resources. I've been through a period of time in my life where I was extraordinarily under extraordinary stress, and a well-meaning family member of mine continued to tell me about something called emotional freedom technique, EFT. I was a director of a law firm. We were doing a turnaround. I needed to do a turnaround. We were well positioned afterward for either the owners to continue going forward or to be acquired. The firm was acquired, but it was an extremely stressful year. You can imagine, you know, we've all probably had some version of having to fly the plane and rebuild it at the same time, right? So the stress, I could not deal with my stresses in any other ways. I finally listened to this well-meaning family member, and I gave this emotional freedom technique or tapping a try. I will play this video because I find it to be extremely helpful. EFT is a bit of it's a form of acupressure. So what this teaches, in order to address that vagus nerve that I spoke of, that does come from the brain across the face and into the body to help regulate so much of our emotions. There's pressure points that we can apply to help us immediately get a lower stress reduction. So I give this to you as a gift. It's a short video. It's very short. I would encourage also this as a way of finding immediate relief. Many of us have taken to drinks, alcoholic drinks, for immediate relief. We may have taken to prescription drugs as immediate relief. I find this to be an extraordinarily good alternative, a healthier alternative to physically lowering immediately stress release. This video is about 4 minutes, and I'll play that now. Austin, if you don't mind, would you give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down, assuming you've got voice and video on my screen here? Nothing yet? It's good you see the video play? Thank you very much.
EFT for absolute beginners. How to do EFT. Firstly, identify a problem that you wish to work upon. For example, it could be a phobia, a headache, nervousness when you think of presenting. The next thing you need to do is identify the words that you can use to represent that problem. For example, you might have a pain in your head that feels as if your head's being squeezed. In that case, you can use the word squeezing pain in my head. Another example would be, if you feel stressed when you think of all the paperwork that you have to do, you could simply use the words, I feel stressed when I think of all the paperwork. Now you need to set up a feedback mechanism so that you can assess the results that you're achieving when you use EFT. To do this, you simply ask yourself on a scale from 0 to 10, where 10 is the worst this has ever been, where am I now? You're now ready to begin to tap on the problem using EFT. I'm going to take you through the EFT shortened protocol, which uses only 8 of the EFT tapping points. These points are mainly located on the face, the upper body area, and the side of the hand. In this demonstration, I'm going to use the squeezing pain in the head as the problem. Start by tapping with 1, 2, or 4 fingers on the karate point at the side of the hand. And whilst you're doing this, say out aloud, even though I have this squeezing pain in my head, I totally love and approve of myself. Repeat this 3 times whilst you continue to do nice, gentle percussion on the karate chop point. This is the EFT setup. The eyebrow point is on the inner edge of the eyebrow. Tapping on the eyebrow point, say, "This squeezing pain in my head." Now tap using nice gentle percussion on the side of the eye and repeat the words, "This squeezing pain in my head." Tap under the eye at the edge of the eye socket and repeat, "This squeezing pain in my head." Tap under the nose just above the lip and again repeat this squeezing pain in my head. Now tap on the chin point, which is between the lips and the edge of the chin, and say this squeezing pain in my head. Tap on the collarbone point and again repeat the words, this squeezing pain in my head. Tap under the arm, roughly about 4 inches down from the armpit, and again repeat the words, this squeezing pain in my head. Now that you tap through all the EFT points, you now need to rate where your problem is now, to reassess the problem. You've now done a round of EFT tapping. Continue the process until you reach 0 intensity. I'm Tanya Prince, and this is EFT for Absolute Beginners. If you'd like to...
Back. Can everybody see me right now? Yeah. What I'd like to do is, typically when I give this presentation, it'll take a few minutes longer because I think in this sort of platform by itself, it's hard to kind of imagine what she's saying. So tapping is a form of acupressure that relieves stress and tensions. And I have found it to be, again, as I said, a very quick and effective way of doing it. What tapping is you're taking your 3 or 4 fingers, however you like to do it, and you are, by tapping, you are massaging pressure points on your body. The ones that she showed you through, and you can go back and take a look at this and some other videos, on the palm of the hand, the side of the palm of the hand, at the forearm of the eye, on the side of the face, under the eye, at the chin, at the collarbone, and under the breast. This I have found in periods of high stress to be a very quick way to lower anxiety because of just the physical way the body works on this works on the vagus nerve and on the body. I offer that to you. I would suggest trying it. I have been in auditoriums of up to 150 attorneys or more, and this is a critical group of people who, it's a bit like Simon says, everybody is willing to give this a try, and I've had many people come up to me afterward and says, I'm a skeptic, I feel awkward doing it, but it does work. So this is a fast, just physically safe way of reducing stress and really control quick circumstances. Are there any questions at this point before I continue on? That's sort of the 3 gifts I have got to offer at this moment with regard to physical well-being, tools, gifts I can help out with at this point. And I suggest that you give them a try. I don't see any questions. I'm going to share my screen again.
Yeah.
Paul,
Find out more about EFT training courses and therapy.
One more time. Question?
I think somebody had a question. Oh, Samuel.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. With the tapping, how long, how many taps, and how many times do you have to go? How many cycles?
Thanks. Great question. I tend to do 4 or 5 single taps at a particular location, and then I move on to the next location. Depends on whom you're following. There are a number of practitioners out there. Craig is one. George Craig, I think is his first name. He has 11 points on your body. This whole exercise might take you 90 seconds. I have, before going into a large presentation or something, when you're naturally nervous, right? Go into the men's room, and I've tried this tapping exercise and just kind of calm myself down. Other people will do it other ways. If they're experienced meditators or something like that can find ways, or those who have a lot of experience with deep breathing exercises may find ways of doing that. But I find this tapping to be very quick, 3 or 4 taps on each location, go through this whole routine, again, under 90 seconds. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Sure, of course. I'd like to talk about mental wellness now. We sort of talk about this bucket of physical wellness. I'm going to talk about mental wellness now. I'd like to talk about resilience, first of all. a little bit of a quick background as United States Vice Admiral Jim Stockton was a senior Vietnam War POW back in the late 60s. And what he found with the people who were able to survive such brutal conditions as he did for 8 years as a senior POW in the Vietnam conflict, it's resilience. It's how do we build our resilience? I'd like to give you a definition of resilience, and that's the developed capacity to remain present and determined under conditions of significant stress and change. So even before COVID, right, we're under conditions of significant stress and change, I think more so now. The skill set that we need to work on for ourselves mentally, particularly as entrepreneurs, particularly people who are on the high wire constantly, is this skill set of resilience. 3 characteristics of resilient people are they have a firm grasp on and acceptance of reality. We understand our context. We understand our where we are in our situation. There is a deep, typically a deep belief and a strongly held set of values that life is meaningful. I have had some exceptional experiences in my life so far. Foster care was one of those. At some point, I don't know how it quite happened, but I had to believe that there was going to be some good on the other side of that experience, even as a child. I have practiced that as the years have gone on through lots of challenging situations. We are in a challenging situation now with COVID. I don't need to tell anyone that. I would push back though, because I hear the word unprecedented, that we are in unprecedented times. We are not. The world has been through pandemics before. We have not, for sure, but the world has been through these kinds of crises before. This is just new to us. And we can and will navigate through this, I am sure. Many of us better than others, but we can in part through our mental practices of being resilient people. So these are the 3 basic characteristics. If you go through Harvard Business Review, if you go through a lot of different literature, there's going to be authors and researchers who speak of 5 characteristics or even 8 characteristics of resilient people, but they all boil down to these 3: firm grasp on an acceptance of reality, a deep belief typically tied to a strongly held set of values, and the exceptional ability to improvise. Our lives as entrepreneurs are it's not a march, right? It's a dance. And so we have to constantly be improvising. I'm going to the next frame now. Hopefully you can see it's happiness. Is that what the screen shows is happiness?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. I apologize for having to continue to ask for the feedback. Apparently what I've done is I've switched my screens, and so I see where I am now. I want to speak about happiness just for a second. And happiness is usually misunderstood as some sort of like cheery countenance, a happy smile. That should not be how we think of happiness. We should think of happiness as having learned to take the good with the bad and reframe that bad in a way that makes sense. No matter how smart any of us are, no matter how talented or wealthy, nobody is going to be able to have that perfectly secure life that we dream of we dream of, right? We're going to have some challenges. So the question is, how do we take that bad and reframe it in a way that makes sense? I have to be the first to say, or really maybe someone like Viktor Frankl, the Auschwitz survivor who wrote A Man's Meaning of Life. Not everything is going to make sense, right? Just not everything is going to make sense all the time. But for the most part in our lives, if we take what we think of as bad and reframe it in a way that makes sense, we will find ourselves at least being content. And I offer that that's maybe the goal that most of us should be striving for or thinking about. I don't think of myself as seeking to be happy. I think of myself as being content. Am I able to navigate life in a reasonable way? Not every day is going to work for me, but most days, most of the time with that perspective, it works out a little bit better. To that end, and particularly about being content, one of the leaders in the mental well-being is Martin Seligman. And he has these 5 essential elements to experiencing well-being and contentment. I offer those for you here, and very quickly, because everybody can see the slides. The acronym that he uses for his work is well known as PERMA. PERMA is a model for basically every mental health method there is. It's a little bit of a generalization, right? But in any sort of mental health therapies, mental health approaches, you're going to have probably all of these aspects of PERMA in it. If we have any therapists that are in the group or mental health professionals, I invite you to speak up if you have additional experience in this area. But the 5 elements that Seligman offers up is a positive emotion, which includes peace of gratitude and satisfaction, engagement, losing ourselves in a task or project. We've all been engaged with that, right? We're in some, we're doing something we enjoy, hours will go by and we just will barely notice it. We're doing something that's drudgery and we're looking at the clock every 2 minutes, like our kids, right? It's just, we need to be, if we're engaged, we're in a better mental state. Relationships are critical. Some people are extroverts, some people are introverts. We get our energies different ways. Some people need more relationships, some less, but still meaningful, positive relationships connect us socially, and that helps with our well-being. Meaning, serving a cause bigger than ourselves. When we are small people, physically and mentally and emotionally, we have small lives. And typically more difficult lives. When we can open up meaning of life and what our cause serves, what our business serves. Our businesses take a tremendous amount of our mental energy, right? But I have found, and I find many people I speak with find, that when we open up our work to greater meaning, I think Samuel mentioned that earlier when he was presenting, is we have a broader view of what it is, and we have more engagement in our work. It's our attorneys are asked to give pro bono work. I find myself pretty tapped out on pro bono work, but it's a significant part of my practice because I'm able to bend the arc toward justice whenever possible, because we're finding bigger meaning in our work. Every one of us in whatever work we're doing has that aspect and has that power in our abilities. Accomplishment and achievement. We strive to improve, but one thing I would like to suggest and offer up is that we have to take moments and time to celebrate the accomplishments we have. I have gone, I will not exaggerate when I will say I have gone decades without celebrating accomplishments. I have a fair amount of accomplishments now, and it is just sad to say that I have not celebrated those the way that I should have. I'm taking now time to try to celebrate, because otherwise, what's the use, right? It doesn't. The bank accounts don't matter. The car account doesn't matter if we're not celebrating what we're doing, particularly with these things that are listed above, the meaning and the relationships. I now count life more in terms of relationships than I do my possessions, and I find that much more fulfilling. That's the bucket. We talked about the bucket on physical well-being. We talked about the bucket on mental well-being. I want to move toward spirituality now for a few minutes, and I'm sorry I didn't have any chance to speak with the person who'll be talking tomorrow. I doubt there'll be any overlap. I tend to take a broad view on spirituality. I think this will be helpful also. When I speak to a audience of attorneys, when I started doing this about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, I started speaking about spirituality. I'm like the only one out of the 50,000 members of the State Bar of Georgia doing this right now. And so you can tell, I'll be frankful, be transparent. I was quite nervous about bringing up the idea of spirituality to a bunch of attorneys, right? It was very well received because I think we are all hungering for what's the missing piece in our lives? And I find that spirituality can be a missing piece. For those firmly in a faith tradition, then you're a good place. I think everything I've got will come in and meld with probably where you are. For those who are not necessarily in a faith tradition, you don't have to be, but you will connect again over this, what I think I have to present about spirituality. I want to first bring out the fact that extraordinary leaders tend to display a mature spirituality. These are some historical figures. These are, people I'd call my heroes, Mahatma Gandhi's, the Nelson Mandelas. These are the people who endured. They were resilient people. They found meaning in their work. These are spiritually mature people who seem to then be able to hit any kind of challenge. Contemporary examples would be sort of your Jimmy Carter's, your Oprah Winfrey's. Again, more examples of people who have integrated their spirituality into their lives, and they benefit and we all benefit from it. Just because I happen to finish all 9 episodes of Star Wars recently, we can't forget Yoda, right? I mean, it's just even in the fictional characters, we have our examples of extraordinary leaders because of high spiritual development. So I want to give a definition of spirituality. This is my definition. I think it's consistent with other definitions of spirituality and certainly consistent with faith traditions. And it is simply the nature of every person to possess an inner trust and strength, which in turn gives meaning to life and work. I grew up in the era of, and still very much the same way, right? But I think, but very much you checked your religion and you checked your politics at the door at the office. You did not talk about those things in the office, right? But then you're really checking part of yourself at the door. It's why we're maybe not fully engaged. Us entrepreneurs, we have an advantage is that we can bring the whole person into our workplace. And in fact, we have to. And part of that's the spirituality. I think it's safe to bring the whole person in, particularly if we know what we're talking about. And I think a definition helps. So spirituality is nothing but really focusing on that inner trust and strength, which we have to develop as entrepreneurs. So that's the spirituality. Spiritual journey is it's just that process. It's that process of developing that inner trust and strength, which we can do individually, but I find really it's a communal journey. It is right now we are all on that journey. Just at least for this hour, at least I'm with you during this hour. We are on this journey together, and we are helping each other. Samuel is a financial advisor. He is helping people on the journey probably more effectively than many pastors I know, because he's really touching something that is near to them, is fundamental to not them, us, right? Our finances. What does our future look like? What is our Samuel, I don't know if from my perspective, whether you recognize it or not, you have a ministry, and to the extent that you are helping people along, you're helping them on their spiritual journey. There's no other way around it. I'm sure that we go through everybody who's participating here in some way or another. I would call their work ministry. And it's a wonderful engagement, right? I have one of the bedside books that I turn to occasionally at least, and I would like to recommend it. It's called The Book of Awakening. Mark Nepo is a wonderful poet. He writes in a way that only, coming out of the other side of cancer and surviving a lot of illness can one write. He has a wonderful story in there. I'll be very, very quick about it. He speaks about a Hindu priestess who is really getting tired of her ever complaining assistant. And one day she calls the assistant in and says, fetch me a glass of water, please. And he does. And then she says, now fetch me a handful of salt. And he does, brings actually them both back. And she says, now put the salt in the water and stir it. And he does. So she then tells him, now drink the water. And as you might imagine, the assistant really hesitates because this is going to be some pretty bitter water he's about to drink. But he takes a gulp and gags it down. And before he continues, she says, stop. And he asks, she asks, how does the water taste? And he spits out bitter, you know, and she smiles and says, yes. And says, now come with me. The two of them walk down slowly to a lake, him with the glass in his hand and her on her cane. They walk down to the lake. She says, now pour the water into the lake. He does. And she stirs the water with her cane. She says, now drink this water. And so he bends over, he gets down on all fours and starts lapping up the lake like a dog. And she says, now how does that water taste? And he looks up from the water, kind of, you know, from the lake, water's dripping on her chin, his chin. And he says, it's fresh. And she says, stop being the glass, become the lake. And it's that, you know, if you condense your bitterness into a small vessel, or the difficulties of a small vessel, life will be bitter. If you can expand it, you're the lake, you're going to be able to navigate. That's the kind of wisdom Mark Nepo brings in this book. So I very much enjoy it. I recommend it to you. There's another book I'd like to talk about for a few minutes. And this is also a terrific book, which will help drill down further into a number of the things I've been talking about. Thich Nhat Hanh is a Buddhist priest. He was for a while a contemporary of Martin Luther King Jr. Thich Nhat Hanh is he's in his mid-90s now. Martin Luther King Jr. had nominated Thich Nhat Hanh for Nobel Peace Prize, back in the late 60s. Well, before he was assassinated, but mid-60s then. This book was a New York Times bestseller in 2007. And I recommend it because at the core of so much of the issues that we deal with is the question of power. I want to deal with it very briefly with this individually, you know, power. We see it playing out across our country right now in many different ways, right? Certainly many harmful ways. But power can have a different perspective, and our perspective on power can circle all the way back to the beginning of my introduction about that stress. Are we in competition or are we in a profession? And I highly recommend this fairly thin, very easy to read book about power. It has helped me in my view of power and control. If we have any lawyers on the call, or just anyone with some amount of legal experience, you may be familiar with the legal term control and command. And it's a military term. It's a legal term. But so much of our historic view of power is control and command. I'm certainly at a place in my life where I have no desire to control and command somebody else's life. I just don't. Happy to help them along in their journey, but we don't need to spend that emotional energy, from my perspective, we don't need to spend that time trying to control and command. Yet we have to deal with power. So I enjoyed this book. Here's a quick overview of power as it brings happiness, not suffering. Thich Nhat Hanh, and I've tried to condense as much as I can into this slide for you. It's he says these 5 elements that power builds on. First, there is faith. You remember that definition I had about spirituality, right? Confidence or trust in yourself. So his definition of faith will circle back to my definition of spirituality, and that is that individual trust or confidence in yourself. We have to have it. You have it, otherwise you wouldn't be an entrepreneur, right? Or a business owner. Diligence. Diligence is his word for removing and replacing unsupported negative thinking. So we all tell ourselves all sorts of stories day in and day out. You and I might pass each other in the hall, and I might, like, you know, on the sidewalk, and I might smile at you, and you just may not see me because you're busy, so you don't smile back. And I think, oh, what's up with that person? They don't like me. They're a different race, a different color, you know, whatever, different gender. They don't like me, and I start spinning out of control. They make up all these stories, right? We don't need to do that. We need to replace unsupported negative thinking with rational thinking. Mindfulness, which is what I showed you that little video before. Mindfulness is about being present accurately and recognizing what's happening around us. That you see that ties into resilience, that ties into happiness and contentment. So faith, we start off with faith, which is all in our control, confidence and trust in ourselves. We build on that diligence. We add to that mindfulness. That's going to lead us to the skill set of concentration. If you have ever read a patent, it has got to be some of the densest, most mind-numbing things ever. You're talking to a guy who has written hundreds of them. I will tell you how mind-numbing it is. So, you've got to be able to concentrate in order to do that kind of work and think at several different levels at the same time. It takes practice, just like, I'm not a great tennis player. I don't practice. Not a great guitar player. I don't practice like that. But we can all, in whatever we decide to do, decide to concentrate. All of this together leads us to insight. Insight is that transformation. That's where we can really make absolute inroads in everything that we are and we do. I'm going to leave that with you right now. I've got my eye on my clock. I think my time is up. I have 2 or 3 minutes left. I will try to make the transition out of here back to stop sharing my screen if I can get there. Austin, any questions for me?
No, I have there's just 2 things when you discussed relaxation response and meditation and mindfulness. Those were key because, before I introduced you, I mentioned, the stresses and the anxiety that many of us are dealing with going through the pandemic as small business owners. I personally spoke with several small businesses, mom and pop models, as they were applying for the Paycheck Protection Program and the economic injury disaster loans earlier this year. And I sat on different panels from different organizations discussing application for the programs. And I've personally helped a few small businesses put together their profit and loss statement. And I can't tell you you probably know already the anxiety and the stress that many of them were feeling, knowing that they probably are staring down the path of a closed business, staring down the path of a failed business because of this pandemic that for which we couldn't even see an end to, So I think that those were key because, as we study cash flow management and digital marketing and all these other key areas of business, it is important to manage our mental health, important to manage our stress, right? The other thing is multitasking. Of course, I've always said a long time, multitasking is overrated. You can't be a jack of all trades because you're going to be a master of none, So definitely placing your focus on one key area in sequential, order at a time makes you more masterful than trying to gather everything at one time.
Yeah. You might have to do 20 things in a day, but do them one at a time, get them done right. I've had to explain, particularly to new employees or new associates I've had to train. If you don't pay attention to something, you get it wrong, we're going to figure it out eventually, right? So you've wasted your time. You've wasted the time that I had to go find something. Now you've wasted your time going back at a third time to fix it.
Yeah.
And then we've wasted it really a fourth time because you could be somewhere else doing something right the first time.
Yeah.
So there's like a fourfold failure by getting a mistake. Now the world's not perfect. I get that. And we're talking about big things, right? But you can eliminate a lot. Any of you who are in risk management or insurance coverage people, get your people to stop, your clients to stop multitasking, and you'll probably reduce your claims by about 50%. I'm taking a wild guess. I think it's closer to 80. But yeah, it's a huge myth.
Yeah.
Lies is probably a better word.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Am I good? My pleasure. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me to the party.
Yes. Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. Paul was a highly recommended speaker. you know, and it was recommended that I definitely, you know, just contact him and have a discussion with him on how he can contribute to ESBS 2020. So I'm really appreciative that he accepted my invitation to speak today. So thank you again, Paul.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, and learning about your background, your vast background, going from law to divinity, you know, and it's not unusual. I come from an electronic engineering background, and I've met engineers who've actually departed the engineering field. And, you know, the stresses alone, the anxiety alone that comes with many of these high-level careers will definitely make you pivot and change directions, right? Because you're looking for more peace of mind.
Yeah, but just a quick correction on that. I never stopped practicing law. I thought my view is divinity, that program would help me be a better lawyer. I think it has.
Right,
you know,
right,
so,
right. Yeah, I was speaking to those that I've met, and it's true because I can see, because I'm not a practicing lawyer. I don't hold a JD, but I know many lawyers. And Mr. Inigo Powell, who I've known a long time, he follows you as our final speaker for today. And I can tell you, with speaking with many lawyers, I know the stresses that come along with their careers, and I can see where divinity helps you in dealing in your career as a lawyer, right? Understanding another realm, another dynamic that helps you get through the coarseness of your day.
Right, like why the third DUI or why the fourth marriage? You know, we gotta get upstream of that bad behavior. You know, yeah.
Exactly.
My pleasure, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you have questions for Mr. Knowlton, please put it in the chat, and please feel free to follow up with him as you please. Again, with all of our speakers here today they are well versed in their respective authorities, and they will be a great addition to your portfolio of consultants. So yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So just make sure that you follow up with them. So we're going to move on to our final speaker of the day. We always save the best for last, right? So don't feel, Mr. Powell, don't feel bad that you're following up all these great speakers. You know, they've paved the way for you, you know. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our final speaker for today, Mr. Inigo Powell, Esquire, from the owner of the Powell Law Firm. Inigo Powell is an attorney with the Powell Law Firm, LLC, practicing in the areas of elder law, estate planning and administration, guardianship, special needs planning, business law, and real estate. He is currently licensed to practice law in the states of Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and will be expanding to Georgia. Inigo helps seniors and their families plan for eligibility for Medicaid benefits, including the preparation of special needs trusts and applying for those benefits when appropriate, creates simple to complex estate planning, including the preparation of powers of attorney and other advanced directives, and advocates for his clients to assure that they receive all the Medicare, private health insurance, and long-term care insurance coverage to which they are entitled. Inigo provides key assistance to new business ventures to ensure that all legal bases are covered and that new businesses have the best possible chance for success. Inigo is an active member of the Pennsylvania and Montgomery Bar Associations. He volunteers with the Montgomery Child Advocacy Project, where he provides legal representation to children of Montgomery County who are victims of abuse and neglect. He also volunteers with the Montgomery Bar Association Civics Education Program, where he teaches civics education to Norristown area middle school students. Through the PBA, Minority Bar Committee's Community Outreach Subcommittee, he regularly participates in panel discussions and speaking engagements on the legal topics in which he specializes. He is a former board member of the Montgomery Bar Association. Inigo has organized and moderated business development forums such as Blazing Business Trials, how to be more productive at marketing and business development, and opportunity in a down economy, diverse attorneys on business development and marketing. He has served as a speaker and panelist at various bar events, including the PBA's Law Day, the rise, existence, and fall of a law practice, Clarence Darrow, Crimes, Causes, and the Courtroom, Controversy, Conflicts, Challenge, and the Montgomery Bar Association's How to Hang a Shingle Yourself. Nigo received his JD, his Juris Doctor from Temple University, Beasley School of Law, and his BA in philosophy from Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut. Prior to law school, he was selected by the Council on Legal Education Opportunity to be a Thurgood Marshall Fellow at the University of Pittsburgh School of Law. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. E. Nigo Pyle.
All right, thank you, Austin. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and just for some disclosure, Austin is my cousin, and he wrote my bio. So thank you for having me. And I was joking with Austin. I said, you're saving me for a 3 o'clock presentation on a Friday. So people are really going to love me. So I promise not to keep everyone too long. And you know, I know we've got the final day tomorrow for the ESBS you know, symposium. I know it's been a success so far, and you know, I just want to, you know, congratulate Austin on you know, another successful ESBS program.
Thank you.
And you know, much continued success. So I'm going to talk about managing your business legal affairs during COVID. A lot of it is going to touch on things like your lease, looking at business planning strategies, you know, to utilize COVID as an opportunity to kind of pivot. And then, you know, just looking at some other legal issues and things that you may want to consider for your business. So that's the bio. That's the edited version of what Austin was just providing you. So as with most of my presentations, I'm gonna, you know, just have the legal disclaimer here. You know, this presentation, it's for educational purposes. It's not legal advice. You know, legal advice, you want to definitely make sure, you know, any of the topics in here, you follow up with an attorney. If you're in Georgia, you follow up with a Georgia attorney, or any other state that you're in. You want to make sure that you follow up with an attorney in that state who's able to speak with you regarding the specific laws that apply to the issues or the topics. And so if there are any questions as I'm doing this presentation, Austin, if you could just flag me and I'll answer those questions.
Sure.
So COVID, it's impacted businesses across the board. Some businesses have suffered more than others. You know, you look at the restaurant businesses, they've suffered tremendously, you know, with having reduced customers and so forth. Other businesses that rely on foot traffic, they've had to look at different ways of, you know, creating revenue. And so COVID, you know, it's not the one size fits all. Everybody gets impacted and affected differently. So it should be noted that you know, the focus of this presentation is going to be primarily on small businesses and entrepreneurs, as opposed to some of the bigger companies that are able to withstand a lot of the you know, the impacts of COVID. So one of the first things, you know, I always talk with my clients is, you know, just understand and analyze your ongoing burn rate. And basically, you want to look at where your business is currently spending money and consider which expenses are avoidable. Some are likely even entirely avoidable after a crisis such as COVID. You want to think about it because oftentimes, you're just kind of, pre-COVID, you're just operating your business, you're getting your revenue, you're doing your day-to-day activity and not really looking strategically at the business. And one of the things I know Austin will tell you is you have to run your business and not be in your business, right? So you've got to take that step back, evaluate how your business is operating, the revenue streams, your return, on investments, and you've got to have a way to track your customers and your clients, and also, your retention rate. These are all things that help you to understand where you are and improve your business. Think about excess marketing. Things that are not paying off, things that are not getting you that return on investment. Look at your rents. Sometimes you may not need an office space. You can operate from home. The size of your company and other expenses may be reducible without affecting the quality of your business. Those are things that you want to measure, things that you want to look at. The numbers are going to guide you. Efficiency is crucial to being successful and outcompeting your rivals. So you want to keep a close eye on your competitors. Many businesses run with a lot of excess. You got to be able to trim the fat. Know what the fat is and trim it, identify it. And that's going to give you a leg up, on running your business in a much more lean way and also more efficiently. And you want to consider where you can optimize your burn rate. There might be some areas where you can reduce spending and make up for that by increasing your own output, your own efforts. You can make sure that any optimizations you make are well thought out. Definitely don't just try to, throw it on the wall and see what sticks. Be methodical and creative about, purposeful about the plans that you're putting into place. So you want to also adapt to current market trends in a complementary way. And you want to, it may be difficult to understand and predict, what's going to work and what's going to be to your advantage. You want to spend the time to really understand the current landscape, understand the market. So it's going to take some time, evaluating, talking to people, reaching out, just getting outside of your comfort zone. And you can re-optimize your business positioning by doing these things. Maybe your business can provide its product or services remotely. And we've seen that with COVID, people working from home and, staff members coordinating remotely. And it's really showed that it's possible using interfaces such as this, such as Zoom, bringing us all closer together. So we don't necessarily have to travel to a particular location to, participate in a particular business activity or to meet with clients. I'll give you a case in point. With my law firm, we do a lot of estate planning work, preparing wills, trusts, and things of that nature. And so when COVID hit, we were faced with a situation where we couldn't necessarily bring clients into the office, and we had to get creative on how we were going to interact with clients. So much like everyone else, we got on Zoom and other video conferencing tools, and we met with clients, we talked with clients remotely, and when we had an opportunity to meet with clients, we initially did parking lot signings. So we would have signings in the parking lot outside of our office. And we would have the clients, in their mask, and, we had the same, and, we sanitized the pens and everything else. And we did that, for a while until our state opened back up. So, you want to be able to be flexible, reposition yourself. You may even have to reposition your branding, and that's okay, because out of this pandemic, your goal is to create new revenue streams, and to leverage, a whole new business pathway. And that's something that you can do with the time that you have during COVID. All right, so you want to learn from your competition as well. See what they're doing and what you can pick up from them, what tips you can pick up from them. Because some of them may be doing well, and they may have been doing the things that, we're going to talk about in this presentation. It's obvious that some businesses are suffering more than others. You want to be in the position where you're suffering less than others. So you got to study the ones that seem to be making it through this crisis and learn what they're doing differently to make it work. So look at both your direct and indirect competitors and really understand, what they're doing, their strategies, see what's working for them. And you've got to be ready to pivot and shift, to the extent that you're able to. And so looking back at the earlier slides where, we talk about making, your burn rate, making sure that you're operating in a lean fashion. If you're operating in a more lean position, you're able to navigate quicker and to pivot much quicker. That speedboat is going to make that turn quicker than that cruise ship. So, get rid of that excess baggage and really peer into what your competitors are doing and how they're being successful. At the end of the day, you want to create an advantage for your business to begin to, when things begin to return to normal, so that you're just poised and positioned to really succeed. The most important thing that you have is your time, as well as your experience and your expertise. So you want to consider your time, ask yourself if there's something you can be doing related or otherwise that's a more valuable use of your time. You don't want to, just keep doing, the same thing over and over again. What's the definition of insanity? They tell you, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So you want to get away from, doing things that are not effective and they're not productive. One of the hardest things to come to terms with as an entrepreneur is knowing when a business pursuit is worth it or not worth it. The one thing with this pandemic is it's going to create an excellent opportunity for you to be introspective. For you to assess your business, look at how much time you're spending, and understanding how you're generating your money, your sources of money, getting down to the details, spreadsheets, there's software, that you can use to track all of this. And you got to ask yourself and be honest with yourself, is this pursuit the best use of my time? You got to take a hard look at it and really question, whether the path that you're taking is the right one for you. In the short term, it may not make sense to continue putting the bulk of your time and resources into your business. If you can temporarily reduce your burn rate, for instance, to zero or near zero, it may make sense for you to look at other areas to make money. This is where the pivoting comes in. Look at freelancing, look at opportunities, to associate yourself with other entrepreneurs or other businesses. And, you can always lean back, to your business when the timing is right. and the market conditions show that, going back to the business makes sense. You want to use your spare time to learn and improve. This is, your opportunity to take courses, free courses online. There's a lot of courses that you can take online. You want to continue to educate yourself and keep yourself ahead. Even if it's in your field, you want to make sure that you are the expert in your field. And, you never want to be at the bottom of your field in terms of knowledge base, because customers and clients are always going to seek out those experts before they seek out the novice. And clients and customers are going to be able to spot that pretty quickly. So, the opportunity to really learn and improve also gives you an opportunity to write, to blog, to really put out your knowledge, to the world, and people will flock to that. They will seek you for advice, even if initially the advice is free. It's the long game that you really want to play, and you sow your seeds, and eventually, they will bear fruit. So that's not going to happen overnight. And so think of all the work that you put in as an entrepreneur to get you to where you are now. And it's no different, with COVID and if you have to pivot. You want to keep an open mind and stay positive, because your goal really is to leverage the opportunity that you have right now. So when the world starts moving, with some level of normalcy, you can fly past the competition. I'm going to look at some specific considerations right now regarding contracts, leases, and so forth. So as a business owner, you may have contracts with other vendors and other parties, third parties and other direct parties. You want to ask yourself whether you still need to fulfill your contractual obligations during the pandemic. And this is where you kind of get into the details and you get into the weeds. You want to check to see whether the contracts contain any obligations, for instance, like a force majeure clause. And you may be able to rely on this clause in certain circumstances, but keep in mind the purpose of a force majeure clause. It's to excuse a party, from performance of a contract following the occurrence of an event beyond the reasonable control of either parties, and it prevents the contractual performance or makes it impossible. Such as natural events, acts of God, and in some instances, the pandemic may impact your contractual rights and may serve as a force majeure clause. But you want to make sure that you read the clause specifically, because landlords, even though they put that force majeure in there, it may not cover such things as a pandemic. All right, so many of you may have, rental lease agreements, and so you want to look at the lease agreements, and sometimes, oftentimes it pays to have a real estate attorney negotiate that lease agreement, because that attorney can put clauses in there, and you'll see some of the clauses I'll talk about. The attorney can put clauses in there to benefit you if you experience a condition similar to the pandemic that we're going through right now. Oftentimes, if you just sign the lease that the landlord provides you, that often doesn't have provisions in there that's working to your benefit or to protect you. And so, often we get questions from clients and prospective clients, asking whether they have to pay rent during COVID. And so it's one of those lawyerly answers. It depends. Depends on the specific contractual language, what's been negotiated between the parties. So this is where if you have an attorney, a real estate attorney negotiating a lease for you, or if you're really knowledgeable about leases, you can put in clauses that can benefit you for situations like, the pandemic. In most long-term and triple net leases, tenants largely agree to pay rent without abatements, set off or any kind of deduction during the term of the lease. For example, excuse me, the allure of a triple net lease to most landlords is that the tenant is required to pay rent continuously with limited rent abatement possibilities. Often, even in casualty or situations where condemnation is in play. Essentially, the tenant takes on most of the risk for the landlord. In turn, most leases, they may have the force majeure clause that, we talked about, or excusable delay clauses that carve out the payment obligations for the tenant. While these clauses, will hold certain performance and other obligations affected by the pandemic, for instance, these provisions are generally not broad enough to, completely absolve the tenant from paying rent. In fact, most of these leases, expressly state that events of force majeure do not stop the tenant's obligation to pay rent. This is in line, with longstanding legal precedents and case law in most jurisdictions. So some of the lease provisions, that we can kind of talk a little bit about that you may see in your lease and other leases, commercial leases. For instance, there's the rent default, interest, and late charges. So there are implications, with the pandemic and how your lease is going to impact you. So both the landlord and the tenant, both parties should be well versed in the contractual implication of the lease, more so for the tenants. Especially, if the tenant may want the lease to be, the rent to be paid late or have some accommodation because of the pandemic. They may ask for, let's have a reduction in lease payments, or let's, change how the lease payments, will be paid. Let's excuse, 3 months, the first 3 months of the pandemic, and we'll tack it on toward the back end of the lease for the year. There's different ways to work this out. So even in leases, expressly permitting the tenant closures, whether under permitted closure provisions or in situations where the tenant is allowed to kind of go dark, which is basically the tenant moving out of the property and not really actively using the property. The tenants, could still remain liable for some or all monetary and other obligations under the lease. So it's important to really understand this particular clause, for late charges and things of that nature, because any default or failure of the tenant to pay rent on time without working out an agreement with the landlord could result in you defaulting on your lease. Recapture rights. So if a tenant leaves the premise, stops using the premise for a period of time, the landlord may be entitled to terminate the lease and recapture the premises, meaning getting the premises back. This right may require additional notice from the landlord and other actions based on state law, including up to going to court and so forth. So some leases may have an exclusive use provision. If a lease has granted the tenant the right to an exclusive use for a particular product or service, such right, may be conditioned upon the tenant's continuous use and active use and of operating the space that they're using. If the tenant fails to continuously operate or fail to use the property, it may open a window of time during which the landlord may agree to lease other tenants for an otherwise restricted use, or the landlord may be able to terminate the lease and take back the space from the violating tenant, so that the landlord can lease it to another tenant. And so, the tenant may be on the hook for a period of time that property is, or that space is on the market, unused, and also if there's any additional work that the landlord may have to do in order to make the space usable by the new tenant. So you want to make sure you're very careful, with that provision. Co-tenancy rights, remedies. Certain leases may grant tenants the right to terminate the lease or reduce the rent if the occupancy, like for instance in a shopping center or retail development, for instance, if it falls below a certain occupancy threshold. The rights of the tenant may include rent abatement, reduced hours, or even the right to terminate the lease. The impact of the pandemic may have on co-tenancy rights will depend on how the occupancy thresholds are defined in the lease and what protections the landlord may have in place. So rights of renewal, expansion, first offer, termination. Many leases will condition additional tenant rights, such as the right to exercise an option to extend the term or the right to change the use of the space on the condition that the tenant is open and operating. That's key. And will continue to operate, will continue to open for a set period of time, in the premises. And the tenant, cannot be default under the lease. So operating covenants and failure to open. Many retail leases, they contain a covenant that require the tenant to continuously operate its business from the premises for the duration of the lease or for a minimum time period and during certain hours. This covenant or restriction may also require that while open, the tenant must be fully staffed, fully stocked, and use its best efforts to operate in a manner to maximize gross sales. An operating covenant may also include an obligation by the tenant to open for business, to the public by a certain date. If the tenant is unable to open to the government due to a government order, or it's not realistic or financially feasible for a tenant to staff, stock, and open a business during these times, or a tenant is unable to continue and complete its build out by a set date, this situation may trigger liquidated or other tenant damages, as well as landlord's as well as the landlord's rights and remedies, including lease termination. So the force majeure, and we're circling back to that, it's often found in leases and typically include conditions such as adverse or extreme weather, casualty, condemnation, war, acts of God, government regulations, things like that. And these provisions usually apply to performance obligations and have traditionally excluded payment obligations. It's very specific. So even though you may have a force majeure clause, it's very specific as to when, the obligation not to pay rents arises. It's important to review these provisions to determine if they are broad enough to cover an instance such as the pandemic. And you want to evaluate what notice, if any, is required for the provision to come into effect. And you may have to provide, the landlord with certain notice and certain requirements in order to take advantage of the force majeure clause. Even with a force majeure provision that requires payment of rent, some of the performance covenants or restrictions mentioned earlier might be told or stopped if the proper notice is provided to the landlord. So all of this is about following the proper steps and protocol so that you can take advantage of the specific provision, under the lease. Just want to talk a little bit about some items that you want to put on your checklist, just general items, while you're in COVID and if you have, some downtime and you're evaluating your business and looking at ways to streamline and do some things. You want to take a look at your insurance policies. I did this the other day. I have a rental property and, I've gotten insurance on it, when I first purchased the property and this was a number of years ago. And so over time, that property, it appreciated, depreciated, appreciated, depreciated. I mean, the market was crazy. And so one of the things that we, were looking at was to rebuild the cost, right? Because this particular property, it's all brick, right? And it's over, over 100 years old. And so it's the cost to rebuild it is not the market value of the property, right? So if the market value of the property is 200,000, the cost to rebuild it is 300,000. So if I've got insurance on this property for 200,000, I'm not going to be able to rebuild if something happens to it, right? So looked over the insurance policies, changed all that, made sure that we had coverage for the rebuild, and also just looked over business insurance, shopped around and was able to actually save some money in going to another insurer, but also most importantly was able to get the right coverage and proper coverage for the business and for the rental property and the other coverage that we needed. The whole thing with insurance is you want to make sure you're in a position to really benefit, should something happen. And so, you want to look at your business insurance, your property insurance, auto, life insurance, disability insurance, all of these things, because all of those things matter. If you become disabled, if you're crossing the street, get hit by a car and, you're out of work for, weeks. As an entrepreneur, that's going to hurt you. You know, so you want to have some coverage in place should something like that happen. And COVID may give you the opportunity to really evaluate your business and look at those policies. You also want to make sure, you know, that you look at your estate and business succession plan. So, number one, you know, with your business, you know, you want to have, you did your work, started your business, started the service, whatever, you know, it is that you're doing. And so you want to make sure what happens, you know, if something happens to you when you're either incapacitated or you pass on, you know, what's going to happen to your business. So you want to make sure that you're thinking about how that business is either going to be transferred to someone else to run, or if that's not a possibility, or if that's not part of the plan, and you want to have the business sold, then you've got to make provisions for selling the business. And so that's part of your succession plan. And so you want to make sure that in your plan that you've got a provision for either selling the business or transferring the business upon a triggering event. And the triggering event could be, again, some disability, incapacity, or death, or divorce. You know, there's different triggering events. And so that's something that you know, if you didn't have time when you were running with business pre-COVID, now that you have the time, you want to build that infrastructure, make sure you're solid, because everything right now is about really making sure that you're positioned right now and positioned after COVID to succeed, right? And you want to take a look at your estate plan as well. Your estate plan is going to, you know, cover your powers of attorney. You know, if you're unable to make decisions, you know, for yourself, then you're going to have to appoint somebody to make those decisions for you, right? Who's that going to be? Because if you don't make the decisions on who's going to run your business or make decisions for you, guess who's going to make that decision? It's going to be the court, it's going to be the state. It's not going to be someone that you chose, and they may not be somebody that you like, and they may run your business into the ground and take all your money, right? So again, this is your opportunity to really drill down and plan and do all the appropriate things that you need to do for your business. And you know, part of that is also making provisions for your will, your last will and testament, and making sure that, you know, you leave something, you know, that legacy. You built this business, so it's your legacy. You leave it behind for your family, you know, your children, your loved ones. Don't let the state determine how that's going to, you know, happen, because the state has its provision. They're set. They got their own estate plan for you. So you want to make sure you make your decision and you trump. I don't like that word. You override the state. I'm not going to use the T word. Some of y'all got that. All right, so you want to review the SBA website for opportunities that are coming down the pike. The Small Business Administration website is full of resources. There's also volunteers that can, you know, work with you as you're looking to do these evaluations that that we're talking about right now. They are experienced entrepreneurs who have been retired, but they still want to give back, and so they volunteer their time. And you know, it's every field, financial, marketing, legal, operations, you know. So check into some of these individuals and talk with them, because, you know, this is about getting your business right and really evaluating your business. There's also some opportunities for grants and loans and other initiatives that are coming through from both the federal government and also on the state level as well. So I know Austin is, through his business and monthly newsletters that have circulated opportunities from the SBA as they were coming out. And so if you haven't been reading his newsletters, check it out. But definitely check out the SBA websites and also the state government websites for small businesses as well. If you have a lease, you want to review that lease. Look at opportunities, like I discussed, for you to get out of that lease, for any changes that you can make to that lease, and that can benefit you. If you have an opportunity to work from home and you can achieve similar or better results, and you can get out of your lease, you take advantage of that opportunity. It's about being lean right now. You want to, increase your cash retention, reduce your expenses, and keep yourself continuing adding to your cash reserves, so that when you have an opportunity that you want to pursue, because of the work that you're doing right now, all of the evaluations and the recommendations that I've talked about, you'll see opportunities coming down the pipe, and you'll be positioned and ready to take advantage of those opportunities. And most importantly, you want to review your business plan. You want to make sure that you are looking at everything, every opportunity, is, tracking the numbers. You've got to track the numbers. If you don't track your numbers, you're not going to know if you're succeeding or not. It's not enough to just look at your bank account to make a determination of whether you're doing well or not. You've got to track how you are engaging with your customers, how you're engaging with your clients and new clients, prospective clients. We have a CRM, program and software that we use. When a client calls in, a new client calls in, we track them or her in this program. And if that person becomes a client right away, we move them into the bucket of being a client. If they, if they need some time to think and review, we identify them as a lead, and we have a system to follow up with them by email as well as phone calls. And so, we track, what's happening with that particular client. And if that client eventually becomes, prospective client eventually becomes a client, and let's say it takes 2 months, we track that. We saw what engagements we've had with that prospective client in order to make them a client. And then ultimately, if they decide that they don't want to become a client, we track that as well. And that's going to tell us about our retention rate, right? It's going to tell us, how, off of so many prospective clients, how many we're able to retain. And those are important, because if something's not working, we get an opportunity to change it. If it is working, then we say, all right, we'll keep doing that. And so, this is the time really to evaluate your business and evaluate how you're operating. And you have the ability to succeed and really win at this, so you just have to do the work. But there's a lot of resources out there, I'm around, and all of the speakers at the ESBS, they're available for you as well as the SBA. So definitely take advantage, All right, folks, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, if anybody has any questions, this is the time now.
Yeah, it doesn't cost right now.
Doesn't cost right now.
Yeah, you call me after this.
Well, in that case, I've got 10 questions.
Yeah, man.
That's 10 free questions.
If you ask them after today, they come with a hefty fee. Oh man, I just want to say while folks are thinking about their questions, I just want to say there's very important topics, discussion points that Nigo mentioned today. Key would be the value of your time. If for those of you who've never received a business card from me, on the back of my business card, I have inscribed, until you value yourself, you won't value your time. Until you value your time, you will not do anything with it. And this is from American psychiatrist, Dr. M. Scott Peck, MD. I can't tell you how many times I've had people sort of, I mean, they're inquiring about growing their business, what they want to do, and and then when it gets down to it, then they really soak up a lot of your time, and the advice you give to them or the recommendations you give to them, they don't follow up on it, and you got to manage your time and respect your own time, because you got to put a value on your time, right? Or people will definitely absorb much of it. The second thing is the rental lease agreements, the operative lease provisions, very important. In the beginning of the pandemic, I had several business owners who were, they were challenged with landlords actually demanding their rent, and their revenue was down 80%. So if your revenue is down 80%, you're not going to have the money readily available to pay the rent. You may have that first month or that next month after a complete shutdown, but what about the subsequent months, right? So I know two of the businesses I worked with said, they were able to renegotiate the agreement and work with the landlords in order to pay off, to continue paying the monthly obligation. So that's very important. That's another challenge for entrepreneurs in this time is rental agreements, contract negotiations, purchasing negotiations, purchasing agreements, anything contractual, right? And when there's limited revenue coming in, limited money to really pay off your debts or your obligations, it requires some legal intervention and it requires immediate attention, So these are some other key topics that we definitely were, we're privileged to discuss today, or over these 2 days going into the final day tomorrow. So I just want, if anybody has any questions right now, or you could put your questions in the chat. I know Mr. Powell's number is up there with his email address and contact phone number. If you want to take down the information, take down the information. He is a practicing attorney licensed in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. So giving legal advice here in the state of Georgia will not be the ideal thing because he's not licensed in the state of Georgia. But I know he did provide his disclaimer in the beginning of the presentation. So, but you can still ask general questions and he will probably be able to give you a general recommendation, but not give you legal advice if you're not in the state of Pennsylvania and New Jersey. And I do have folks joining me from different parts of the US, and Miss Maxine there from Trinidad and Tobago. But the information, contract negotiations, lease agreements, I mean, this is ubiquitous based on, we were always involved in some sort of contract negotiation and lease agreement wherever we are, right? But if there are any final thoughts, we're about to wrap up in about 3 minutes. If you just have them now.
Yeah. In the introduction, it was stated that Mr. Powell, you would be admitted to the Georgia bar. Do you have a time frame in mind?
You already got prospective clients, man. What's up?
Me.
I do not have a time frame at this point, but definitely if you go to either my website or you just shoot me an email, so you can be included in receiving our monthly newsletter. I will keep you abreast and updated with that, so you'll know. And also, if anyone has questions after the ESBS, just reference the ESBS in your subject line, and I will offer you free consultation, regarding the questions, or at least point you in the right direction if I'm not able to answer your question.
Anybody else?
I just want to say thank you for that information. And sometimes, this is stuff that we might know, or maybe we don't have a clue.
Mm-hmm.
You would assume it's common sense, but not every, what's the saying? Common sense is not necessarily so common. Mm-hmm. So it's really good to be reminded of these things. And I mean, frankly, when I would get a lease agreement, in front of me, it's like you read it, you might even send it to your attorney and say, hey, is there anything that is in here that might be, adverse for me? But at the same time, I never challenge that per se. So from what I gathered, it's almost like, hey, pay attention and maybe challenge and say, hey, look, this maybe might not be the best for me. It's in your best interest. Whenever on my rental property, trust me, my lease agreements are geared for my best interest, obviously. So that was, eye-opening for me.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Remember, and thank you for that. Any contract that's put before you, it's negotiable. Always remember that. Sometimes, the person on the other side of the contract may say, it's not negotiable. Like, I represent clients who go into nursing homes or long-term care facilities, and sometimes the facility will tell me, oh, the contract's not negotiable. All right, well then the client's going to go to another facility then, and we're going to find a contract that is negotiable. So it's always about creating options for yourself. And when you do the planning, you allow yourself many more options. And when you have many more options, you're not forced to have to take what someone is giving you if it's not to your liking, right? And so the work that you put in on the front end will position you better, at the back. So if you don't put the work in on the front end, you're not going to be in as good of a position down the road.
Any other questions?
Well, right. I'm definitely excited to be part of this, and thank you, Austin. I'll send you my speaking fee.
Yeah, but you probably will. I know Mr. Powell has been a speaker at previous occasions for the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit. So I thank him again for accepting my invitation. Just trying to give him some visibility, as he does intend to extend his law practice into the state of Georgia. So making sure that folks get familiar with him and his name, his practice, and what he does, so that when he eventually becomes licensed in the state of Georgia, people are already, entrepreneurs, business owners are already familiar with him and what he does. Right. Again, I want to thank Mr. Pyle. Thank you so much for your valuable information, always valuable. I definitely want to thank our keynote speaker today, Mr. Glenn Christian, for his time and his keynote address, Mr. Ken Fenner, Stephanie Stokenis, Mr. Samuel Richmond, Mr. Paul Knowlton, all preceding Mr. Powell this morning. I want to thank everybody for your time. The attendees here today, just always know that You're never alone. You are never alone on your journey through entrepreneurship. There's always someone available to assist you. If you don't know who to go to, at least you know someone to whom you can ask a question and they can point you in the right direction. I've come across so many people who really didn't know they can contact the Small Business Administration, didn't know they can contact the Small Business Development Center, right? Didn't know they can probably go to a local chamber and ask questions. And they've come to me, or, you know, we met somewhere, they asked me questions, and I was either able to help them if the need was within my scope, or I was able to recommend them to, you know, the consortium of consultants that I work with. So never forget that the assistance is always there. The resources are there. You've become familiar with the speakers through the ESBS. Make sure you contact and reach out, ask questions. I know there was not really a flurry of questions coming yesterday and today. Hopefully more will ask questions tomorrow, but ask questions. Never just sit idle and hope that the information will come to you. It doesn't just come to you. And never ever think that you know everything. I am a consultant. I don't know everything. I know how to leverage individuals and leverage experts for their respective expertise in order to acquire information. I also want to thank Mr. Mark Ham, our esteemed web development authority, digital marketing, logos, you name it. Any component of marketing that you need in order to give you the visibility, Pro Web Firm, procurement websites will assist you. I always say, if no one knows you exist, how can they do business with you? If no one knows you exist, there is no way they're going to do business with you. So definitely make sure you follow up with Mr. Ham, who was so gracious to assist me yesterday and today with the waiting room and also with the introductions of the keynote speakers. Tomorrow, we will kick off with Ms. Jill Goodrich. Ms. Jill Goodrich is the CEO of the Women's Chamber of Commerce. She's very excited to address not only our women entrepreneurs, but all of our entrepreneurs who will join us tomorrow. Women entrepreneurs have been been severely impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. And, you know, I definitely wanted to, I actually reached out to the Retail Federation, the American Retail Federation, the American Restaurant and Bar Association. I reached out to so many different organizations, but of course, they're national big organizations. You got to go through like 3 or 4 levels of people to get to the person you really need to speak with. But, you know, considering that I really didn't get any follow-up contact, I reached out to our local folks who are tremendous, valuable resources, and the Women's Chamber was gracious enough to accept my invitation to address us tomorrow. I will follow with my presentation on key strategic and business planning strategies for 2021, key strategy components that we as entrepreneurs can capitalize on for 2021 going forward. That will be followed by tax strategies and strategies for understanding how you maintain liquidity in your business during these challenging times, and managing your cash flow and your working capital as a small business, which is very important, especially for those who have received funding or grants through the Paycheck Protection Program or the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. very important on how we manage our scarce resource, which is cash, right? Or one of the scarce resources, cash, right? Optimizing your business operations to overcome COVID-19 challenges. Mr. Sorrel Katan, who is the founder of ExecuFit, a leadership and development training business, also hosts a daily program, a daily morning program called the Daily Huddle. Mr. Mark Ham has been on that. I've been on that. Sorrel, I tell you, I will have to summarize his resume tomorrow morning. That's how vast his experience is in leadership development and training of CEOs and senior executives and senior managers at the high corporate level. And that shows you the value of the speakers that we bring to you through the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit. And then finally, we will wrap up tomorrow with Dr. St. Clair Gray, who is a motivational speaker and an ordained minister and business consultant. And he also is a founder of the Greater Entrepreneur Success Group. And they usually have, every Monday, they have an online session where they work with entrepreneurs. So we will finish up tomorrow. We would love to have all of you back tomorrow, and whomever else will register and come on and be with us tomorrow. Again, as we close today, write down your thoughts. I hope you took notes. If you have questions, you can definitely pose them to me. If you don't, pose them to the consultants in time and say, hey, Austin, that speaker who discussed XYZ, who is that person? And I will definitely give you that information, not a problem. I'm asking all my consultants to, if they wish, to send me copies of their presentations, and I will have them all compiled in one file and loaded on the ESBS website, so that at any time you can access the information. Any final questions before we close? All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone. Have a good evening. All right. Thank you. And
we don't mind if we have a quick word from our sponsor, do we?
Oh, yes, sir. Please do.
All right, here we go, y'all. Can everybody hear?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Your brand's awareness can be quite difficult, and that's where Pro Web Firm comes in. By harnessing our dexterity and services, including custom web design, logo design, web hosting, domain registration, e-commerce solution, web marketing, privacy and protection, search engine optimization, and even WordPress hosting, we can help you push beyond the limit of your reach. We understand your desire to boost revenue. However, having just a website isn't enough. Let Pro Web Firm represent your vision through web and graphic solutions that will scale your business. Visit www.prowebfirm.net or call 770-954-9141.
Thank you.
All right. You done, or?
Yes, that's it. Just a promo.
All right. So thank everyone. Have a good evening.
Have a good day, everybody.
All right. Good day.
All right.
Bye-bye. You guys have a great day.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Yep. Short and sweet. You know what I mean?
Hey, well, I thought you were going to, give them a little something else.
No, you don't have to. Everybody has given them so much.
Yeah.
I just give them a taste, swallow.
That's right. That's right. Pique the curiosity so they follow up with you.
That's right.
Good stuff, man.
All right,
thanks a lot.
Brother
We'll
Austin
follow up.
Thompson.
All right.
All right.
We'll follow up. All right.
Hey, Brother Thompson, you could just say checks in the mail, and I'll say bills in the mail.
Oh, bills in the mail. I know you're sending me an invoice.
Hey, man, great job. Applause to y'all and everything you did today. Great info. Everybody just overqualified.
Yeah,
man. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, let me go get my my attorney questions while you still on here.
Yeah.
For another
All
5 seconds. All right, Austin, I'll catch up with you later, man.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right.
All right. I'll follow up with you guys. Thank you.
All right.